About to lose it to the bank? Give me a call before it's too late. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. You can also visit DustinBuys.com. I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. The phone number, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com. Really doesn't matter what type of property you have. Give me a call and I'll make you an offer. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. I'm Dustin Ring and I buy houses fast for cash.
The Lady Vols play here. 96.5 FM, News Talk, West Tennessee. NewsTalkWTN.com. The Memphis Grizzlies play here. 96.5 FM, News Talk, West Tennessee. NewsTalkWTN.com.
Will Mayor Conger retain his position as mayor of the city? Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langley, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired with locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stonebridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at NewsTalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps that fit Apple and Android products. Presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. Tuesday, May 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
And number 45 steps on the plate. So far, he's batting 1,000. The pitcher delivers. But wait, that's not the ball. It's the taxes. 45 Automart takes a swing, and they're gone.
At 45 Automart, we're making your taxes go dark with Grand Slam savings out of the park. That's right. For a short time, we're going to whack your tax up to $1,500 on anything you choose, so there's no way to lose at 45 Automart. Go to 45automart.com. Check out our bullpen that's stacked with more clean Carfax Southern rides than you can shake a bat at. Mustangs, Silverados, Wranglers,
Altimas, F-150s, Camrys, Tacomas, Rogues, 4Runners, Avalanches, Cadillacs, Equinoxes, Cobalts, Caravans, Grand Cherokees, Lexus, Mercedes, Fiat, CRV.
You get the picture. We're ready to whack the tax on all of them. Why strike out with Mr. Mega Dealer's base cash stealing stunts when dealing at 45 Automart is as easy as a lob, pitch, bunt? Check us out at 45automart.com today, where you're knocking the taxes over the fence with deals that save dollars and make tons of sense. Dealer!
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Ms. Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking, or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse, all for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
Coming, bad news down the line. I heard you laughing to keep from crying. You hit the ceiling with all the troubles you see. But all through this evening, get no troubles from me.
That's right.
Yeah.
Stay with me a long time.
That's all you, bro. Right?
You know who this is?
I have no idea.
Hey, we have talked about him.
No idea.
We have talked about them incessantly since we first heard the name.
Yeah. What? Harry Styles? You big Harry Styles fan?
No, just listen to him, man.
I have no idea.
This, ladies and gentlemen,
you and picking the bump music, I have to believe it's Harry Styles.
You can have a good cry.
Is this Taylor Swift?
No.
Gonna be a shake-up.
Well, I know it's not Waylon Jennings.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is Low Cut Connie.
Sweet things.
Word.
Throw them on a
yeah, let me get me some G-Unit right now.
You know what, man? Now I want to go to
that's Low Cut Connie.
Yeah.
Have you made the call?
No, I just Googled Low Cut Connie because I knew we needed something to come back with. I've never heard the song, but I'm like, this dude's all right.
It's not a dude, it's a band. We talked about this yesterday. It's not a dude, it's a band.
That right there's a dude.
Low Cut Connie is a band. They're from Philadelphia.
Right.
According to you.
That's what I Googled yesterday.
Yeah. Low Cut Connie will be at the Memphis Music Festival downtown.
Coming up in 9 days?
This next weekend.
Yeah.
This next weekend.
That's right.
Stay as long as you desire.
And we have become fans only because of their name. I mean,
right. That's what got us.
I mean, you're. Yeah, we got to get them on before they take the stage.
We have to do that because
next weekend.
Those guys seem cool, and I really hope that they kind of hit it big because, yeah, we did. We kind of.
Well, I mean, we both love the name.
Exactly.
You know, we saw that Low Cut Connie was going to be at the Memphis Music Fest, and we didn't know whether they were bluegrass, polka. I mean, we had no idea.
I thought they were a rap group.
Rap,
that's
hip-hop,
right.
We had no idea.
No.
Well, but when we saw Low Cut Connie, we absolutely instantly fell in love with this band. So, yeah, you got to make them. Are you going to make me do this? I haven't done this in a long time.
Yep.
I do have contacts. I do have contacts.
Okay.
So will. I will reach out.
Thank you.
Reach out.
Thank
you. Do they have merch? I mean, you want a T-shirt or a bumper sticker?
You know what? I'll
or
tell you.
what? You gonna branch out in some low cut Connie?
Here's what we'll
What are
do.
you doing?
If you can get us 4 backstage passes.
No. I'm not doing
to the
that.
Beale Street Music Festival.
No.
And we'll go hang out with them for just a
that's-
minute.
They can't do that.
You can have the Roots and the Lumineers and North Mississippi All Stars. You can have all of those folks. That are Robert Plant. Forget that.
Robert Plant.
Is
he going to be there?
Robert Plant and Allison Krauss are going to be doing their thing at the Beale Street Music Festival.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
And so you know what? You can have all that if you and I can hang out with Low Cut Connie for about an hour.
Okay. So I might can manage, but if you're looking for merch, you don't have to do that yourself.
No, none of that. Don't need any of that.
You just want to. That would be great if we just right on or off stage, or off stage,
right off stage, out of the way, and all that kind. Listen,
just get a picture, just get a photo.
Listen, we've been talking about them.
G Unit
and the real
Low
G
Cut Connie
and Low Cut Connie, and both our smoking hot girlfriends. Right there next weekend.
I can maybe make that happen.
All right. Hey, listen.
Maybe.
Here's just a little bit of the lineup.
You can't hang out afterwards. You got to go. You got to get in your car and you got to go to the rendezvous or something. You got to get
there
out.
You go.
You got to get out. You can't be there after that.
Hey,
they will kick you out because I've been there for that.
Okay.
No ticket. Didn't pay to be there,
right.
But you've got some slight persuasion.
Okay.
All right, do it and get out.
All
and
right.
you got to go.
That's cool. Hey, listen,
go.
I know where me and my smoking hot girl, I know where we'll go to eat. I don't know what your favorite place to eat barbecue in Memphis is. Mine is Payne's Barbecue on Lamar.
Barbecue shop.
Are you a barbecue shop guy?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
I have been educated. I've been educated. Barbecue shop, no doubt.
I'm a Payne's Barbecue kind of guy.
Which one?
There's only one. It's on Lamar.
I know where it is.
So don't go over there after dark.
But is that? I thought there were couple of others.
Just one.
Well, that's not going to be open when you.
I know it.
That's not going to be open whenever you want to go.
They close at 5:00 in the afternoon.
That particular, spot. They're not going to stay open late for G Unit.
And Payne's Barbecue has been in business on Lamar in Memphis since the week after Moses parted the Red Sea. But it is fantastic.
It is good.
Yeah. And barbecue shop's good too. I love all of it. And you know what? If Miss Helen's had a place down in Memphis,
dude,
it would do gangbusters.
I was in Brownsville yesterday. I could not stop.
Oh, dude.
I could not stop. But yes, and I thought about you. I was like,
right?
I need to stop. I need to get about 2 pounds with some slaw and sauce.
Yep.
And need to bring it in.
I would have pitched in too if you'd have done it and give you some money for it.
No, you would. That was not be necessary because it's it's
Helen's.
It's meat nectar
of the gods.
It's meat nectar.
What a way to put it.
Yeah, but I was not able to stop, and I'm sorry, Miss Helen. Sorry, Miss Helen. I'm sorry, G Unit, but was not able to do it. But I did think of you, Miss Helen, and I did think of you, G Unit.
Thank you, brother.
Man, I was thinking about you. You see that picture I shot you?
You send me a little picture. Yeah.
Yeah, we gonna
Are we gonna talk about that, or should we talk about that off the air?
No, we can maybe a little both. I don't know.
All right.
It is 6:40. Sports is on the way. What happened last night in the NBA? We're going to talk about it coming up at 6:40. 54 degrees here at the Gene Langley Ford Studios in Midtown Jackson. 54 here, 52 officially at McKellar-Stipes Regional Airport. That's what they tell us anyway. But 54 on the way. Here we go. Daybreak.
Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club presents the 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser. Join us for an enjoyable evening with dinner, music, and conversation featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. A.J. is a former Harlem Globetrotter and CEO of A.J. Merriweather Construction, LLC. The 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser is April 17th. The tour is at 5:30 and dinner at 6. Reserve your spot now. For more information, visit myboysgirls.club. Reserve your spot now. Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club at 1503 Osborne Street in Humboldt. The 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. Presented by United Way of West Tennessee and Taco Bell. Along with News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
Am I back in the 8th grade? What are we talking about right now? That is the same song as Joe Cogger's
Crank it up, bro.
When the night comes. It's the same song. Have you done the background on this stuff that you want to play?
No, I have not.
That is the same song.
It just popped into my head, brother. You said put on something, so this.
Not if you was the last immigrant grocer on earth, honey. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
What song is that?
I don't know, but I
Not
bring
if
back.
you was the last immigrant grocer on earth, honey. You don't remember that at all?
I remember David Lee Roth. You played the.
Yes. Yesterday was the debut, 1986.
That's right.
Of 5150.
That's right.
Yeah. And that was the first album of Van Hagar.
Yep.
Van Hagar in 1986.
You and I talked about this
yesterday.
off the air yesterday. I like both versions of Van Halen.
Yeah.
With David Lee Roth and with Sammy Hagar. They were a little different sounds, but I still liked it.
Well, I mean, you had to pick. You had to pick because there was that version and then there was that version. And you weren't ridiculed. I mean, I don't remember being ridiculed for liking one over the other, but they were certainly different. They were certainly different sounds, certainly different bands. Can you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But they had a little bit different sound, but there's nothing that will ever take away from Eddie Van Halen just ripping a guitar to shreds. And,
I mean, that was his signature style, but I mean, 1984 was 1984, and there was not another album until 1986.
Yep.
And that was called 5150, and it was different. It was different.
It was
a big difference because DLR was not there.
Yep.
And we had to get used to it. There was a growing moment that we had to get into, but that was a great album in 1986, 5150, the first of the Van Hagar moments.
Era.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, and that's a conversation that will be forever. Are you Van Halen? Are you Van Hagar? What's your favorite album? What's your favorite song? What was Eddie's favorite thing? My favorite Eddie Van Halen solo was on Beat It by Michael Jackson.
Really? So it wasn't Eruption.
Oh, I don't get. No. That was like a, for lack of a better moment, that was a glory hole kind of thing.
God, I cannot believe you just said that.
Well, it was.
It was a glorious moment for guitar.
It was in your headphones. It was in your headphones. It was a glory hole headphone moment.
Okay, that was the first time he did the hammer.
No, it wasn't.
The first time that I heard, the first time that I ever heard him do the hammer method on a guitar neck, and it was just a seminal moment for me because, brother, I was like, man, that was just badass.
Everybody that knows that was just, show out. Is he fantastic guitarist? Yes, obviously. Nobody's gonna say otherwise. But that, I mean, come on. You play guitar?
No.
At all?
No.
Bass?
No.
Drums?
Nope.
Trombone?
I'm horrible.
Trombone?
Man, I can barely play a spoon when my smoking hot girlfriend makes something to eat.
G-Unit can't even pick his nose.
Wait a minute. Hang on. We got the video here today. Let me see what I can do.
Yeah,
that's a
he
good
can't
one.
even pick his nose.
Hang on. I found a good one.
So you were that Eruption was on the first album, Van Halen.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Van Halen by Van Halen, and Eruption was on that, and they went into the Kinks song.
You really got me.
You really got me.
You know, the thing, we're talking about the Beale Street Music Festival, and we've just kind of had a stream of consciousness, but it's coming up next weekend at Tom Lee Park, and get ready because everybody knows it's going to rain.
I don't know how they're going to pull
It's going to be muddy.
I'm sorry.
So wear your hazmat suits over there.
Yes.
Take your 4-wheel drive. Listen, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll all pile in my mini monster truck, and if we get stuck, I've got 4-wheel drive, and I can pull a bulldozer out of the ditch with that thing, brother.
Okay.
So anyway, the headliners, the Lumineers.
Lumineers, yes, we know the Lumineers. We play them on this show periodically.
Robert Plant and Alison Krauss.
Are you kidding
that duo.
me? What night is that?
Not sure, but
that's the only
I don't have
time
I don't have the
wanna
nightly
go.
lineup.
Okay. All right. So Robert Plant,
Earth, Wind, and Fire is going to be there. You like some funk? There you go, man. Some Greta Van Fleet.
I cannot believe that Robert Plant and Greta Van Fleet are going to be at the same festival.
May not be the same night.
He does not care for them. He does not care for them because they sound so much like Led Zeppelin. Are you familiar with Greta Van Fleet?
I'm not.
Okay, we're going to educate you in the next few minutes.
Here's somebody that you and we were talking about, Eddie Van Halen. Here's somebody that can absolutely take a guitar and chop it up like a chainsaw. Gary Clark Jr. Man.
Yes.
That dude.
No doubt.
Give me some Gary Clark.
Is he going to be in Memphis?
He is going to be at the Memphis Beale Street Music Festival coming up next week.
I love Gary Clark Jr. My word.
All right, well, let me see. Okay, it's got the schedule. So let's look at the schedule.
Thank you.
So Friday, the headliners on Friday.
This coming Friday?
Not tomorrow, but 1 week from tomorrow.
Yes.
The headliners, 311 take their stage at 11. Earth, Wind, and Fire, followed by Ziggy Marley, take the Bud Light stage. And the Volkswagen stage.
Well, you know what that is.
Oh, wait a minute. Friday.
The Bud Light stage.
I do. The Volkswagen stage.
Give me a break.
You know who's going to be on the Volkswagen stage at 6 o'clock next Friday?
I do not.
Our buddy. Low Cut Connie. So now we know what night.
Next Friday at what?
6 o'clock.
6 p.m. next Friday. What stage?
The Volkswagen stage at the Beale Street Music Festival. Low Cut Connie's going to be there.
Dude, I may have to do it.
So he's going to
have to do it.
Low Cut Connie and those guys are going to be followed by PJ Morton, and then right after that come the Lumineers.
Okay, all right.
That sounds like the stage that we're going to be at next week. If you can work it out. My being
working it out means buying tickets. I don't want to have to do that,
right?
But I just need I won't stay for the show if I can get backstage.
Right.
That's usually the deal, right? That's right. It's been years. It's been years since I've been to the fest. So, but that was kind of always the thing.
Wear your hip waders for sure.
You could only be back for like 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
All right.
You had your equipment, you had your photogs.
Yep.
And you got 2 minutes, and then you had jet.
All right.
And that was the rules. That was the rules. And that was fair.
Okay.
It was fair because you had to get back to the studio to put your package together for the news. You know, that was fair.
Right.
But I have been in the booth and maybe stayed maybe like 15 minutes more.
Oh, see, there you go.
No.
Don't get us in trouble about there, man.
Well, they don't do that anymore.
Well, once you get us some backstage passes,
They don't do that anymore. You can forget that.
do we need to ask the 8 listeners that we have out there, if you can't get us backstage passes, can anybody get us backstage passes?
No.
We can't do that.
No,
Management.
because there's nobody that's listening to us. I mean, we're the people with the passes, not these yokels.
Well, anyway, on
Didn't
Saturday,
even shave or brush their teeth or anything. I mean, come on.
On Saturday, some of the highlights are Jason Williams is going to be on the Zion. Have you heard Jason Williams?
Jason D.
Williams. That dude can absolutely take
Where and when is he going to be?
the ZYN stage. How do you pronounce that? Zion? I don't even know what that is. Zion?
I have no idea.
ZYN stage. Jason Williams is going to go on just a little before 4 o'clock on Saturday. That will be badass. He will take a piano and make you think you're listening to the Killer.
He is fantastic. He is like the incarnate of the Killer.
Yes, he is.
The original.
Yep.
He's I've seen him here in Jackson a couple times when he's come.
The first time that I
He's
saw
fantastic.
Jason D. Williams
Just
was
ridiculous
at Governor Bill Haslam's second inauguration.
Would you just stop?
Wait a
that never happened.
I was there.
That never.
Yes,
just
it did.
Stop.
At
that never happened.
Yes, it
y'all.
did. They had a little.
Never happened, y'all.
They always have a little get together on Friday night at one of the juke joints down on Broadway or 2nd Avenue, and I forget the name of the place, but Jason Williams was there, and he tore that piano up, and it was just badass.
Well, he is absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
I will not take that away from him because I've seen him a couple times. He's great. But did you hear or see that Hernando's Hideaway sold for $800,000 on the block yesterday?
What? No way.
When you say what, do you not know Hernando Hideaway?
No. Or do we have time to do it before the top of the hour?
No, but you do have time to put it in ChatGPT and maybe redeem 1 ounce of yourself. 1 ounce, a micro ounce of yourself. If you don't know what Hernando's Hideaway is.
All right, hang on.
No, I'm not going to hang on. You've got homework to do, but because we're coming up on the top of the hour, it sold on the block yesterday for like $800,000. Why were we not
invited?
Called on this? We could have put together. Between the two of us, we could have put together $800,000 in an afternoon.
Well,
you think?
It depends on what the returns are, but I mean,
there are no returns, but you've got the name and you've got the place. Well, I can't count on you, man. You're just
Zen with a Z.
You are so disappointing.
The Zen stage.
Don't do it right now.
That came in from a source, and I won't name the source. The Zen stage is what that is at the music festival coming up next weekend.
And we could have got it for pennies on the dollar. Me and you could have put that together. And between me and you, because now I know you and you know me, I think we could have done something with this. But we missed it. It is 6:59. We're right at the top of the hour. We're going to tell you all about Hernando's Hideaway.
Too late.
Too late. This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. By a slim margin, the House gives a thumbs up to a Republican bill raising the federal debt ceiling while also cutting spending. But President Biden already threatening to veto the bill should it reach his desk. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy continues to urge the president to negotiate with Republicans. While over in the Senate, Republican John Cornyn of Texas says the president's refusal to talk puts the country at risk.
Cornyn says overspending is not a victimless policy.
Future generations are going to have to pay that money back.
He says lawmakers and the White House should do all they can to help.
If there are things we can do, at least to mitigate it.
But he also says the national debt is the single biggest threat to U.S. security.
This is really unbelievable to me. The President of the United States, the leader of the free world, and he said, not my problem.
Cornyn calling on President Biden to negotiate with Republicans on spending cuts in talks on raising the debt limit. Bob Agnew, Capitol Hill.
It's a new Washington declaration, the nuclear deterrence plan unveiled by President Biden and South Korea's president during the latter's visit to the White House yesterday.
A nuclear attack by North Korea against the United States or its allies or partisans or partners is unacceptable and will result in the end of whatever regime were to take such an action.
The plan is aimed squarely at North Korea. There are plans to dock U.S. nuclear-armed submarines in South Korea for the first time in more than 40 years. The Justice Department contends Massachusetts Air National Guardsman Jack Teixeira remains a national security risk and should remain in jail. The 21-year-old accused of leaking highly classified military documents. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures up 181 points, NASDAQ futures 96 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Inflation is pushing up the cost of just about everything: food, gas, clothing. But life insurance, which thanks to inflation you need now more than ever, actually costs less today than it did a few years ago. Now is the time to get the insurance you need at a price you can afford. Call SelectQuote now and we'll help you save more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, same-day coverage with no medical exam. That's right. Get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam in under an hour.
Call SelectQuote now at 1-800-507-2266. That's 1-800-507-2266. Or go to SelectQuote.com now and get up to $2 million in instant same-day coverage with no medical exam. That's 1-800-507-2266. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
8,000. Spain is dealing with record-breaking heat for the month of April. In Madrid, the BBC's Guy Hedgecoe says authorities taking steps aimed at keeping people safe in the sweltering weather.
A mass of hot air from North Africa has been pushing temperatures up across Spain throughout this week. The heat today is expected to be 10 to 15 degrees higher than normal for this time of year, and similar to that usually seen in midsummer. As a result, some local governments are allowing school classes to be brought forward to earlier in the day, or even held outside. Hospitals have been put on alert, as have fire services in many areas. Several parts of Spain's south and interior have already broken heat records for April this week.
China's military dispatching a pair of naval vessels to take part in joint drills with Singapore's Navy and join in a regional maritime security exhibition. News and analysis at townhall.com. 4 years in prison, the sentence for a man convicted in a border wall fraud scheme.
Brian Kolfage, who previously pleaded guilty, was sentenced for defrauding donors to the We Build the Wall effort that promised to help Donald Trump construct a border wall. His lawyer had asked for leniency because the Air Force vet lost both legs and an arm in the Iraq War. Prosecutors say he spent the money on a luxury SUV and cosmetic surgery. Financier Andrew Badalato was also sentenced to 3 years. They were ordered to pay $25 million in restitution to the victims. Former Trump advisor Steve Bannon had been charged, but received a pardon hours before the former president left office. Bannon now faces fresh charges in state court. Julie Walker, New York.
We'll get the official take on the economy later this morning. The government to release the GDP report for 3 months of the year. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Attention football fans, don't miss out on the NFL Draft Kickoff Party this Thursday at Bourbon and Barley's. Come enjoy great food and drinks while we bring you all the latest updates and insights on the draft. Whether you're a diehard fan or just getting in the spirit for the football season, Bourbon and Barley's is the perfect spot to catch all the action. Join News Talk 96.5 for the NFL Draft Kickoff Party this Thursday at Bourbon and Barley's, 3 to 7. Bourbon and Barley's, where Jackson loves to lunch.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms, and I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Thursday brings a chance of thunderstorms and showers. Highs in the upper 60s. Winds gusting near 20 at times. Tonight brings more rain and a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid-50s. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit NewsTalk965.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Hey man, did you get that song I sent you? Yeah. Well, you don't have Spotify, so I can't send it to you, dude.
Give me your Spotify login. So
I'm not doing that. Give me $14.99. I'll send you whatever I got.
I ain't doing that either.
Well, you're missing out because I found a gem yesterday. I don't even want to say it, man. I don't even want to say it.
Well, tell me off the air then.
It's I don't even want to do it. I sent it to my other boss yesterday.
All right.
And I haven't heard back from him, so I don't know whether I'm going in today or not. Did you not? I thought I sent that to you.
No, here's
what
what you sent me yesterday.
Oh, yes, we've got to talk about that.
We will.
Because we talked about it yesterday.
Yep.
And then later on in yesterday, I found it.
Looks like a fine, family-friendly establishment.
Yes, I thought so too. But when I found it, it was like 10 o'clock in the morning and they weren't open. I don't think they really get started till about 9 o'clock at night. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
It's one of those places.
Yep.
Oh, my word.
Don't forget, real quick, we got to tell everybody, I mentioned it in the show open. Coming up, I don't know, maybe in the next segment.
You're going to do it first, but I'm going to finish it because I'm all about that.
Really?
There's no doubt.
Do you want to tell all 8 of our listeners what it is?
No, you go ahead. It's your thing.
All right,
so go ahead.
We talked about this.
7:20 this morning about 7 minutes away.
A little less than 10 minutes away. Yeah. Peeps cotton candy in a bag that looks like a potato chip bag.
That's a no-brainer. I mean, I'm gonna let you start it off.
Feel it. Just feel it.
I don't have to. I've had this before. I've done this.
Cotton candy in a bag.
I've done this. Come on, man.
So
I've done this.
That's what we're gonna do for. I don't know how expired it is. I don't know how much mold is in this bag. I cannot be held reliable.
There is nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong in that bag. Now, if we really want to do something, and we really want to go back, and we really want to be old school,
all right,
I'm gonna bring us up some potted meat. You want to do that?
That is some old school stuff.
I mean, I took that I took that mess to school in my
Right?
lunchbox,
Right?
man. I took that school in my lunchbox.
In your
at school when
Fantastic Four lunchbox?
Fall Guy.
Oh, Fall Guy lunchbox. All right.
Remember the Fall Guy?
I do. I think I had a $6 Million Man lunchbox.
Well, everybody had that one. I'm trying to be unique here.
Okay.
Everybody had that, and the Dukes of Hazzard. Everybody had the Dukes of Hazzard lunchbox.
Girls had a Barbie one.
Yeah, but I had the Fall Guy lunchbox. I was the only one at my table that had the Fall Guy lunchbox.
You were unique, brother.
You remember the Fall Guy song?
Sort of. No.
Lee Majors?
I don't remember the song.
Okay. Well, I'll bring you back at 7:20 when we're eating cotton candy for fun. For fun.
No, but this is
who else gets to eat cotton candy for fun for a job?
For all of our 8 listeners out there, we do this for you. This is gonna be disgusting. Hey, listen. My smoking hot girlfriend said, no, you cannot microwave chicken livers.
No, she's absolutely right. Bless her heart. Yes, bless your heart, smoking hot girlfriend. You cannot do that.
You can't put. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know you couldn't microwave them.
No, you can't. Thank you, smoking hot girlfriend. You cannot do that. That is abhorrent. Abhorrent.
Okay.
Can you spell that? Abhorrent?
Hey, let me ask ChatGPT or Bard.
Well, it's Little League baseball season. We kicked off.
Yep.
It's spring. Little League baseball season is underway. So it's time to enjoy warm evenings watching little boys or little girls play baseball. A town in New Jersey has already had several umpires walk off after being harassed by parents. So they have come up with a solution. Have you heard about this?
I haven't heard about this.
You heard about this?
Oh, tell me about it.
If you are caught berating an umpire during a Little League baseball game in New Jersey, you'll be banned from the complex. Unless you agree to suit up as an umpire yourself.
Really?
This is genius.
I love this. This is a great idea.
You've got to call 3 games.
Oh, Lord.
If you're that Aaron, I can't even I can't say the words that I want to say on the radio. I can't say them for those parents or grandparents.
Yep.
Which one I know of
is such a know-it-all.
A city council person.
We could no names.
And
no names.
He would act like a complete I don't know. When my boy, when he was about 8, 9, 10, something like that. That was a long time ago. But when he was playing and his coach was the son of the city council person.
Oh, my God.
And if you know, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say any names.
No names.
I'm not going to say any names.
No names.
But my son's coach, when he was 8 or 9, 10, something like that, maybe even younger, I don't know. Anyway, but my son's coach was the son of a city councilman.
Man.
And he may even still be I don't know. But that guy would come out there and he would smack a snow cone right out of your hand.
Of a 5-year-old.
No, out of mine. Out of mine. Because he would be such a jerk to the umpires and to the opposing coach. Well, and be it known to his son, who was our coach, his coach. He would berate him, and all those little boys want to do is get through a 6 innings so they can go to the concession stand and get what? A snow cone.
Exactly.
And he would walk up and smack them out of their hand.
Listen, if he did that to me, I'd have wound up in jail. Because I'd have broke his damn jaw.
I let it go a couple times.
You're a better man than I am. Because listen,
city councilman.
I have been to jail a few times in my life.
I've not, and I
ain't scared to go back.
I didn't want to go
for the right cause.
Well, I wish I'd had your number. I didn't want to be on the 6 o'clock news for breaking the jaw of a city councilman.
I've been in the newspaper a few times.
But I'm telling you what, that guy, I have never, and I played a little baseball.
Yep.
I played baseball when I was 10 years old.
Yep.
And that was back in the early 80s. Early 80s.
Dark ages.
And you had those one particular, dads that were sitting up in the stands drunk as hell and you throw like a girl. Why don't you right back, put that in the middle, man? You throw like a girl. You always had one of those guys.
Yes.
Yep. But I was 12 years old. I mean, we were actually playing baseball. This was not coach pitch or T-ball or anything like that. This guy would sit out in the stands, a city councilman, and he would sit out there and he would be yelling at his son, at his grandson, "You throw like a girl. If you think you get a snow cone after this, you can forget it." Popcorn was going everywhere. I mean, just a complete,
jackass. I said it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him.
And I would have probably said it to his face, too.
And I know who he is, and he knows who I know who he is. Absolute.
I've got a great story along those lines. When my son was playing baseball when he was a
now,
kid.
how long ago was this?
That's been a
Back
while.
in the 1930s?
No, probably around
had they invented baseball at this time?
Around 1999. So,
Okay.
and I was one of the assistant coaches. So one day,
you were an assistant coach?
Yes, I was.
At what?
At my son's baseball team.
Coaching
baseball.
What?
Kid pitch baseball.
But what were you coaching? What was your specialties?
My specialty was preparing the Gatorade mostly.
Understand.
So anyway,
that's what I wanted you to get to.
One day,
here we go.
One day, the head coach is just railing on all the on all the umpires and all this kind of stuff, and just will not quit, will not let it go. Finally, the head umpire behind the plate goes, "Listen, if you keep doing this, I'm going to throw you out of the game."
Coach
tells the coach, "I'm going to throw him out of the game.
Settle down.
Coach would not settle down. He kept on and kept on. Referee comes over, tosses him out of the game. Said, "You got to leave the dugout. You can't be on the field."
Actually,
he is gone.
Gone. Ejected.
So he goes
ejected.
and he sits down on one of the stands behind the home plate, and he's still jawing at the umpire.
Yeah.
From behind home plate, will not stop.
Guys. Cannot stand.
Finally, the umpire, in front of everybody, says, "Listen, if you keep doing that, I'm calling the cops." So anyway, that finally got him to shut up, and I think he left not long after that. So anyway, the next game he comes, and he apologized. He said, "Listen, man, I lost it. I was out of control. I apologize." And so anyway, we were talking about it, and I said, it's all good, brother. And he said, "And the worst part of it is that I'm a pastor here in town."
Oh, see, those are the worst. Those are the worst. Like my city councilman story.
Yep.
Like your pastor story.
And this was a small town.
Those are the worst.
Yes.
Just stay home.
A small town, not far from here. I'm not going to identify anything. Small town pastor who completely lost it at the baseball field that day to the point where he almost got the cops called on him because he would not shut up.
He preached on Sunday.
I guess.
Preached on Sunday.
But anyway.
I'm guessing he was a Baptist.
He needed some forgiveness from Jesus that day. That's for sure.
I'm guessing he was Baptist.
Listen, man, it's about time. We need to do this. Are we going to take a break first, or are we going to do this now?
Well, I want to finish this story on the baseball because we got sidetracked because you were blaspheming your Baptist minister over there.
I don't know what demonation he was, but he was a demon-filled that day.
I guarantee you he was Baptist.
Okay. What if he was Church of Christ?
No, Church of Christ people don't act like that.
Okay.
Because they don't have to.
Okay.
If you know what I'm saying. A town in New Jersey has already had several umpires walk off the field because they were being harassed by parents. So they've come up with a punishment. If you are caught, this is in New Jersey, in a couple of counties, if you are caught berating an umpire during a game, you'll be banned from the complex unless you'll be banned. You'll be banned from the this would be like being banned from the sportsplex.
Yep.
Out there. You'll be banned unless you agree to suit up as an umpire yourself. I think this is the greatest thing ever.
Genius.
And you got to call 3 games, not one. You don't have to finish the game. You don't have to do the next game or the next, but you got to do 3 games.
Man.
The idea is if you're such a know-it-all, grab some gears, step behind the plate, prove how good you are kind of guy, then you got to suit up.
No.
And get back there. Naturally, most of these loudmouths actually don't know anything about baseball at all from when they were 10 years old themselves. So there will be a certified umpire at the game to make sure the correct calls are made. They're going to make them do it. They're going to make them do it. This is per county, and they have decided.
A couple of counties in New Jersey decided, hey, listen, if you're a brainiac and you want to run off at the mouth at the kids' baseball game, then you got to suit up. Otherwise,
you got to call 3 games.
And you're gone.
3 games or you can't come back. Local parents and legal officials love the idea, and it's possible it could catch on.
For the record, we just got a nasty text from one of our friends here. It says we have shots fired at the Church of Christ. No, we didn't.
Here we go.
I deny
They're
that.
coming here. They're being abused. They don't need that, so they're walking away. You're not allowed to come onto our complex until you complete 3 umpire assignments. Once you do that, then we'll let you come back.
If the parents are going to be sitting there yelling the whole entire game, they might as well use that energy like out on the field.
Word! Sign me up for that. You want to stand out there and waste a good snow cone because you're mad at an 8-year-old's pitch and you're gonna throw your grape snow cone? I'll take that grape snow cone. Don't throw it. I'll take it.
What's your favorite flavor of
grape
snow cone?
I will take grape snow cone.
I like cherry snow cone. Give me a cherry snow cone. I'm a good guy.
But if you're gonna act ugly and make yourself out to be a complete butthole, then you got to get behind there. And then everybody's got to make fun of you. Stupid umpire. What mother did you come out of? She must have been as stupid as you idiot. You know all the stuff that comes out of the stands at the umpire.
Hey, ump.
So now they've got to take it. And I know a city councilman that deserves it and needs it. I cannot, because I've been there. And his son was my son's coach. And he would sit in the stands and just throw popcorn and just cuss and just,
Jesus.
It was horrible.
He needed some.
Absolutely horrible.
And
he was a city councilman, and he knew he was a city councilman, and he knew everybody, all the parents. Of course, he was a grandparent. He was a grandparent.
Okay.
But he knew all the parents knew who he was.
He needed some of this right here.
And I wouldn't vote for him to kick my dog in the face.
Yeah, he needs.
That's what he did. That's what he did.
Yeah,
I wouldn't vote for him to come and knock my mailbox over. I know who he is. I'm not going to say who he is, but if you know, you know. And I promise you, that guy, if he wrecked my car, I would drive off.
This just in on the G Unit text line. Somebody said, "What if the dream was an umpire, baby?"
I would run out there after strikeout and hug his neck. Dude, that was the best call I've ever seen in baseball.
The dream.
Thank you. Thank you.
Listen.
Here's a bag of popcorn. Thank you,
All
Dream.
right, kids. Here's what we're gonna do, kids. Everybody gonna get a participation trophy today from the Dream. And Terry Funk, if you one of the coaches out there, you egg-sucking dog, wait till I put a pile driver right on your own home plate. Try to break Terry Funk's neck right there at home plate in front of all the kids. Listen, you got to grow up sometime, and the Dream's going to do it for the kids right here today.
Egg-sucking dog. I think I probably heard that out at Pope Park. I think I probably heard egg-sucking dog coming out of the stands. All right, sports coming up, and we got to eat this cotton candy. That's all coming up. This is Daybreak.
Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397. CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
And number 45 steps on the plate. So far, he's batting 1,000. The pitcher delivers. But wait, that's not the ball. It's the taxes. 45 Automart takes a swing, and they're gone.
At 45 Automart, we're making your taxes go dark with Grand Slam savings out of the park. That's right. For a short time, we're going to whack your tax up to $1,500 on anything you choose, so there's no way to lose at 45 Automart. Go to 45automart.com. Check out our bullpen that's stacked with more clean Carfax Southern rides than you can shake a bat at. Mustangs, Silverados, Wranglers, Altimas, F-150s, Camrys, Tacomas, Rogues, 4Runners, Avalanches, Cadillacs, Equinoxes, Cobalts, Caravans, Grand Cherokees, Lexus, Mercedes, Fiat, Ferrari. You get the picture. We're ready to whack the tax on all of them. Why strike out with Mr. Mega Dealer's base cash stealing stunts when dealing at 45 Automart is as easy as a lob, pitch, bunt? Check us out at 45automart.com today, where you're knocking the taxes over the fence with deals that save dollars and make tons of sense. Dealers!
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking, or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
This will get you right. This will get you right with Jesus every time. Right here, baby.
I don't think that's appropriate.
A little bit of hot legs right through it in a dream up in the morning.
I don't think that's appropriate. All right, here we go. Well, it is 7:36 on this Thursday morning, Friday Eve, by the way, Friday Eve. And if you've been looking for an excuse to have candy for breakfast, Kit Kat cereal is now a thing. You like Kit Kat?
Yep, sure do.
Well, they got cereal. General Mills is rolling it out in the U.S. Kit Kat cereals. They've had a successful launch in the UK. You know, you got to test stuff out, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you go test stuff out.
Yep.
Send it to the Brits, man. I mean, you know, here's a sour watermelon, sour pickle wrapped in bacon. Send it to the Brits. They'll eat it. They'll eat anything.
Oh, Julie's here. Julie's going to help us with this stuff. And we're about to digest in here. Come on, Julie.
So we got Kit Kat breakfast cereal.
Don't be shy.
Each piece is a little square with ridges, so they look like a tiny version of 4 Kit Kat bars before you break them open.
All right.
So it's like a quad. It's a quad. It's a quad.
So you have to separate your cereal before you eat it.
I'll show you a photo in a minute. Shut up. Now, this isn't the first time a cereal company has gone the candy route. I mean, I remember Skittles cereal.
Skittles had a cereal?
Yes, and they also had there were more than seven. Reese's. Reese's had a cereal.
Reese's. I do remember the Reese's. I remember the Reese's cereal. I bet Julie remembers the Reese's cereal too.
So this is not the first time this has happened. Peeps has had his cereal.
Peeps cereal?
Peeps has had his cereal.
Have you had Peeps cereal, Julie?
Leading into what? I don't have her mic on, so hang on.
Yeah, it's on.
I don't. I'm asking you.
Peeps cereal? No, I have never had Peeps cereal. We about to have some Peeps cotton candy up in here.
There were Sour Patch Kids cereal.
Oh, hell no.
Hershey's Kisses cereal.
I would do that.
I don't remember those. And then the Reese's cereal. I remember
Reese's,
that.
Yes.
So Kit Kat's is, look.
Yeah, I see it.
Get ready to eat your favorite candy bar every morning. That sounds like a great mom, right?
Do you feed your kids candy in the morning, Julie?
No, but they will throw a fit till we just throw fruit snacks at them.
Give me a break.
Savages.
Give me a break. Give me a break. Fast kick back. bar. See what I did there? Break fast.
I saw that.
Break fast.
Yes.
See what I did
Yep.
there?
That was beautiful.
Because I'm good like that.
All right, are we fixing to do this, brother?
All right, let's do it.
All right.
And then you're gonna have to give me some sports. But yes.
So here's our thing on Taste Test Thursdays.
Julie Holt is joining us as well. She's gonna partake in this.
I didn't know I was partaking. I just wanted to
yeah.
watch.
No.
He said he doesn't know how long this is.
Well, I mean, if y'all don't like it, I'm gonna finish it because I'm gonna do this all day long. Open it.
All right,
go.
here it is. It's
Come on.
Peeps cotton candy in
go.
a bag that looks like a potato chip bag.
I cannot believe you've never had this.
I've never had it. They probably made it in about 19.
Sad man.
Probably made this in about 1998, and it's been in the bag ever since. So, all right, here we go. Hang on. I can't get this stupid.
Well, give it to me. I can do it.
Got a chainsaw to open.
You're wasting time, man.
Hang on.
Come on.
Just wait a minute.
Wasting
like
time.
a little old lady in church.
It's cotton candy. Let's go,
little
man.
old lady
Come
in
on.
Church of Christ Church on Sunday morning.
Hey.
What?
I was attacked.
Uh-oh.
I felt attacked.
God almighty.
You know, it's funny that y'all remember that.
Am I going to have to take a break till you get that out?
Hang on. Okay, here we go. All right, we're
Don't
into it.
touch it. Do not touch
Ladies
my
first.
cotton candy.
Ladies first.
Oh, that looks like a pillow.
It looks like a My Pillow. A yellow My
Looks
Pillow.
like insulation.
Okay, well,
right, there you go.
Y'all have already
There you
ruined it.
go.
I'm not touching it.
Yeah, you are too.
I'm not.
If you don't, so help me God, I'm coming across this table.
I'm not touching
and
it. Y'all just reached in there and grabbed. All
right, here
I'm
we
not
go.
doing
This
it.
is it.
I'm not doing it.
All right, ready?
Nasty.
1, 2, 3. You gotta do this.
I'm not eating it.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. After y'all
get to a big old bite.
put your nasty hands.
My hands are clean.
I don't care. I'm not doing it.
My hands may not be clean.
That is a single service bag.
We didn't have any paper towels in the
y'all
bathroom.
did it to yourselves. Well, I'm not eating it.
Hang on.
Y'all messed
Oh, my
that
God.
up. If you wanted me to eat it, you'd let me have it first, but you didn't.
Is that what it's
I'm
about?
not eating it.
Said ladies first, man. Don't be rude. All right, hang on.
It's not about being rude. It's
Wait a
about being not infected with whatever.
Well,
With the COVIDia.
these open sores
I'm
are
not
nothing.
eating it.
Don't worry about that.
How do you feel about it?
Oh my God. How do I like it?
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Let me get another bite, and I'll tell you.
You really not gonna do it, Greg?
I'm not. Not after y'all. Look at him.
You wimp.
Look at him. Look at him in the face. Look at his fingernails.
Wait a minute.
Look at what he wore into the studio this morning. I'm not eating anything he's touched.
All right, whatever.
I mean, not one sip, bite, or
I
nothing.
think he likes it.
Well,
Get about it.
I can't hear it. What? Hang on. This is okay.
Okay, well, here's the question I have for you, you moron.
What?
Have you ever had cotton candy before?
Yes.
Here's the question. How does it compare to real cotton candy?
It crunched.
Do you have you ever been to the fair?
Yes.
Sure you have.
Mhm.
And I'm sure you wore terry cloth sweatpants when you went.
Probably.
So how does it compare to fair cotton candy?
No, well,
no,
maybe
I'm not touching that. Look like styrofoam.
You know what?
This?
From now on,
No, I'm not touching
From now
it.
on,
I'm not touching it.
when we do Taste Test Thursdays, you're going first. From now on, period, till the end of time, you're going first on Taste Test Thursdays.
Well,
And I'm still hit.
I'll come up with something better than manhandled cotton candy. I'll tell you.
Does
that.
it look like insulation, Julie?
It most definitely looks like insulation, and when I took a bite, it crunched. So I was a little concerned about the validity of what we're eating. Look,
It does look like insulation.
We
That
had a
is
party for the
fantastic.
twins this past weekend, and Alexis McGee has bouncy houses and a cotton candy machine and all that. This does not look anything like the cotton candy that came out of that fresh cotton candy machine.
Yeah, no,
I'm pretty sure this is insulation.
Yeah, G Unit had it right. Y'all had it right. It looks like insulation. I mean,
Oh, my God.
But you like it.
That crap is in our attics.
You know, I don't want it to spoil. So
I might have spoilt.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Oh my God.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Well,
all right.
Okay.
Well, while y'all feel about it, we've got.
I can't believe you wimped out on that, man. You're a loser over there, idiot.
Okay, call me loser.
I did.
Call me
You want
idiot.
this?
I'm
I
not
need off this one.
Have you?
Is
this a bite you had?
There were
hang on.
two people's hands in the bag before mine.
Are you
I'm
a
not doing
germaphobe?
that.
We're gonna get you a hazmat suit next time for Taste Test Thursday.
One of my best friends, Roy Spencer, is, but I'm the only person he'll drink after now. We've made strides. He knows I'm a clean person.
You brought up something on your show yesterday, Julie.
I may have your back, but him, there ain't no
whatever.
way. I don't know where he's been, what he's been
been
doing.
at the trailer park with his super hot girlfriend.
Yep.
And the
We
Pine
did.
Ridge Club,
Yes.
apparently.
Oh,
Few times.
ooh, Highway 18.
In jail. Few times. Yes. All that's true.
I'm not. If his hands have been in the bag, you can count me
Listen,
out.
these open
That's-
sores are nothing. Don't worry about it. Brother. I'm just saying. You got nothing to worry about.
7:45. We're backing them up.
Finish it, Julie.
Good Lord.
You got.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
All the happy-faced truck today. Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster. Perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for 2 targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn and Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn and Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Hey, Jackson and West Tennessee, Dustin Ring here again with Dustin Buys Houses, and I'm still buying them fast for cash. Doesn't matter the reason or condition, I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. I'll even pay your closing cost. Doesn't matter what type of property, I'll buy them all. Single family, multifamily, mobile homes, mobile home parks, vacant lots, farmland. Hey, are you going through one of those icky divorces and need to sell the house? I'll buy it. Are you going through a foreclosure and about to lose it to the bank? Give me a call before it's too late. Call or text me today at 731-200-1360. 1362. You can also visit DustinBuys.com. I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. The phone number, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com. Really doesn't matter what type of property you have. Give me a call and I'll make you an offer. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. I'm Dustin Ring and I buy houses fast for cash.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and NewsTalk.WTN.com.
Why don't you do that, man? You don't like my music?
Don't mess with me, man.
Pull that down. You don't like Marcus King?
Listen, you lucky I didn't come across his table.
You don't even know who Marcus
pound
King
on
is.
your head
Have you
because
even seen Marcus
you
King? You would
backed
never think this dude could play and sing like he does. That dude's got more soul all over his body than you got in one toenail clipping you flicked off in the floor. This dude is fantastic.
I've been in more jails than he can name.
I don't doubt.
Well,
all right, give me some sports, bro.
Man.
G-Unit standing in the studio. It is 6:50. That's the time. 96.5 FM News Talk 965.com. It is 55 degrees here at the Gene Langley Studios, and here is your G-Unit.
Good morning, Greg. This morning's sports brought to you by Bourbon and Barley's. The NFL Draft Watch Party coming up today. From 3 until 7, the Dan Reeves Show is going to be there. We're still trying to negotiate with our contract whether or not you and I are going to be there. But that still remains to be seen. Our agent has to reach out to management.
We'll see. I think right now at 7:52 in the morning, I think I've been released. I think I might be able to be there.
Well,
there is a clause.
Okay.
And, on occasion, these things come up, and I can be there or I can't be there depending on the circumstances.
Sure.
This particular event does have a clause.
Okay.
And it is your smoking hot girlfriend. If she's not there, then it's not happening.
Listen, Julie has seen my smoking. Well, did you see her that day?
I know.
I didn't even realize. I didn't get to see her because I was on the other side with Chuck. And Chuck is going to put on a show, so of course I'm watching his show. But they said she was there, and I was like, how did I not get to meet her? That's unfair.
She is real.
Dude, you are shot down just like I suspected. You ain't got nothing.
Gina talked about her.
You
Gina met her.
You ain't got nothing.
You guys were talking about her on y'all's show yesterday.
Yes. And
nothing.
Because Gina said she met her and how wonderful she was.
She's fantastic.
Nothing.
And yes.
I mean, absolute nothing.
I want to meet the smoking hot girlfriend.
In her younger days,
you can wish in one hand and you know what in the other, because that's not going to happen.
Sis.
This is in her.
If I looked like that,
younger days.
If I looked like that, I would be the highest paid call girl in the United States. And I'm not talking about because I cost that much, because I probably would perform that much.
Look at him. There is no way. There's no way. Dude, you just got shut
that's her.
down.
No.
You got shut down.
She's beautiful.
Shut down.
She's beautiful.
That's her. Yeah, it is.
If it don't happen, it ain't happen.
Then
you know what I'm saying?
How much money?
You know what I'm saying?
How much money you want to lay on it?
No. If it ain't happen, if it don't happen, it ain't happen.
If you scared, just say you scared.
I ain't scared of nothing, especially you or your make-believe Instagram TikTok girlfriend.
Oh, no. Ain't nothing made up about that.
Well,
because when she
why didn't I meet her already?
Because you were the first one to leave.
This is true. You were out. You were out like the closet door had been open.
Okay, Julie is here to corroborate. I was the last one I was the last one there and the first one to
Okay,
leave.
this just in on
Which
the
was
G-Unit
smart.
text line. She says she will be there tonight.
I'm coming to see her.
Man, if she shows up,
All right. Listen.
if she shows up with her teeth out, which is what I expect.
Whatever.
That's just.
She's listening right now.
I don't care. It's my radio show. It's got my name on it.
You might have a different one tomorrow when she knocks you to bleep out.
Well, if she wants to come here, and show off, she can do that. But I may or may not be wherever you're pretending her to be.
Sound like he's scared.
I don't really care.
I think he's scared.
I don't really care.
All right, the draft watch party coming up tonight.
My show.
Coming
My
up tonight,
show, bro.
Thursday, April the 27th. From Dan Reeves' show is going to be there from 3 until 7 at Bourbon and Barley's, and you can hang out. We'll have all the fun that you can watch Greg act a fool tonight. Maybe
when he sees the smoking hot girlfriend.
When he sees my smoking hot.
I promise you, it'll only be about 10 minutes worth.
He'll liable to get knocked out if he don't act straight now. Also brought to you by our friends at Precision Auto Body. A lifetime warranty on any auto body and paint work. Visit the location nearest you in Milan, Martin, and Dyersburg. Also brought to you by our friends at Gene Langley Ford. Pick your car, pick your color at GeneLangleyFord.com. That's the dealership service built on East End Drive in Humboldt. Also brought to you by our friends at Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. That's our buddy Chuck Walker's place. If the pterodactyls have invaded your house, have they come into your house yet, Julie?
Not yet, but that's because Chuck takes care of my house and my mama's house right there on our little cove. So we're double protected.
Testimonial right there from Julie. Preach it, sister. Also brought to you by our friends at Lifeline Voice and Data. Well, they showed a little bit of life last night.
Woo!
Finally! Can I get an amen?
Hallelujah.
In this house of Jesus.
Woo! Hallelujah.
The Grizzlies won a game.
Still alive.
Still
alive.
By the thinnest of margins. Now the series is 3-2. The Lakers game 6 is at LA, not the Forum, not the State. I don't even know what they call their arena out there now.
That game was in Memphis.
The game last night was in Memphis. The next game is in LA.
Forum.
Just listen.
It's on Beale Street.
The
You might
next
have heard
game-
of it. It's called Memphis.
I don't
It's
know- I don't
right
know how
down
I
the
can get
road.
through this. Can I finish?
Go Grizz.
Are you done? Thank
Well,
goodness.
I'll be until I have to mess you up again.
Hey, look, you already done got me mad, and she's mad.
She's
so that's
not
all you
mad.
got. She is too. John Moran and Desmond Bain combined for 64 points as Memphis forces Game 6. They beat the Lakers last night in Memphis, 116-99. Beat them like an egg fucking dog. Beat them like an egg fucking dog.
You know,
baby.
it was because
What's that?
there were so many people in those stands last night. There was like DJ Paul,
It was
Zebo.
loaded.
I mean,
It was loaded.
the morale,
Yeah.
like the grindhouse
Yeah.
was open, baby.
Yeah, they packed it up.
There we go.
They did. They packed it up. I
And-
saw that too.
And if the Grizz...
G-Unit don't even know anything about that.
All right. So if the Grizz can win again, hey, listen, I remember the Grizz when they played at the Pyramid.
Hey, you know what else is going
Remember
on?
that?
I thought you were going to say when they were in Vancouver.
Not. Did the Grizz never played at
Yes,
the
sir, they
Pyramid?
did. Yes, they
I
did.
don't think that's
You're an
true.
idiot, but go ahead.
But this Saturday, the Memphis Showboats have their second home game.
The USFL is right. That's right.
Now,
The
the
USFL is
Showboats have
back.
their second home game this weekend at the Liberty Bowl.
There you go. Congratulations to the Grizz. They have a Game 6. Game 6 will be in Los Angeles. And if the Grizz can steal one in L.A., Game 7 will be right here, baby. In our house.
Yes.
Nobody
Can you
takes over our
imagine?
house.
Man, I'll be down there. One of those.
Greg's going to be naked at the game.
Let's body paint Greg.
No.
Body paint him and send him in a
Okay,
Speedo.
okay,
Let's do
okay,
it.
yeah, okay,
Yes.
okay, yeah. I'm down. Yeah. Sign me up. Let's go. Go, Greg. Come on.
Also in other NBA news.
Greg naked in the parking lot.
In other NBA news, the Miami Heat put away the Milwaukee Bucks. The champs go down 128-126. The Heat win the series 4-1. They are advancing in the Eastern Conference. Also, the New York Knicks, they eliminated the Cleveland Cavaliers last night 106-95. They won the series 4-1. Congratulations to everybody, and go Grizz, baby!
Here we go.
Yes.
This morning sports brought to you by our friends at Cambridge Men's Store on North Highland and Jackson. If you're getting ready for wedding season, right there. Jackson State Community College, Advanced Bio-T, Precision Auto Body, Pops Music, Watson's Cleaning, and Dapper Dan's favorite, Mulligan.
See y'all tomorrow.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Looking to portray itself as a global peacemaker, a major player on the world stage, Communist China has been talking with Ukraine. Chinese President Xi and Ukrainian President Zelensky had a lengthy phone call the other day. China is an ally of Russia, while Ukraine has been collecting tens of billions in Western military aid, the lion's share from the U.S. Federal prosecutors asking a federal judge to keep 21-year-old Air National Guardsman Jack Teixeira behind bars while he awaits trial for allegedly leaking highly classified military documents. The government today will be issuing its first estimate of the economy's performance for the first 3 months of the year.
Economists surveyed by the data from FactSet believe the economy grew at a 1.9% annual rate from January through March. That would mark a significant slowdown from the 3.2% growth rate from July through September and a 2.6% rate from October through December. The biggest obstacle the economy has been facing is the higher cost of borrowing. The Federal Reserve has raised its benchmark rate 9 times in a little more than a year. Retail sales saw a strong start in January, but in February and March they tumbled. Donna Warder, Washington.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says now that House Republicans have passed a bill to raise the federal debt limit and cut federal spending, it's time for Democrats in the Senate to step to the plate.
Senator Schumer, if he thinks he's got a plan, put it on the floor. See if you can pass it, and then we can go to conference. But now, the president can no longer put this economy in jeopardy.
McCarthy urges President Biden to come to the negotiating table. That's something Mr. Biden has so far refused to do. Wall Street, Dow futures up 139 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Is the heavyweight champion of the world.
On April 28th, experience the movie based on the miraculous story of George Foreman.
George Foreman ain't no new champ. He is the new chump. 4 minutes now.
I'm not going to box anymore. I'm going to follow God. It's the greatest comeback story of all time.
There's only 2 things I know how to do. Box and preach. And preaching won't pay the bills.
Foreman's 45 years old. The risk isn't losing, it's surviving.
How can you beat that man?
I'm going to do this my way. Big George Foreman, exclusively in movie theaters. April 28th. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Children under 13.
China accusing the U.S. of provoking confrontation by promising to strengthen its nuclear weapons commitment to South Korea.
In South Korea, there's growing support for the country to acquire nuclear weapons, partly because North Korea continues to develop its own military, but also because there's been some doubt about America's commitment to Seoul. President Biden has sought to remove that doubt by promising an overwhelming response if North Korea launches a nuclear attack on the South. But a Chinese foreign ministry spokeswoman said President Biden's commitments risked stirring up
20 years in the Memphis Zoo in Tennessee on loan. Yaya's arrival today was reported by Chinese state media, trending in a big way on social media. News and analysis. townhall.com. The Senate has confirmed Joshua David Jacobs to be Undersecretary for Benefits at the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Not much comes easy these days in the Senate, but Jacobs' confirmation did.
The yeas are 74, the nays are 25, and the nomination is confirmed.
As Undersecretary for Benefits, Jacobs will oversee non-medical veterans benefits issues. They account for about $135 billion in services every year. The work includes disability compensation benefits to nearly 6 million veterans. Jacobs' confirmation means the Department of Veterans Affairs will have all of its top positions filled for the first time in 6 years. Bob Agnew, Capitol Hill.
In his first public remarks since Fox let him go, Tucker Carlson vows he'll be back. See you soon, his words. He says corporate media, political parties try to stifle discussion of major issues, but Carlson adds, as long as you can hear the words, there is hope. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. precisionautobodytn.com.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Thursday brings a chance of thunderstorms and showers. Highs in the upper 60s. Winds gusting near 20 at times. Tonight brings more rain and a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid-50s. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Put on my blue suede shoes and I boarded the plane. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues, in the middle of the pouring rain. WC hand.
Preach it, baby.
Won't you look down
Memphis.
over me? Yeah, I got a first class
Come on,
ticket,
chorus, bring us
but
home.
I'm as blue as a boy can be. Then I'm walking in Memphis.
Talk to me, darling.
Just walking with my feet 10 feet off a beam. Walking in Memphis, but do I really feel the way I feel?
There we go, baby.
Good morning and welcome to Julie Holt Said It. So if you were obviously listening to the show before me with Greg Wood and G-Unit, we were talking about if Memphis beats the Lakers and then comes back to the Memphis turf, what will happen? Can you imagine that? We already signed Greg Wood up to go in full body paint with a Speedo ready to roll.
Wait just a minute.
There you go.
What you mean? You backing out now?
No.
Don't back out now.
I think there have been some addendums to the contract.
Oh, no.
Since we last talked.
Nope.
Oh, so now we're changing things.
What? You're changing things.
I think you would look wonderful in a Grizzly body paint with a Speedo on, screaming for the Grizz down on Bill. I mean, what other morale could they need to win?
Can we not do? I'll do everything but Speedo. Can we?
That's probably a fair trade.
Can we eliminate that?
Judy,
and I'm down. I'm going to be down there anyway.
Tell everybody
swimming trunks. Would you like swimming trunks?
A thong. Here, there we go.
Oh yeah. You know, Chuck Walker has the Speedo you can borrow.
Oh,
listen, if the Grizzlies win, that would not even make attention.
Oh no.
Grizzlies win, me being in whatever doing, and the flipper thing down Bill Street, that would not even make a note if the Grizz win tonight.
So this came in on our advanced rehab text line 731-800-83898. It says we should basically make a bet that if you lose tonight because the super hot girlfriend comes to the live at Bourbon and Barley, you should have to be in the Speedo at the.
That's you, buddy.
Oh no.
No, it's not.
No, well, he has the super hot girlfriend. That's what he says.
You said
yes.
You said she doesn't exist though.
So let's.
I think she's the figment of your
Julie, tell
imagination.
everybody who's in the studio though.
Oh, I'm sorry. My husband Chris Holt is joining us.
What's up, Chris?
And then of course G Unit, and of course Mr. Greg
Hey,
Wood.
Glad to be here.
Thank you.
So what if tonight, super hot girlfriend shows up? Let's make a wager.
All right.
I mean, his super hot girlfriend or my super hot girlfriend?
Well, you were talking about mine, so I'm a little bit vested in this discussion already.
I mean, mine.
You said she didn't even exist.
Mine lives in Memphis. We've actually been to Grizzlies games.
Okay.
But we're talking about if G Unit brings his tonight.
You said she doesn't exist. I know that she does. Everybody else around here says she does. And
no, because Julie missed her too.
I did.
Julie's the only one who you missed her because you left early from our staff meeting that night.
I missed her.
Now,
Julie missed her.
I left early too. Remember?
She
That's right.
is admitted to missing her. So I think you've got an imaginary friend. I just sold out. I'm down.
What's your
imaginary friend?
What's your bet, Big Mouth?
I don't have a.
Don't let your mouth override.
Come on, we got to make a bet. This is gold.
Don't let your mouth override your rear end.
This is not.
Talk to me.
This is not about a wager. I'm claiming you have an imaginary friend.
Well, what do you want to bet?
You're claiming you don't.
Do something for the show, like what are you going to do in the morning?
Yeah, what do you tomorrow? What's the bet?
This is not a wager.
It is now.
Do you not understand?
You've opened your mouth.
You got to do the show.
Do you
tomorrow
not
morning
understand?
Oh yeah, do the show tomorrow in a Speedo, Greg. Greg's like, I hate every single one of y'all.
I don't know if I want to see that.
Yeah.
Oh, if you do the show in a Speedo, we have a camera underneath the desk.
A green Speedo. That way it just,
Okay, if all four of us will stop talking at one time, I will explain. This is not a wager. This is not a wager premise. Do you understand the premise of a wager?
Go ahead.
I just did. Do you understand the premise of a wager?
Yes.
Okay, well, this is not a wager.
So you're scared.
You prove she exists and she's not a figment of your imagination.
Correct.
And then we can wait.
She's
on whatever you'd like.
She's listening right now. So go ahead. You're digging yourself a big time grave right now. So go ahead.
I don't care. All
right.
So basically,
this is no longer my radio show. so I can say and do whatever I want, and I can offend whoever I want.
This is true.
And I can step on anybody's toes I want to.
We are guests on this show. That's correct.
This is not my show anymore.
We're just
I
a
am
guest.
just a guest.
This is kind of like my TikTok, that conversation we were just having, where Chris is like, "Are you going to leave that up?" And I'm like, "Yeah. I probably am.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it up."
Well, now you had a TikTok. Did you have a TikTok about the Church of Christ preacher getting in trouble at the ball field?
No, but it was funny that you guys were talking about it because it did get a little wild the other night, and it was over some bats, and it was over walkout songs, and there were some Church of Christ people involved in that. But I was raised Church of Christ and went to Jackson Christian, and still to this day when I make it to church, it's either at Journey or Skyline Church of Christ. So I felt personally attacked this morning.
We did not intend to offend
on
the Daybreak Show this morning, but it seems like it happens about every day with our show. So
I'm kidding. Let me tell you something. Every morning I get up and I listen to y'all while I'm getting ready because it truly does get me in a better mood. Y'all make me giggle all morning long. I know my kids are probably like, "Who are these two men you listen to every morning?"
Well,
I missed the story somehow with the preacher.
You got to get on that mic.
Oh, I missed the story. I didn't hear what happened. Was this in town?
There was an event that happened in
New Jersey.
New Jersey, I believe, where they have made a rule in this one particular county or city or wherever it is in New Jersey, where if the parents get out of line, they have to umpire for 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. That would shut some people up.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And I thought that was just absolutely brilliant.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's how this whole conversation came up. Is, you get out, if you're a grandfather or a grandmother or whatever, and you're getting out of line in the bleachers, they're going to call you out.
You think you can do
they're
better? Come on
they're
down.
going to make you're going to leave, or are you going to do 3 games?
I like it.
Yep.
Why not?
I do too.
I don't.
It's fantastic.
Because I would be the one
you're
having
going
to
to
umpire.
You'd be umpiring the whole season.
I will take bribes. Which team do you want to win? I'll be the best umpire. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Man.
I umped a few games, with my kids and stuff, and just various things, because they don't have just a whole lot. I mean, there's a handful that have done it for years,
Right.
and then they pay. Anybody can really do it. High school kids, they pay a certain fee for each league, and kind of the levels goes from like $40 on up, depending on. But excuse me. But I did it a few games. It's way harder than it looked.
Were the parents just kind of all over you and just obnoxious and all that kind of stuff?
Not too bad, but
Were you married or single while you were doing it?
Yes.
Sounds like a loaded
Both.
question.
No, both. I think. No.
Watch this go south, guys.
You're sneaky.
Yes.
He's tap dancing over
At
here.
some point or another, probably both.
Is that how you met the one you married?
You?
You did not umpire a game while we were together?
I know. Oh, no, I didn't meet any. I've never met a wife of mine that way.
So were you just out there trying to look at the single moms?
I plead the fifth.
Oh.
I was out there with the kids.
On the advice of counsel.
Trying to act like, I'm such a good person with the kids. Take me home.
That's why I went to the McDonald's playground all the time.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
my
I'm
God.
kidding.
And the other story that we had that was kind of related to the New Jersey umpire thing. When I was I coached my son's little league baseball team for 1 year, and the head coach, I was just an assistant coach. The head coach got threw out of the game one day because he would not shut up, and he was chirping at the umpires for the whole game. So he went and sat in the stands behind home plate, and he kept on. He would not quit. Finally, the head umpire said, "Listen, if you don't shut up, I'm calling the cops on you."
Oh, wow.
So he comes to the next game, and he's all apologetic and all this kind of stuff. And he said, the worst part of this is I'm a preacher here in town.
Oh, my God.
And this was a small town. and he's a preacher, and he's about to get the cops called on him because of a Little League baseball game.
That's crazy. The worst, probably, and not to get off on this, but the worst one my daughter was on a, I guess she was it was still coach pitch. So 6 or 7, 8, whatever it was. And we had a pretty big rival. We had a good team. We had a good rivalry with the team out south. And, excuse me. And anyway, long story short, the game it got more tense, and the coaches got into it. And I was more of I was kind of the dugout coach, making sure the girls got out.
Yep.
And something happened. I don't really recall, but something happened. Call was made, and the coaches it started going off. And, they're in each other's face. The umps are trying to kind of settle everything down. The parents are yelling. And the bad part was that all the girls were crying.
Oh,
and
man.
And everybody was just like, this is crazy. And I'm looking around like, what in the world? It wasn't a travel ball tournament. This was county league stuff. And I was like, God, but that was one of the wildest things I ever experienced. But it was just.
Greg, did you ever have any cray-cray ball league stories?
When I was in elementary and middle school, well, and after that as well, but after that I didn't care. But when I was in elementary and middle school, my father was a TSSAA footballer.
Oh, wow.
And I would go with him to games on Thursdays and Friday nights when I was a kid. And yeah, I've heard every chant, every jeer, everything you could ever say to a referee. Because I just said he would give me like $5, because we were at the game and he was on the field because he was official. And it's like, here's $5, eat all the popcorn and candy and Coke you want to, and I'll see you after the game. So I would just sit in the stands, and I wouldn't know these teams. I mean, we'd be in places like on Thursday nights, we'd be in like Mickey.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where Mickey is.
I do know where Mickey's at.
Okay,
Yep.
so sometimes we'd be in places like that, just podunk.
Oh, yeah.
And
my son went to Mickey for a couple of years.
My grandfather taught there for a while.
Wow. It's in the middle of nowhere. That's for sure.
Do you know how?
I definitely know where Mickey is.
Oh, yeah.
But sometimes we would be in places like this, especially on Thursday nights when it was, it was middle, or back in the day, it was junior high, high football. And then on Friday nights, we'd go to high school game where he officiated. And so I've been to all the backwood, where you everybody pull your car in and turn your lights onto the field because it's getting dark. We still got to play.
Do you know how old I was? I was probably 18 or 19 before I realized that it was Mickey and not Mitchie.
It's Mickey. Well, you got to go to the river several times before you figure that out.
Yeah.
What's that restaurant up there down something River?
River Heights.
River Heights that's in Crump.
Yeah.
That's
and
in Crump.
Then there used to be the Rock Pile.
Well,
I don't know if it's even still
dude,
there.
you don't say go to Rock Pile.
What do you call it?
The Rock Pile?
No, but you don't know.
Is that the name of
There
a
used to be
restaurant?
Coffee Landing too. Listen, I ran around down there all the time, brother.
What was that place?
I know, but you
down
can't
by the
talk
river,
about
There
it.
was a catfish place.
Yeah, it's
The Botel?
No, it was something by the river.
Dude,
Guys,
don't listen to him because all he knows is the juke joints and beer joints.
Those are my
all
kind of
he
places.
knows. I mean, I've never heard anybody mention the Botel in 40 years. I guess.
The
40 years.
Botel.
You're talking about the Catfish Hotel.
Bill Bellis
That's
Botel.
Shiloh.
Yeah,
That's Shiloh.
what I'm thinking of.
I mean, the boat. If anybody knows about if anybody says or mentions the Botel, just turn and walk.
Oh, whatever.
Did you go to the pond?
You
went to
don't
the
even.
ponds, too?
You don't even know.
The fish ponds?
Yeah.
Man, let me tell you about the fish ponds.
See,
What about? Did you ever go to Legends?
I've never been to Legends, but I will tell you that what happens at the fish pond stays
at the fish ponds.
That's right.
Snow White, the ponds,
all of it.
You been to Snow? You know where Snow White?
I know a lot. Look, y'all don't know, but for a while, I was a grade A heathen.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
Snow White's down around my stomping ground.
I know where all that is. I've been there, done that. Pine Ridge, Legends. You know, it was, what is that? What was it used to be called? The docks, the boat docks down there on 18.
Yeah, right there. Yeah,
it was Legends for a while. Yeah. I know all that. I was probably in Legends when I was like 12 or 13. I was a heathen.
And you've been to Pine Ridge.
Yeah, I was a heathen.
Greg has never, and he has driven past the Pine Ridge
my whole life,
his entire life, and has never had the guts to walk into Pine Ridge.
Let me tell you something.
I still won't. I'm not going.
All right.
I'm not going.
Jimmy D's was a pivotal point in my life. My first child came from Jimmy D's. I know that sounds weird. My second husband came from Jimmy D's.
There's that.
You know, I learned a lot in that world. I remember when I actually turned 21, I was already a regular. And the night that I walked in, I was like, it's my 21st birthday. It was like everything stopped. Everybody was like, what? And I was like, oh, my bad. I've been lying to y'all for 5 years. So, yeah, I was a heathen. Heathen.
Where'd I show up yesterday, G Unit?
Where we Slingshot Charlie's down close to Memphis.
Oh, nice.
There you go. Been there?
No.
I have not.
I've heard of it.
But it sounds like somewhere I want to go.
Let me show you a picture of it. Because he sent me the picture about 10 o'clock last night.
Like a
yeah, but it was 10 o'clock yesterday morning when I took it.
Oh, God.
Me and my smoking hot girlfriend were already in the bed, and he sends me this picture of this little juke joint down close to Arlington, something like that.
Which I had told you about the day
right.
prior.
We talked because you had some friends had went in there and had partook.
I would totally go there.
Listen, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
I would much rather go to a place like that than like a nightclub. That's not my thing.
A country club.
Plus, it's got a cool name.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
Slingshot Charlie.
I'd wear a Slingshot Charlie's t-shirt. Up in here.
Up in here. Up in here. Has anybody had the burger or the taco salad at Becky's Red Dogs?
Let me tell you about
besides Chris.
Yes.
Let me tell you about the Red Dog.
Yes.
The day my grandmother died, she was the bartender at the Red Dog Saloon.
Really?
Wow.
She had been the bartender at the Red Dog Saloon, the morning bartender, for about 25 years.
Wow, I didn't know that. Cool.
The Red Dog Saloon has been open every Christmas, Mother's Day, and Easter since the week after Moses parted the Red Sea. But honest to God, it was closed the day of my grandmother's funeral.
Wow.
Wow.
The Central Distributors rep came to my grandmother's funeral and said, we just lost our best sales rep. It was her.
That's
crazy.
insane.
If I heard one story, I heard a dozen stories about how she would break up fights. And that little bitty old lady break up fights between all these bikers ready to kill each other. Somebody got a switchblade pulled out. Somebody got a busted beer bottle because somebody's got on the wrong colors or whatever the hell. And they're ready to kill each other. And she would stand between them and they would back up.
They had respect for her.
They did.
That is awesome.
Because she knew she wasn't going to let it happen. And I heard a whole bunch of stories about when she would cut people off trying to save their life because they done had too much, and she'd make sure they got home. And so yeah, the Red Dog Saloon is notorious,
cool.
and I spent my time in the Red Dog too.
Oh yeah.
And she would take care of people, but the Red Dog Saloon was closed for my grandmother's funeral.
Unreal.
That's very cool. Greg, what were your stomping grounds when you were younger? Or were you good? Were you a good child or were you a heathen?
I was a very good child. I know of these places y'all mentioned.
Whatever.
I've never been in any of them.
I don't believe that.
Not the ones y'all have mentioned.
So were you going to the more highfalutin places?
I didn't. I didn't need to or have to. Wasn't my jam.
There was just something about me that had the heathen soul and I couldn't act right. I don't know what but it was.
As you speak, I'm looking for available tickets for Sushi and the Banshees.
Oh.
You know who that is?
No.
What?
I've heard that, though.
I hadn't heard that one.
No.
I know who Sushi and the Banshees are, but you need to be finding us backstage passes to the Beale Street Music Festival next week so we can all go hang out with Low Cut Connie.
Low Cut Connie. Yeah, that's right.
Low Cut Connie is this group out of Philadelphia.
Play some Low Cut Connie so I can get out.
That's the name of the band, Low Cut
He's
Connie.
like, I am ready to go.
Yeah. We appreciate you having us on your show. We love your show too, and I listen when I'm on the way home, and my smoking hot girlfriend listens as well. But Julie does a great job, and I sure appreciate you letting Greg and I sit in.
Hey, I'm glad y'all came or hung out with me for a little bit. Let's see. We're going to go with this song called Beverly.
From Sushi and Banshees?
No, from Low Cut Connie.
Oh, Low Cut Connie.
Here's
Watch it, because it may have
language. All right.
That says censored.
All right. Well, there we go. We're going to take a quick break, let these guys get out of here, and we will be right back.
I'm down on my knees. You read a paper and watch TV. Don't even say a single word to me.
Will Mayor Conger retain his position as mayor of the city? Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langley, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired, with locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stonebridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at NewsTalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps that fit Apple and Android products. Presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. Tuesday, May 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Ms. Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Are you tired of the stresses of everyday life? Do you need a break? Indulge yourself at Bogey's Dream Studio. Experience the very best massage therapy. Shane specializes in hot oil stone massage, which will melt away your tension and leave you feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Self-care is important. Regular massage will strengthen your immune system, decrease joint inflammation, and help you enjoy better quality of sleep. Bogey's Dream Studio will help you achieve a relaxed mind and body. Why wait? Call now. 731-402-0172. That's 731-402-0172 for the very best massage experience you'll ever have. Let Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage take you to a dreamy state of relaxation. Call 731-402-0172. That's Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage, 401 Federal Drive, Jackson.
In the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains lies a world made for conquerors, for those who slide faster, surf bolder, splash bigger, the ones who test their fortitude on the newest and ultimate water slide thrill, the Edge. Ask yourself this: are you a conqueror? Soaky Mountain Water Park. Conquer the mountain. Season passes available at SoakyMountainWaterPark.com.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years. Commercial and residential maintenance as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
I got a little drunk last night. Something about a midnight rain. staring at the ceiling fan. I couldn't get you off my brain. I guess I wasn't thinking straight. I couldn't tell wrong from right. I went ahead and called you up. I got a little drunk last night. I brought it all up, got it all out. What is it worth to both of us now? It's off my chest, but never off my mind.
Good morning and welcome back to Julie Holtz Said It on this cold and dreary Thursday morning. It is 56 degrees outside with a high of 63 today, low of 56, so we're sitting there at that low. I think it's going to rain. It's looking that way, and I hate it because we got ball games tonight, and I hate when that rains us out. I always look forward to nights out at the fields. I love it. It's my favorite. We have a good show today. Right now, Chris Holt, my husband, is joining me in the studio. And then in just a little bit, a little after 9 o'clock, we're going to have Representative Chris Todd in to talk to us about some of the stuff going on at the Capitol. There's been a lot that's gone on in the past, 4 weeks. We've had the Covenant shooting. We've had the expulsion. We've had the reinstatement. But that has taken away from what's really going on. We've been too busy watching Pearson Johnson traipse through there. I know the other day one of them brought a casket through, and I thought that was so disrespectful, especially to the families and the victims. We see the vice president and the president talking to them, but not the families and the victims of the people lost in the Covenant shooting. So I feel like, once again, we're seeing our administration lead us in the wrong way, put the wrong things as important, when in reality we need to know what's really going on, and that's exactly what Chris Todd is going to come in here and do. We're going to catch up on some of these texts from our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398, or call us on the CWA phone line, 731-265-6496. This text came in from the smoking hot girlfriend of G Unit that said she will concede to Greg Wood if he will wear board shorts and body paint at one game after tonight, or he has to buy us all lunch at Slingshot Charlie's. His choice. I am down with that. This one came in and said, good morning from Poland. I'll be rotating back next week, and I can't wait to get home to everyone. We are so glad that you're coming back home, and we are also so glad that you're even listening to us.
Yeah.
We know that you could listen to a ton of other people, but you've chosen us, and we are thankful for that. How is everything in Poland? What time is it there?
How many hours they are?
I don't
know.
know.
Ahead of us, I'm assuming.
I would assume. We're going to jump in on a few things that I wanted to touch. USJ, the University School of Jackson, is bringing one of the former Ole Miss quarterbacks to coordinate offense for the school. I thought this was really cool, especially with me being an Ole Miss fan. Y'all, I'm sorry. I know how I sound. I'm still kind of sickly.
Bo Wallace.
Bo Wallace will join the Bruins staff as the team's offensive coordinator, as well as the admissions assistant for the school. Wallace is a former quarterback at Ole Miss, playing for Hugh Freeze, which I loved, and helping lead the Rebels to bowls in all 3 seasons he was there, 2012 to 2014. I'm excited to bring Bo Wallace to our USJ family, said USJ head coach and athletic director Derek Pritchard, who is also new. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to share with our students and athletes that will benefit them in every aspect of their lives. Wallace has an extensive background in both high school and junior college player development. He most recently served as the quarterback coach for Holmes Community College in Goodman, Mississippi. I think this will be a really good move for
cool.
USJ.
Yeah, Bo was good.
Yeah, he was. That's a big jump. I wonder what they did to get him there. I wonder if he has a relationship with Mr. Pritchard. their new coach, Mr. Pritchard, actually married a girl I went to school with at JCS.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And so
Okay.
I've seen on Facebook they're coming back home. And so I think that's
cool.
awesome for them, especially to be back. But they're going to be at her alma mater's arch rival because we graduated from JCS.
Oh, I got you.
So that'll be an interesting to see to play out. Hold on one second. We've got a phone call.
Okay.
Thank you for calling. Julie Holt said it. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you, Miss Julie?
I'm good. What you got going?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment if I could. Y'all were talking about the clubs y'all used to go to in different locations.
Yes.
Years ago, I used to go down to Guy Barnett's Old Hickory nightclub.
Now, which one?
He had mechanical bulls at that time and some wet T-shirt contests and stuff going on.
Oh, really? Now, what do you remember what it was called?
Just Guy Barnett's Old Hickory nightclub.
See, that had to be before my time. I remember around like the Spinnakers and the Watering Hole.
Yeah, the Watering Hole, I remember it.
Blueberry
I was
Hill.
young.
But I don't remember Guy Barnett.
They used to have Memphis DJ George Klein come down to guest visitor every now and then.
How long ago do you think that was?
That's bound to be 40 years ago.
Oh, well, I'm not even 40 yet, so I definitely missed it.
Where was it at?
See, that sounds like something I could have got down with.
Yeah.
And you ask around, all the old timers can tell you. And y'all talk about going to wrestling and all. You don't ever talk about the old timers in Jackson. Levon Stone and William Stone and Phil Hickerson, local people.
Yeah. Now, I can tell you who can get down with all that. My mama. She knew all the local wrestling folks. I mean, that was her thing, and I grew up going to it. But when I was growing up, it was more like Macho Man Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan and the NWO and all of that.
Yeah, back in our day, Jackie Fargo and Tojo Yamamoto and Stahl Weintraub.
Yeah.
And also, there was a guy, he used to sell tickets to wrestling at the old Fox Cafe down there. He was a local celebrity in Jackson, and I can't think of his name. And when he passed away, they gave a big meal for him down there. And he passed away.
If anybody listening knows who was the local celebrity that sold the wrestling tickets down at the Fox Cafe, text in so we can figure out who that was, or even call us in.
Yeah, maybe they'll give you some information. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I would love to have seen the Jackson nightlife in like the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
Because I love that music. Still to this day. It's the 80s and 90s is probably my favorite. I would love to have seen what it looked like.
You know Phil Hickerson.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big T's dad, yeah.
Yeah.
And then William Stone, he was huge. I mean, he would come down, they would come into Jimmy D's every now and then, or he would sometimes, but he kind of, I think he did the, what is it, the bouncer. I think he was a bouncer at Cody's for quite a while too. He was a huge guy.
There was a guy that was a bouncer or the door guy at Blueberry Hill, Boogie Nights.
Yeah.
And he was real big and buff. He was an older gentleman. He always wore a baby blue shirt and blue jeans.
Yeah, who was
I wish I could remember his name so bad.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
He had kind of like sandy blonde hair.
God, that's going to bug me now.
See, that's going to make me crazy if I can't remember it.
Well.
He was one of my absolute favorite people. Absolute.
Yeah, that was fun.
I do want to spotlight this special family in Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
We love them. Everybody remembers when Saucy Jake started on Van Drive. It was literally in a food truck. And then I think we went from Van Drive to over by Northside High School. And then they got a building and they were doing amazing. And then for a second, they went to go only. I think that was during COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, they closed for a second, but not for forever. They did it to open up to other businesses, Peppermint Addie's downtown, which is the ice cream shop, and then Skillet Junction, which is in the Neely House, which is a really nice brunch restaurant that's open, what is it, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Yeah. 9 to 3, I believe. 9 to 4. 9 to 3, I think is the hours. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I think it's 9 to 4.
Well, they're making news again. Peppermint Addie's is ran by a 16-year-old. She's 16 now.
Yes.
And now Saucy Jake's has reopened and been taken over by their 17-year-old. Jacob Richmond Jr., better known as JJ or Little Saucy, is now officially running the restaurant. The 17-year-old high school student held the soft opening for the Campbell store last Thursday. Now, if y'all have not had their wings,
oh Lord,
their whole wings, and oh my God, they're some of the best wings. Their sauces, they make everything. It is insane. Their Philly cheesesteak egg rolls, their ribs, their okra. It is stupid. And go there hungry because their portion size is great.
By far one of the best restaurants in town. I mean, it's those ribs. He smokes them, but then when he gives them to you, he deep fries them, which sounds extremely keto friendly, but
yeah.
But it's so good. It just puts this crunch to it. But
it's not like they've got breadcrumbs or anything on it.
It just throws them in there for a few minutes and gets them a little crisp and just a little crunch. Those Philly cheesesteak egg rolls, though, are my...
Yeah, you can't...
I mean, I could eat them till can't.
You can't. You cannot go against them.
What they do to that okra.
I don't know, but it's so good.
So good.
Here's a little background. The Richmond family is known in Jackson for their flavorful food and bringing their children into the business. They opened the Saucy Jake's food truck in 2016 and quickly transitioned into a full restaurant. In 2021, Jacob and Regina, the parents, helped their daughter Addison start an ice cream business on East Baltimore Street, Peppermint Addie's. In 2022, the Richmonds opened the brunch restaurant, Skillet Junction, in the Neely House on South Royal Street. While the family focused on revitalizing South Royal Street, they took a step back from running Saucy Jake's until the family business was passed down to their son. Since I was a little kid, I've been watching them grind and work hard. It's given me the love for food and want to be able to do it on my own, Richmond Jr. said at the restaurant's opening. I won't become the full owner until October when I turn 18, so I am transitioning into that right now. Now, Richmond says he is the one telling them to come into work when it used to be the other way around. There's a lot of responsibility that comes with it, Richmond said. Saucy Jake's is best known for their hot wing selections, wholes, drums, or flats. They serve the wings with 16 different homemade sauces. They also serve non-traditional egg rolls like Philly cheesesteak, jerk chicken, and buffalo chicken. Other menu items include hamburgers, fries, fried okra, and deep fried ribs. We slow cook them for 4 hours on the grill, then deep fry them to finish it off, Richmond said, referring to the ribs. While the heart of the menu remains the same, Richmond says he has made a few changes, including adding a pulled pork sandwich and a catfish plate.
All right.
The restaurant also has a new slogan, "We are the drip," referring to their 16 homemade sauces and the swagger or drip you would expect from a 17-year-old boy. Richmond says, more importantly, the phrase refers to a saying his mother has told him. My mom has said to me that when I started out, I was like a drip of water. It's slow in the process, but if you don't watch it, it'll get out of hand. So at first I was like a drip of water, and now I own a restaurant. That is so awesome.
Very cool.
I'm
jealous.
We all want to set our kids up. We want them to be successful. We want to teach them all these things. We push them in school, and we put a lot of pressure on them, but this is a whole other way of thinking and a whole other way of doing it that I find very, very interesting.
I've talked to Jake a few times. I mean, obviously, we do, but, we've talked about this situation, and they had told me several months back that they were going to make this transition. And, Ryan, as but he helps us babysit some and stuff like that. And I was talking to her one day about, what do you want to do? What do you, what is this, school or work? Are you just going to work? Because she works at, I think she just works at Skillet Junction currently. I think she might help out with the other, but anyway, they were just talking about the work ethic. They don't really have a choice to just Jacob and Regina both have instilled in them this work ethic that's just is awesome. So good luck. They deserve it.
They do. They're a good family, and of course they're our neighbors. And Ryan does babysit for us, but we love that family, and we love everything they're doing. They have a way of putting their own touch on stuff that is so good. Do you remember when we went and tried those egg rolls for the first time? It was in the Lowe's parking lot.
Yeah, Lowe's parking lot. I sure do.
So good.
We were like, why have we not had this before?
Yep. And then all of a sudden, and how long have you known Jacob?
I've known him for, cause he ran, general manager, ran Chili's for several years. And, I didn't work with him directly at Chili's, but the years when we opened Chili's and I'd left that restaurant, he took over and, at a later date than that, but I've known him they've been in Jackson forever. And anybody that went to Chili's in those years knew him or her, either one. Just super nice, smiling faces. I can't say one bad thing about them at all. They've never, I don't know. They're one of the salt of the earth people, but
yeah, they are. They really are. Have you been paying attention to the voting at all?
Yeah. I've been watching. I don't know where we're at as of today. I keep up with it mostly here. You kind of do a daily, on the different shows. Everybody kind of keeps up with it and stuff like that. But I have not seen where the mayor race is or the contested.
Well, yeah, they're not going to let us see that. But today is the last day for early voting.
Oh, yeah, it is.
The 27th.
Right. Yep.
So you've got from 9 to 4 to go get your vote in today, and then it stops until May 2nd. And then that's it.
Vote. A lot of people wait till May 2nd. So, people, for whatever reason, I think Chris Carroll said the other day, he was like, it's just like tradition. He likes to go on that day.
Yeah.
So, which is fine.
Yesterday, we had 363 voters, but so far, 3,700 people have voted in early voting.
That seems like a good number.
Yeah. Thank you for calling. Julie Holt said it. How are you?
Yes, ma'am. It just come to me. I've had a stroke and all, but the guy I was talking about was named Leonard Fielding. He used to be a big announcer down there, called the race car races and
I've heard that
wrestling.
Name. Yes. Yeah, I know.
And he was local. They had a big to-do when he died in that Jackson years ago.
I do know that name. I have heard that name be talked about.
Interesting.
So
Well, I just wanted to tell everybody in case it's interesting.
Yeah, thank you. Leonard Fielding.
Lyndon Fielding.
I thought he said Leonard Fielding.
Leonard or Lyndon? I thought he said...
You're going to have to talk into that mic.
I thought he said Lyndon, but maybe he said Leonard.
See, I'm about to Google.
Yeah.
But yes, only 3,700 people have voted during early voting. I wonder how many of those are mail-in and how many of those were actually people who went and cast their vote.
I don't know. So did everybody get a chance? Does everybody get a chance to mail in? Is that something you can just do?
No, it has to fit like certain ramifications.
Okay.
I believe that it's got to be, like you got to be homebound.
Okay.
Nursing home, something.
They send you that information.
Yeah, it's not just, I decided I wanted to.
Yeah, I'm just lazy and don't want to go out.
Yeah, no. I did see an ad circulating last night from Scott Conger saying that people are questioning if that's really his name. If his name is really Robert Scott Conger. And I don't know any pretense into this. I haven't seen anything. But I thought, are we really at that point in election season where now we're questioning if someone's name is valid?
I don't know. I guess that doesn't make any sense. Obviously, but what difference does it make, first of all? But
it does make a big difference if somebody is lying about their name.
Why would you do that, though? Why would you lie about your name? What's the purpose is what I'm getting at.
I guess to hide something.
I don't understand that.
I don't know. Maybe hide records, hide a past, but I don't. Like when I was filling out my application to run, I mean, I had to bring in, I had to fill out, you saw it, the paperwork. Yeah. I had to have a copy of my driver's license. I had to file stuff with the state. A lot. I just feel like that's insane. Like, I don't know. Thank you for calling in. Julie Holt said it. How can I help you? You there? Hello?
Cutting in and out real bad.
I cannot hear you. Call me back. I just don't think that's one of those things that you can hide.
Yeah, I guess that's the part. I mean, when I said what difference does it make? It's like, why would you either not do your full name? You have to. I mean, you got to obviously show, proof of residence and your license and your social security card and all those things. I mean,
your voter registration.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know why people would be, why are we talking about that and not, everything else, I guess. But some people have nothing better to do, I guess.
I know that it always gets to a point in campaign season where I feel like there's a lot of mudslinging. And right now I feel like it's real muddy. On all sides. There are people who are coming after each particular candidate, and I don't like it. I would much rather listen to you tell me what your plan was than to listen to you tell me.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM, 96.5 FM, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Than to listen to you tell me what you don't like about your opponent.
Oh, absolutely.
That's not my thing. But everybody's different, so you got to let them do what they want to do.
I agree.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. And when we get back, we're going to have Representative Chris Todd in the building.
Pence might testify, but it would be a milestone moment that could give prosecutors a key first-person account of events. The former governor of Indiana has spoken extensively about Trump's pressure to reject Biden's victory, and in an interview with CBS News' Face the Nation, he said, "We'll obey the law, we'll tell the truth." Jennifer King, Washington.
Disney is taking Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to court after the state moved to rescind the special benefits it granted the entertainment giant decades ago.
The corporate kingdom finally comes to an end.
Disney alleges the governor waged a targeted campaign of government retaliation after the company opposed a law that bans classroom lessons on sexual orientation and gender identity.
We had a little bit of a tussle.
Earlier this year, DeSantis framed it this way.
Disney came out against something that was really just about protecting young kids and making sure that students are able to go to school learning to read, write, add, subtract, and not having a teacher tell them that they can change their gender.
I'm Ben Thomas.
A Chinese Coast Guard ship has blocked a Philippine patrol vessel from entering a disputed area in the South China Sea, the action causing a frightening near collision. Dow futures up 156. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
I'm Corey, and this is my story. I was going through some financial troubles paying off my credit cards. I was paying high interest rates, and it just wasn't getting any better. And I knew I had to do something. So my mom told me about Trinity, and so I decided to call. Trinity was able to do something that I couldn't. I'm paying off my debt, I'm saving thousands, and things are really looking up. I promise you guys, you will not regret it when you call Trinity, because it was such a relief and less stress in my life, and it was the best thing I could have done for myself, because once I called Trinity, they took care of me and I felt such a relief, a weight off my shoulders. Trinity was great to work with. They wanted to help me. I love it.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
I'm Corey, and I'm debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
For a second straight day, Turkish President Erdogan canceling his entire election campaign schedule. Campaign officials say he's battling a stomach bug.
I think looking back over his more than 20 years in power, he is vulnerable now as he never has been before. And many of the opinion polls in the last few weeks have given a slight lead to his main challenger. He's a secular candidate from a combined opposition alliance, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu. It is a fight for every single vote now, and the fact that President Erdogan has to miss important campaign appearances in person gives us some indication that he is quite unwell.
Iran's foreign minister says Tehran wants Lebanon's rivals to reach an agreement, elect a new president for the country. It's been without a head of state since October. The Iranian diplomat making his first visit to Lebanon since Iran and Saudi Arabia reached an agreement in China last month, reestablishing diplomatic ties. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Now that his 2024 campaign is official, President Biden has started fundraising.
As a declared candidate, the president is now allowed to raise money directly for his campaign. That was one of the factors in announcing his re-election bid now, instead of waiting until later in the year. And the Biden team didn't waste any time. Minutes after the release of the president's announcement video on Tuesday morning, a campaign email hit inboxes asking supporters to consider pitching in. It was followed 4 hours later with an appeal from Vice President Harris. Greg Clugston, Washington.
American adults are smoking less. Cigarette smoking dropped to another new all-time low last year, with 1 in 9 adults saying they're current smokers. Meanwhile, e-cigarette use rose to about 1 in 17 adults. That's according to newly released government data. It's just out today. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Attention football fans, don't miss out on the NFL Draft Kickoff Party this Thursday at Bourbon and Barley's. Come enjoy great food and drinks while we bring you all the latest updates and insights on the draft. Whether you're a diehard fan or just getting in the spirit for the football season, Bourbon and Barley's is the perfect spot to catch all the action. Join News Talk 96.5 for the NFL Draft Kickoff Party this Thursday at Bourbon and Barley's, 3 to 7. Bourbon and Barley's, where Jackson loves to lunch.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutobodyTN.com.
Flash sale just for mom. Flash sale May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers. This Mother's Day, show mom some love with sparkling jewelry from King Jewelers. Don't miss out on this 1 week only sale from May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Choose from select loose diamonds and stud earrings. Diamond stud earrings a whopping 50% off from May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Just for mom. And that's not all. All jewelry 30 to 70% off, and watches are 10% off. Give mom the gift she deserves this Mother's Day. It's a flash sale May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers, 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Just for mom. From May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. KingJewelersJackson.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes NewsTalk965.com and NewsTalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Welcome back to Julie Holt Said It on this Thursday morning. We are up a degree from the last time I told you. We're technically at 57 now with a high of only 63. I'm pretty sure we're going to have some rain today. It disappoints me because we've got ball tonight, but we'll make it work. We will make it work. We have some special guests in the studio with us.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chuck Walker of Walker Talks. And then we also have a Representative Todd in
Good
to
morning,
talk to
Julie.
us about what's going on in Nashville.
Good morning. Glad to be with you.
I'm excited. So I don't know if you got to catch anything yesterday, because I know you don't have anything to do and you can just listen to us all day long, right?
Just make people mad up there.
Yeah.
That's it.
Ron Schultes was on. He works at the think tank at the Capitol. And I was like, kind of tell us what's really going on, because I feel like a lot has been overshadowed right now with the political agendas of Pearson and Johnson and Pierce. What's the other one's name? Jones. Yeah, those three.
Justin squared.
Yeah, so we're seeing they're getting a lot of coverage, but there are some great, amazing things. Like he told us about the tax cuts yesterday. Nobody's covering that.
Yeah.
Can you go into more detail about those tax cuts with us?
It's like the largest tax cuts in Tennessee history.
Yeah, that's
in
what
a
he
single year.
said.
Yeah. Over $400 million in tax cuts. It's tremendous. And, 5 years ago when I got elected, that's one of the things that I was looking at is, we're seeing this surplus. Tennessee's economy is doing well. Things are being well run. We've got folks moving in. Business is booming. Everybody's got a job. You can't find help for jobs. And we knew we were seeing a surplus then, and I felt like we would continue to see one. And one of the things I wanted to do with that is give some of that money back. That's the people's money. We don't have an income tax, never will. So we can't just say, okay, here's a check. We're going to give you a refund. So what's the best way to do that and get it in people's pockets? So we've done a combination of things over the last 5 years. One of the most popular, I think, and most effective has been sales tax holidays, where we just put a stay on the sales tax for certain things for certain periods of time. This year, we've got, I think the longest one, we've got a 3-month holiday on grocery sales tax,
which is awesome.
Exactly. And it will put a lot of money back in people's pockets at a time when, because of the Biden economy and liberal policies in D.C., borrowing and spending, it's driven our inflation out the roof.
Insane.
Just absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like this. I was a child under Jimmy Carter, but I heard, the adults around me talking about how bad it was, and I'm seeing that now, and just it's hard to imagine, and especially what it does to people that are on quote fixed incomes. I mean, most of our elderly, and so many of our population just have a certain amount coming in, and it's not going up anywhere close to what the inflation price is going up. So it's tremendous.
I know when my grandmother was still alive, she passed away about a month and a half ago. She was living at Regency, which was an assisted living, and she would need groceries, and I would DoorDash them to her, and she'd always be like, how much was it? I'm going to pay you back. And I'd be like, I don't even have the heart to tell you, because what used to cost you just a little bit has already jumped up so much. And I mean, we're talking $100 for 6 or 7 little items, nothing insane.
Right.
So that is huge, especially, and I mean, I have 5 kids, so imagine our grocery bill feeding everybody, and me and Chris are not skinny. So, I mean, we got a big bill, but that's huge how that will affect people, like every type of person, families, elderly, single people, fixed income, all that.
It touches everybody.
So what are the 3 months?
Let's see. I think it's August, September, and October.
Okay.
That's right.
That, but I believe that's right.
That's what the gentleman said yesterday on the show.
August 1st through October 31st. That's it.
That is huge.
Yeah.
So not only will you have back to school tax-free on the weekend in August, you'll also have all your groceries tax-free during August. So that's going to help a lot of people getting back to school.
Yep. Yeah, the clothing and school supplies is July 28th through the 30th. So it's a long weekend like we normally do. And we've got small business tax relief. There were some really big things we did there that's going to amount to about $150 million a year now, and save so much trouble. There's certain taxes that businesses have to pay where they literally spend $500 to have a form filled out by their CPA and all the stuff done with it, and the state gets $25 or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ludicrous. So,
Yeah.
So, it may be $150 million in revenue, but it's probably 5 times, 10 times that in actual savings for businesses. And businesses don't pay taxes. They pass every single fee, tax, cost, whatever, onto the end user. So this will show up in people's pockets, the average citizens. It just does.
Because, I mean, it's getting taxed from the supplier to the business to back to our hands.
Yeah, piggybacks on top of each other. Yeah.
That'll be huge.
Yeah, I think it will. It'll make a big difference.
Chris, how long have you been back in Jackson?
Since Friday night. Well, then I had to go back Tuesday for some meetings, Tuesday afternoon and yesterday morning.
We had on, I forget what day it was, Monday or Tuesday, Olivia Abernathy was on here. I believe it was Monday. She's commissioner here. She'd written a piece for the Jackson Post about charter schools, and just this particular charter school in Madison County, which they're voting on tonight, by the way. And just the application and a couple of, inconsistencies in it and things like that. We had her on here, but she also works with the United Way. And this is something that, because, I like to bring things to your attention when I can see you, because you do a really good job. You may be controversial somewhat in Nashville, but you're really well liked here back in your hometown, which I think is if you were picking, that would be the, you know what I mean? It's better to be liked here and maybe controversial nationally, at least. You know what I mean? When they're writing about you.
They don't vote on me up there.
That's right. So if you had to pick, I'm sure that's it. But she said something to me that was interesting. We were talking about this, about businesses, right? Kind of like you're saying, these small tax cuts. The biggest problem every business has, and I know you're a business owner, is finding good quality people. Now, Jackson, we're in good shape. We've got the new battery place coming. You got Georgia Pacific. You've got Toyota Benin adding on. Not even talking about Blue Oval City yet. And then plus every other place. Tyson, I mean, you see the same billboards that I do. Everybody's hiring. Everybody's looking for workers. One of the challenges that she has, that she said through her studies at the United Way, are that a lot of people are single parents, right? A lot of kids, and they have daycare age. And even though these wages are higher than they've ever been, it's still really tough to afford, if you've got 2 kids that would be in daycare, maybe $1,400, $1,500 a month. So if you're bringing home $2,200 a month, if that's your net, but 2/3 of that's automatically gone, it makes it hard. And she said, and I said, well, what do we do about this? Because, nationally, the Republicans and Democrats obviously have different views on this. These, entitlement programs, for a lack of a better word, and should they be looked at? We added to them during COVID. The Republicans want to rescind that, which makes total sense since we are past COVID. And Democrats do not. They want to keep those entitlement programs and those dollar amounts in place. And so my point was to Olivia, is like, we have people generationally now existing right that way, and they think that's all that life is. And she said that what she sees with her work with United Way, which is a unique work, that a lot of people can't even afford daycare to get out to go to a job. But she said that there are state monies in place, and this is what I was going to ask you about, not for you to know anything about it, but to look into it, that could have things like pre-K, not just pre-K, but state-funded, and of course you'd have to qualify for it, state-funded daycare. She said the money is in place with the state, but people aren't, necessarily around here applying for that, or there's no one spearheading
Don't
that
we have
to
that?
let people. Well, we've got a couple examples of it, but not near enough to meet the demand of workers. And I'm thinking if every business out there is needing more workers, and the workers are some people aren't able to work because of childcare, and I don't care how you got there. It is what it is. We got to meet the problem where it is first, and then maybe fix how we got there later. Could you look into that? Is that something you could look into?
Certainly.
Are you familiar with it at all? What I'm talking about?
Not all the details, but I know we put in this coming budget, we put $15 million into establishing a child care improvement fund. So there are some monies there. So that I'm not sure.
What would that go to?
Yeah, again, I don't know all the fine details. There's a budget item for a certain thing, and then there's a bill that matches up. If it's a new program, that's something that actually creates that by law. And I'll have to match those up and see what the details were in that particular bill.
So we have like the We Cares and the Head Starts and all of that. Aren't they state funded?
Yes.
I believe so.
Yeah, they are.
And some federal dollars too, I think, flow through.
Right. Yeah, I think there's co-funding. You have to qualify
so
for it.
she's saying we don't have enough per capita.
Correct, for the amount of jobs, and those places are great, but you got to figure if they both have 150 kids, that's 300 kids. There's still more need of jobs. You know what I mean? There's still more jobs.
I think we probably just need more daycares in general, not necessarily all state funded, because some of these people that are going to be coming in, we went to that house study that that the chamber did, and they projected a lot of them to be two working people homes. And I mean, you would think if you were living within your means and you were doing what you should, that childcare shouldn't be that far from reach. And there's been a lot of, and I know that Trump did this in his administration. Now, I don't know if it's been changed since Biden got in, but they raised the childcare credit that you got back at tax time.
Yeah, and those things are great, but this is, I think a lot of this is simple supply and demand. Now, there's some government regulations on daycares and the construction of new daycare buildings. My business partner actually owns a building that's been a daycare for like 30 years. He bought it, 10 or 15 years ago. If somebody moves out, somebody moves in immediately because you don't have to build it to what the current standards are with cameras everywhere and stuff like that. So that's why existing daycares, they're grandfathered in. To build a new one, it's a huge expense because of government requirements. And so that's one of the reasons. And then during COVID, a lot of parents stayed home. Either, A, lost their job, or B, got to work from home. Well, then all of a sudden, daycares are closing down. Well, some people, they close their daycare down. Maybe they got to do a different business. Maybe they don't open it back up. So then it becomes supply and demand. There's a huge waiting list. I've got a guy that I work with, Darren, Melissa's nephew. I got a guy that I work with, and they've got a 2-year-old, and they've been on a waiting list for 3 years to get into. I mean, so, but that's supply and demand, right? That's one of those deals where, there are more people needing it, and a lot of them closed down because of COVID, either, parents not bringing them anymore or whatever. And so, that's probably something that does need to get addressed on, maybe even laxing up. And I don't know if these are federal regulations or state regulations, like on the construction of new daycares. Right. You know what I mean? Because so many of them are grandfathered in. It's been great for Chris. He's, he's done well. If someone's moved out, like I said, he's got, somebody moving in immediately. But it may thwart the construction of a new daycare facility.
Yeah, I think there's things always to look at with regulations. Those they just kind of accumulate over the years, and we have a government operations committee in the House and Senate that oversees new rules, and so we may have a law on the books that says this department can create rules around a certain topic, but then that they have oversight and they, if we hear complaints or say we think this department has a rule that's really overstepping its bounds, then they can step in and say, okay, we need you to change these rules, to get back to what the spirit of the law was. And there's certainly opportunities there.
This came in on our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It said, huge tax cuts for corporations, ? I really am asking. So I guess they're wanting some elaboration on what.
Oh, yeah, that's always the left's talking point. You're giving tax breaks to big business.
Yeah.
And again,
but they're not
folks
looking.
That have never been in business have trouble seeing this. They have trouble understanding the concept. Businesses don't pay taxes. They literally pass those on to the end user. And as you said a while ago, when a supplier has to pay taxes, he passes that on to the wholesaler. When the wholesaler pays taxes, he's paying it on the full amount. Then he passes that same amount on to the next. So it accumulates. So we've got layers upon layers of taxes. That the end user picks up, whether it's a service or a good, it doesn't matter. And so, and I heard Paul Harvey say that many, many years ago. I used to listen to him all the time, and I thought, what does that mean when he said that? But then after owning my own business, I understand it. It doesn't matter what your cost is, if it's higher labor, if it's a tax, if it's a fee, if it's higher cost of materials, it doesn't matter. All of that gets passed on to the end user.
Absolutely.
Or you don't last but a month.
Right.
We can't print money like Joe Biden. No. So it just doesn't work that way.
I'm actually thankful we can't. I don't know what it would look like.
I am not. As somebody whose margins have, because, and I don't know how it is with your business. I own a pest control company, and we've been around for 20 years. And, that's a recurring business. So you keep a lot of customers annually. So it's a pretty good business to get in. But I cannot increase my prices. at the same rate that my payroll has had to increase. Some of my taxes have increased. My chemical costs have increased, and my insurance. I can't raise. I mean, I'm looking at my chemical cost alone is up 38%. I can't go 38% across the board. So our margins right now are smaller than they've ever been in 20 years of us doing it. And you're just having to make it, right? And we're still a very fiscally sound company, which I'm very thankful for. My partner's, very, very smart guy with that kind of stuff. But it is frustrating for the businesses out there. And when you hear something like that, just corporate tax break, I mean, you don't know. Like you were talking about that thing. I just write my CPA checks. I don't even know what the hell he's doing. I'm just like, sure, I'll pay for it. Because, I mean, what's the other option? Go to jail?
Exactly.
I mean, so I pay. So a $4,500 savings for a small business is real money. That does go to a business's profit line. If you're a small business, like probably 98, 99% of every business in Tennessee is, that's a huge number.
Yeah. And if it's a surplus that we already have, then where did that surplus come from? It came from individuals. It came from corporations. So it's no different than the sales tax holiday on individuals. All of this flows back to a tax cut on individuals. Yeah. It's savings in your pocket.
You got to look down the long line instead of just the immediate. And I feel like too many times people just look at the immediate picture, not the big full scope of things. And they make these judgments and they start hooping and hollering and it's not going to change or fix anything.
No, it sure doesn't.
I would much rather get a savings passed down to me and be able to afford our day-to-day life easier with less stress than not. And wait for another fiscal year to pass by where I might get an extra $1,000.
Yeah, and the long term you're talking about, another aspect of that is, what does our state look like to other, to people in other states, businesses in other states, individuals in other states? Folks are moving to Tennessee in droves for a reason.
Yeah.
It is because we have a low tax structure. We are the least debt state in the nation.
Yes.
One of the best run states in the nation from a standpoint of government accountability and efficiency. So folks are coming here, and that raises everybody. All boats rise with that. And so if it's making a business climate better or making it better just for families to live here, we're attractive. We've got our bond rating is as high as it can be, which we don't borrow much money at all. Sometimes there's some short-term debt for certain projects, and they're paid off very quickly. It's more of like a line of credit than anything else. We approve that every year, and I don't even know that we hardly ever use it, but we just do that just to have it. So we got really good
build
rating.
up the credit score.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, because I do real estate, so obviously I've seen California, I've seen Colorado, Texas, New York. I mean, Illinois, a lot of areas, but a lot of people coming here, and they go back to our taxes and the brakes on businesses, and that what COVID did do for them is realize that they could work remote and run their business. So now they're moving to places where property's still a lot cheaper. Everybody wants to holler, these are Nashville prices. No, they're not. We've always been historically low, and now we're just kind of catching up, but we're still much lower than the rest of the world, or the rest of the United States, I should say.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of influx. I was on the phone with a real estate agent in Nashville who actually moved here from Vancouver to do real estate in Nashville because of the difference in Tennessee versus what she was paying in Canada.
I can't even imagine.
So, I mean,
Canada's full of wieners. I can't stand those people. Justin Trudeau is such a loser. I mean, the French, we all know that the French are sissies, and Canada's made for people who weren't tough enough to make it in France. I mean, it's really ridiculous.
It's definitely, Canada's not on my bucket list. I will say that.
Another thing we've done is the state savings account, a rainy day fund. It's now over $2 billion, or once this budget's implemented July 1. And we put another $250 million into it.
It's awesome.
And that's just one aspect. Now, the other aspect that most people don't see or know, and we don't really advertise this, is we have, I don't even know the number, billions upon billions of dollars in reserve funds, departments and agencies that have a reserve fund. It's just kind of a bank account sitting over here, and they dip into it sometimes and they put money into it. So it's kind of back and forth. All that money's available. If we hit some kind of a crash, we've got a lot of backup plans in Tennessee, and most states don't have that.
No. they're in debt to their ears.
Let me ask you this, because one of my favorite things to do when you're on here with us is to talk about things that you and I may not see eye to eye on, just because I may not understand it fully. And I think that I'm like a lot of people out there. I know that I'm a Second Amendment guy. I don't have millions of guns. Like, I don't hunt, but I have a gun right in my house for protection. My son has a gun, all that stuff. So I am a pro Second Amendment guy. We talked the last time you were here. It was, the week after what happened at the Covenant School and that tragedy. Obviously, everything happened, and Julie frames it really well. The story, the narrative moved from what was going on to protect school kids in Tennessee to now all of a sudden it's another national story with the
political
two
agenda.
Justins and Gloria Johnson, and we saw how all that played out.
Were you there when they brought that casket? I'm sorry, Chuck.
No, that's fine.
Oh, yeah.
That's sickening.
That, I don't even know if I could say this word on the radio, pissed me off so bad.
Yeah.
Because that was a slap in the face to the people who had to bury their babies.
Oh, absolutely.
And their struggles. And I was like, you think that's okay?
It's turned to theater. And that's what it's so frustrating. Being a taxpayer.
No.
Being a taxpayer. And I know you're not doing it, but you're a representative. But again, we're funding everything. Being a taxpayer, it's frustrating because now it is political theater. And that's
it's
a
an
giant
agenda.
waste of time because we do have important business to handle. Now, all that being said, I read on the radio show the other day, and I still feel this way. So I want you to see if you disagree with me at all, and then what your opinions are. When I read the proposal by Governor Bill Lee, and I wasn't being snarky or anything, which sometimes I can be, but I wasn't being snarky or anything. I thought, okay, this is one of those rare things where this is going to be supported by everybody, right? Because the way I read it, and I understand that, he said it's not a red flag law, and then, people feel like it is a red flag law. But when I read it, unless I'm missing something, it was talking about having one central agency, in this case, the TBI, look in to extend background checks on people who have had, psychiatric help, causes of harm, things like that, to speed that process up. I thought that would get support on both sides. I thought that was a no-brainer starting point. One, what are your feelings on it? And then two, why?
Well, let's address the logistics first.
Okay.
So first of all, every news outlet in the country said Bill Lee had proposed red flag laws. Whether he said he did or whether he did, it didn't matter. That was the narrative. So that's what we see. Most of us didn't even have the language when he was pushing it. We couldn't find it. He didn't give it to anybody.
I found it on, I think, the Tennessean, maybe.
Finally.
Yeah.
Finally. But he literally wanted us to do something in a 3-day period of time. So logistically, first of all, that tells me immediately the public will not really know what we're doing. If we do it that fast, we have no public involvement.
All right, so tell us what the normal time is, right? You said 3 days is super quick.
Normally for something like that would be 3 weeks or 4.
You could come home, you could have town hall meetings, you could do what? Okay,
yeah.
I'm with you. Okay.
People can read it, they can study it, they can go look at what the current law is and kind of see what's being changed. But I mean, literally 3 days, there's no time. So that was the logistics of it was really what hit most of us. Didn't really matter what the substance was. That wasn't something I didn't even delve into it that much. I had people giving me input once it was released and we could see it. It may have been about the second day. Then, and there were concerns they were expressing. Here's where we have a problem with this. And again, it's from the standpoint of what are our civil rights, and is this infringing on those? Then you get into, and there's been a lot of proposals around this that are similar to this. Okay, if we do this, then what's the unintended consequence? For example, one proposal, and this wasn't the governor's, was a list of drugs. If you're on these medications, these psychotic medications, then you're ineligible. Well, what's that going to do? Sounds good.
People just aren't going to go to the doctor.
People aren't going to get those drugs anymore. Right. They're going to get off of them for a period of time. And then what's happening? You got a real problem then.
Yeah.
So
unmedicated, mentally ill person.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So is there a way to thread that needle? Probably, but not in a 3-day period of time. That's what it was more about than anything else.
Okay, because the way I read it, which again, I'm reading it posted on the Tennessean, which could have been edited. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I read it in a couple of minutes on the show, so there may be more to it than that, but that's all I had access to. It seemed to me, unless it was edited, like I said, this is a common sense thing. I had people call in. They were like, well, what about a HIPAA violation? What about... I think that they're like, especially from a psychiatric standpoint, if you could potentially harm yourself or someone else, they have a duty to report it to someone. And the idea of it being a central agency like the TBI, instead of, okay, well, we'll go to the local police, and local police has got to go to the sheriff, and it gets passed up. I think one landing spot would potentially make sense. But because, I mean, we do have, the Second Amendment. We have a whole lot of amendments, right? We don't have just a couple. We've got a whole bunch of them. And, if you carry them all with the same weight, you can't just say whatever you want to because you have freedom of speech, right? There's limitations. There's things that, the two Justins learned that. But I think it's the same way with a firearm. I think there are things you could do to lose it. I love the fact that it said, because when I first read it, somebody texted in and said, what if it's your ex, right? You're going through a divorce. Those aren't fun, right? Those aren't fun at all. But there is something to go back if it's a false charge where that person could be prosecuted, where it's investigated. There are a lot of things that, as someone who's pro Second Amendment, I can agree on with this. I don't think getting rid of guns, I think that's, number one, not the right answer. But then number two, I think it's impossible. The only thing you're going to do, Julie and I talked about this the other day, the only thing you're going to do is tie up every single police officer in every single town reporting on stolen guns, because all of a sudden everyone's guns are going to be stolen. And in the next 6 months, they're going to be filling out paperwork for that.
Right. Or lost in boating accidents.
Right, exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's there's no way. Yeah. If there's, what did we say, Julie? There's 417 million guns in the U.S., whatever the number
more
is.
More guns than people.
Yeah, it's like 117% more. If the entire country got 12 guns back, I'd be blown away. If 12 people turned them in, it would blow my mind. So that's not happening either. So then we got to think, okay, what's the next common sense thing that's not just political? What can we do? All right, so let's talk about this. Where are we with SRO officers? Because we talked about these funds, these $2 billion in state savings account. Where are we, and how close are we to starting there?
Isn't there like 180 million coming down with a yearly? It is going to be given yearly, correct?
Yeah, there's 140 million for an SRO in every public school, and
is that pre-K up?
Every public school.
So it could be daycares, everything.
Yeah,
absolutely. Cool.
Every public school building, and I don't know about like a private daycare. I don't think so, but
like Head Start,
Madison County, they have a pre-K here in Madison County. So
and then there's some more money. Several $1 million for private school security that are set up to be grants. So I'm positive they're going to be, okay, give us a proposal. If we approve it, then you go spend the money and we'll reimburse you through this grant program. There's also money for hardening public schools as well.
Has there been any movement? I know at one point there was a lot of talk about making it to where the private schools could use local law enforcement for their security. So to have those SROs, and I know a lot of people were like, well, why? Because, they're private schools, but the people whose children are in private school also pay taxes too.
Sure. I think so, and I don't have the details in front of me on that. I do remember passing something like that. And to your point we just made about the governor's proposal, which he handed to two Democrats, one in the House and one in the Senate, to file this amendment on their bill. So there's another, again, I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I have no idea.
Can you get him on with me?
Yeah,
I've interviewed him before.
Do you think he's trying to play to the Democrats right now because of everything that's gone on with Jones, Pearson, and Johnson?
I don't know. I don't see an advantage to that.
No, I don't either.
It was a vehicle.
He knows what state he represents.
This was a vehicle. Hey, I really want this, and if I'm not going to get the support on the Republican side, I'll let two Democrats carry it. And it died immediately in the Senate. I mean, they moved to table. There was one Republican voted against the tabling, I understand, and that was it. Well, it was done.
But the idea itself of and you can only speak for you can't speak for everyone in the House, but the idea of itself of extended background checks and a background check that could tie into, I call it psychiatric, but I mean, there's counselors, there's all kinds of different things that were proposed in there. Would you be adverse to that just on its own, or have you not researched it enough to form an opinion yet?
Again, all the unintended consequences is what I really have to watch in that, and that's why a 72-hour legislative cycle wasn't going to be enough to vet this out.
But it's been longer now.
Yeah, well, it has been, but we're out of session.
Okay.
So it was literally going to be 72 hours, and that's it. And I just wasn't about to approach that. So are there some pieces of it that possibly could work and not infringe on folks' civil rights? I think there's possibility there. But again, I want to play each one of those out, every section of that proposal out, or there's going to be a lot of us are working on other proposals. I'm working on one to tweak the law that we already have about mental health professionals and what they're supposed to report.
Yeah.
And so I'm working on
Tell us about that.
Expanding that. So right now, if a psychiatric provider hears or knows of a direct action someone's going to take, I mean, it has to be an actionable threat. I'm going to this school to do X. They have
what about like I had
that.
dreams about this, or I feel like I'm going to do it?
That's more probable, and that's not in there.
Okay.
And so what I'm looking at is the possibility of expanding that to even that.
Right.
Where if they even mention the possibility and you think it's somewhat likely, then you need to report it.
Have y'all seen any insight on Audrey Hale's manifesto that maybe, because I know they haven't released it to the public, but I don't know if you guys had insight that thought, okay, if we could have had these red flags, we could have,
And that's a critical piece of this puzzle. Number one, we need that. We need to know what she was writing, what she was thinking.
Absolutely.
Number two, we need to know what the toxicology reports are. We need to know the mix of chemicals, of the hormones, of the whatever that she was on that played a role in this. So we've got to know all the facts before. And that's the thing. We were being asked to push legislation in 3 days without all the facts. And it was all about that one incident. So if we're going to solve this one incident, we got to have all the facts. We don't. So we've been pushing for that.
Do you think you guys will get them? Is Nashville Metro?
As hard as we're pushing, I think we will. I don't know when.
What would be the reason to hold it back?
I have
Still
no
an open
idea.
investigation? I mean, what would
they released all the video.
We know her. Supposedly, her parents are in hiding still. The house has been boarded up. I read some articles where the preacher at their church was speaking for the family. I feel like it's just a really high climate too, like with the trans, and then with it being a Christian-based school and all of that. I wonder if they're kind of waiting for some of this to settle, and then some of it too. Let's be real. The news quit covering it and started covering Jones, Pearson, and Johnson, and we lost sight of what we were doing.
Yeah.
Well, I did not, but a lot of people did.
Exactly. But we have to have all those facts to be able to move forward. And every single thing that gets proposed, if we're called back into a special session, which I think we will be at some point, I'm going to weigh against that. Would this proposal you're putting on my desk have solved that problem? Because that's the fire that lit this. So would it solve that problem?
But I mean, we've had, I know when we talked last, 13 school shootings, and hopefully there haven't been any more in the nation, but just as a few weeks ago, there's 13 school shootings this year. I would imagine that all 13 of them are very different, right? So, and I think it's smart to look at this one and
but they have one thing in common. They all have one thing in common.
Caucasians?
They were gun-free zones.
Well, yes.
How many in that same period of time, or the last 10 years, or the last 50 years, how many police stations have been attacked?
And that's a
Can
fair
you count
point.
those on
Now,
one
police
hand?
stations aren't going to be near as soft a target as a school. But yes, your idea.
No, they're not a soft. That's my point.
Yes,
they know if they walk through that door,
they're going to get shot.
Exactly.
Well, and it's just like Audrey Hale in that manifesto. We know that there was another school that she was going to go to, but she decided not to because the presence of the security.
Yeah,
Right.
or the mall, whatever it was, and we don't know for sure. I did hear one thing on the manifesto the very first week, and this was kind of like just an overview summary. Someone that I know, and I think they had some direct contact with folks that had seen it. They just said it's a bunch of ramblings. There's really not that much there. Now, I don't think this person had seen it. They were getting an opinion. And I thought, okay, that may be not why they're not releasing. It's not, there's nothing to it. But that would make it even more simple, more obvious. Why not just let it go?
Yeah, well, and the toxicology report is interesting too, to see what all she had taken, did take, things like that. If we go there though, all right. So we've got the SROs, and you think that's going to pass, and that's going to be effective next school year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be effective. What else are you guys looking into?
Well,
because I think that's a wonderful start, and I'm good with that because that gives us a start. And now these are SRO officers in the school, not in their car, in the school every day, walking around, double checking structures, things like that.
Right. And if we've got to take a break, then when we come back, I'll tell you some other things we're working on.
Okay, perfect. We're going to take this break, and we will be right back.
Will Mayor Conger retain his position as mayor of the city? Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langley, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired with locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stonebridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at NewsTalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps that fit Apple and Android products. Presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. Tuesday, May 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Welcome back to Julie Holtz Said It. We have Representative Chris Todd in the building and, of course, Mr. Chuck Walker. And now you are going to come back and tell us some more stuff that you guys are working on for school safety.
In addition to the SROs.
Yes.
So one thing we've done is we're going to have a Homeland Security officer in every county. So
Awesome.
That's going to be a coordinator that can help put all these things together, the training, and then any kind of notifications and things like that, warnings, things like that.
Whose idea was that?
I don't remember where that came from.
I would have definitely taken credit for that if I were you. I'd be like, yeah,
okay.
let me. All right. So will he do things like? And as soon as you said it, so my mind went. Will he monitor social media? Is there a way for that? Because I feel like a lot of these things, like when we hear. Like the manifesto coming out and stuff like that. A lot of these things on social media, Reddit sites, whatever, gets past me quick. But can those things be monitored?
I think there's a possibility there. I don't know for sure if that's one of the directives they have. I think they've got a lot of freedom, a lot of wiggle room to kind of fit what that county needs, but within a certain umbrella. So I think that's definitely going to happen. We have a bill that it's kind of parked right now until next year. That I think is, to me, the most obvious solution. It goes to the question I just asked you a while ago, how many police stations got shut up in the same period of time? 0. There's a reason. So not only the physical hardening, putting certain films on glass, putting, other measures that are going to either stop a bullet or at least stop something from shattering so someone could come in or there's some amount of bulletproofing you can do that's not terribly expensive. There are others that's just cost prohibitive for sure. But this bill did several things. First, it allowed personnel in the school to be armed, concealed, 40 hours of training with refresher every year, registered with local law enforcement. They coordinate with local law enforcement. It's volunteer basis. A psychiatric evaluation every year. A sign out front saying personnel in this school are armed.
Carries.
Yeah. And so to me, the unknown of who is armed in that school is huge.
That's the idea of the concealed, so
Absolutely.
that person couldn't be targeted. Like we had teachers in here, 2 weeks ago, and they were thinking. Of course, again, the only thing you hear about these bills is what somebody like us say, or you may see on the. So you don't know, but they were like, imagine a teacher having a gun and turning around to do a math problem and getting bull rushed, and and then all of a sudden a student who didn't get a gun in school had it. So is the concealment the key part of that idea?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
I think it is. And again, we're not trying to turn schools into a prison or anything like that. I'm very concerned about some of the basic things that we grew up doing and kids still do, and that's going outside and playing.
Yeah.
How do you secure a playground? How do you do something like that? An SRO can't do that. He can't be in multiple places at one time.
Right.
But multiple personnel in that school that feel comfortable,
Right.
that are trained, vetted, all of that is the solution. Now, it makes people feel a little uncomfortable. I get that. And they will spin it as
I'd rather you feel
teachers
uncomfortable
with guns.
enough to not shoot up a school.
Teachers and guns, and they always spin it that way. I don't want my child seeing their teacher with a gun. Okay, but to me this checks those boxes off, and it is the single fix to every single one of these shootings, in my opinion.
I think it makes a lot of sense, especially with a heavy emphasis on like administrators and stuff like that, who could be, because teachers, we are asking them to do a whole lot. What I don't know, or what, let me say with this, with an administrator, I know they're busy too, but they're a different kind of busy. It's easier for them to check on doors Miss Jones's class is outside. I'm going to go to this part of the office, keep an eye on everything, and still have the SRO officer in there. Every school going to have a metal detector? That should be basic starting out.
Now, we've got that in Madison
Well,
County.
we have it in Madison County, but I don't know if they have it in Crockett County. I don't know if they have it in Hickman County.
But would that have mattered when you put it into a situation like Audrey Hale? She shot in the door and she came in.
I think any deterrent, I don't think that you're going to be able to do one thing.
Oh, no.
To fix everything. I think there's going to have to be different levels of security. Same way like you secure your house.
Yeah.
You lock your doors. You have cameras. I think it's going to have to be lots of levels.
These people are willing to die on that hill. They're willing to die going in there and knowing that they're going to. Most of them kill themselves or get killed.
Right.
They know they're going to die. I don't know if a metal detector.
It wouldn't stop that.
It wouldn't stop them. But yes, it would be another layer of security.
And it would alert sooner, too. It alerts everyone in the school sooner, I believe. If they go off if you go through them?
Yeah. I remember when I was in high school and really middle school, both of our principals at Jackson Christian, one was Bobby McLaughlin and one was Scott Gatlin. They both were military.
Bobby McLaughlin.
They were hardcore.
I used to date his daughter a long time ago.
I love them. And I'm going to tell you, they might have had a gun on them. I wouldn't have known. But I do know that, nobody wanted to mess with G-Force or Mr. McLaughlin. And I feel like it was just kind of that fear was there, that respect.
Sure.
So, anything we can do.
Yeah. But I think that's, to me, the single most effective and least cost thing we can do. And all the other things, absolutely, everything's on the table, I think.
I love the Homeland Security Officer idea because that's something I haven't even heard of. I will say this. All right, so the general feel in the room, because I give you guys a hard time on here. But that's my job, right?
Sure,
it's we're part of the media and we're to entertain, but I'm like, hey, I'm ready to see this. I'm tired of seeing, the caskets and stuff like that. The general feel for, and there's a super majority in Nashville, right? We can say those things out loud. No, everyone knows that. Are most people still keeping this top of mind awareness? This is Covenant High School. We're going to protect the schools. We've got to get this set up for the next school year. The most reasonable people, not the people playing theater, but the reasonable people are still saying this has to be our first priority, because it has to be. For me as a voter, it has to be your first priority.
But our first priority with our oath of office and our Constitution is to protect your civil liberties. First and foremost, we are not by law, by Constitution, guaranteeing your safety. That is not in there. I'm sorry. It's just not in there.
And none of these things will, an SRO doesn't guarantee it, but if it prevents it, if it slows it down, if it's instead of 8 people, we have, and that's a horrible thing to say, but for the poor people that would have made it, that's a huge deal.
But everything we get proposed is going to be weighed against that. And I think my colleagues are looking at that right now. Okay, any given proposal, the things that we've talked about this morning, things that maybe haven't been discussed. Okay, does it infringe on someone's civil liberties? that are guaranteed by God and our Constitution.
Yeah.
So it does it. If it doesn't, then okay, how do we thread that needle? Is it something we can move forward on and see improvements, literally actionable improvements, not making people feel better?
Yeah.
I'm not about making people feel better. I want to do the right thing. I want them to have the freedom and the liberty to protect themselves. That is what we're protecting here, first and foremost.
Yes, and I agree with you to an extent. I do agree with you there. Here's where I'll take exception. I think you can achieve both relative. Like I think SROs are a good start, right? It's not infringing on anyone's liberty at all. And then there's a trained person with the only objective is to keep the school safe. He's not worried about your TCAPs and all that mess, right? He's not teaching to the test, none of the stuff that you do. That's their only job. I think that's a great starting point, but I think that we could do other things. And also, I'm not naive enough to think this is going to be fixed tomorrow. I want it to be, but I know it's not going to be fixed tomorrow. And so I think that, as long as it stays up front in everybody's mind in Nashville, because there is a lot of stuff that pulls you away from it. There's a lot of stuff that pulls us away from it. It frustrates.
This is top. This is top.
Good.
Shelf. There's no question, and it will be for quite some time. There's no doubt.
Because every reasonable person out there, this is what matters, right? There's some people who are just so eat up with their political ideology they want to talk that all. But for every, the 80% of the reasonable people there, this is a great starting point, and this is honestly bipartisan. Should be.
Yeah.
This is bipartisan.
Should be. Yeah. But you can't talk to somebody that is screaming at you, that is threatening you, that is trying to bully you.
You've never had a call from Big Rick.
There's no conversation there.
You've never had a call from Big Rick on the right.
Oh yeah, several. So you just don't have that conversation. But you go do your own thing. You knew what's right, and obviously listen to your people and what are they saying. And I tell you right now, it is overwhelming. I don't know the numbers, 15-1, 20-1. The emails that we get that are, do not trample on my rights. Do not be bullied. Do not give in to this mob mentality. Stand your ground and protect our liberties.
So
that's what I'm hearing.
This came in on our advanced rehab text line, and I know that we have had this conversation with this texter before, and I kind of want to hear your response. But it said, to answer Chris Todd's question, what do all these shootings have in common? Answer the elephant in the room. It's gun availability. Parents in any other advanced nation do not have to worry about their children getting shot in school, which is not true because we see shootings in Canada.
Exactly.
We see all these
stabbings, people running over with cars. Dead kids are still dead kids. It's god awful, no matter how it happens.
It's not about the weapon. It's about the mentality. It's about, and if we have a category of folks that cannot have weapons, to me, that's what it's about. It is not about one individual tool. It is about anything that they can use to be dangerous. So
it's
if
a
we're
heart
talking about
problem.
keeping somebody away from a gun, then we need to talk about keeping them away from a vehicle and a knife and so on and so on.
And you can find out how to make a bomb online now.
Absolutely.
Let's keep them away from all that too.
Yeah, let's be real. Absolutely.
Yeah. And honestly, I go back to what I've said, and I've had this argument with this texter before, and I appreciate it because it makes for good radio to disagree.
Let's
so
talk about it.
we love you messaging this in, but this toothpaste, it doesn't even matter how you land on it. This toothpaste is out of the tube.
Yeah.
There's 400 million guns in the U.S. You're not getting them. I don't care what the government's. I have 138, and then I bought my son one. He's 20. I don't even know if he can have it. So, Chris, forget that if it's illegal.
No, you can't buy it for him.
Okay, well.
But you can give it to him for Christmas, though.
Okay, good. So that's what I've done. Thank you. Julie, I'm not going to jail today. Good.
Good job.
But it's one of those things. I'm not giving it back.
Yeah.
That is like sometimes I go over the speed limit. Like that is a law I'm not going to give it back until I know every single other person is giving theirs back, and then I'll think about it. But I'm not giving it back. And I think a lot of people are going to land there. And I'm not like super gun guy with guns everywhere and a hunter, and which I have no problem. I hope everybody kills every deer. I'm tired of running into them in my car. But I'm not a big hunter. But that's okay. I think everybody gets that right to do that.
I see you getting squirmy.
Yeah, I got to roll.
That's what I thought.
What do you have more important than this?
I've got a meeting at the
legislator.
I'm going to write this down.
Legislation.
Meeting at school.
Thank you so much for coming in.
I'm going to have Dan look into that. Make sure you're actually at the school, Chris.
Follow me. It's just around the corner.
Hey, we do appreciate you coming in.
We do.
I appreciate you guys. Look forward to talking with you more.
And we love it when we don't line up the same thing on something, and we can have a civil conversation back and forth. That actually, because we can live in that world again, maybe. Maybe not in Nashville. Maybe in Jackson. We can start here.
We definitely can in Jackson.
I don't know
Absolutely.
I don't know that you guys can. I've seen the videos.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you both. I appreciate you.
Have a good rest of your day. Now, Chuck, you know that you've got a haircut today.
I do have a haircut today. I don't like to brag, but I'm getting my haircut. Chris, do you think I should color it too? It's getting a little gray, isn't it? I'm just going to let it go. What do I care? I'm a very old man. I'm just going to let it happen. At this point, I'm just letting it happen. Are you going to
change up your style?
No, baby. I've had the same style. This style I've had since 1997. I'm keeping it OG. It comes in, it comes out, it just stays on my head.
Maybe you need some little blonde tips.
You know, back in my trashier days, even trashier than now, if you could imagine, when I was in 3rd grade, that's when that Michael Keaton Batman movie came out. And like I said, I grew up very wealthy. My mom was married 7 times. We lived in trailer parks and everything else. But she did let me get, with my rat tail, I had a rat tail I could wrap all the way around my head. And this is back before rat tails were cool. I had a rat tail, and she let me get the bat symbol shaved in my head, like a 70-year-old barber in Alamo, Tennessee. Like, put the stencil up and shave the bat. Awesome. I mean, it was really sexy. I can't imagine.
Are you going to come back tomorrow with that?
What if I did? I mean, at this point in my life, why wouldn't I?
I would be all for it.
All right. Josette, if you have got a bat symbol, you know what I think I may do is just put a couple of slashes in my eyebrow. Just, you know what I mean? Like a little slash.
Little gangster cut.
Exactly. I may do that. I'm just going to let the whole thing
to the cave.
And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to shave my mustache, but leave the rest of the beard. I mean, I'm just totally just screw my entire life up. At this point, just let it happen.
This is going to be a whole new look.
Exactly.
Well, speaking of whole new looks, Tom Scuteri will be calling in just a few with you, so we're going to make the change.
You're not going to hang out with me?
I'm going to build my makeup closet so I can put makeup on.
She means I'm supervising Chris Holt.
Exactly. I'm bossing him around.
Can I just call up and yell at him if I have a bad day?
Yes.
Thank you.
He handles it well.
He really does.
I love you. I'll see you soon.
Love you, boo. I don't even know if you're talking to me. But you're talking to Chris.
I love him too.
We love you, Chris.
Thank y'all for hanging out with us, and I will see you tomorrow. Chuck Walker on Walker Talks coming up next.
Welcome in to Walker Talks. 10:02. We are News Talk West Tennessee, 96.5 FM, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson. Very excited to be in with you today. Have you ever had a night where you couldn't sleep? You know, for whatever reason, you couldn't sleep. I slept about 2.5 hours last night. No kidding. So I was like, this is going to be rough. I feel amazing. That means big tree fall hard later. I know what that means for me, but I feel so good right now. Tom Scuteri is going to join us shortly. It is Thursdays with Tom, and I'm going to tell you something right now. Although you guys have tried to come between Tom and I, our friendship is blossoming. He messages me. Well, he emails. I don't think he's ready to text yet. And that's fine. It's fine with me, Tom. He sends me emails, updates on days that he's not regularly on. Tom does that for me. You people have tried to stand between Tom and I's friendship with your outlandish text on 420. You think I forgot that? You think Tom's forgot that? No, we haven't. But he sends me messages. I'm the one who brought you that we were putting troops in Djibouti outside of Sudan. Tom had sent me that information last Friday. That's who broke that story. It was Tom and myself. Just two journalists talking shop. That's all it was. We'll say good morning, Tom. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Tom, these people.
How are you doing? Wow, you're all riled up, my friend, huh?
Well, and you know, this is funny. I don't know if this has ever happened to you, but I do, because you will message me. You'll send me emails early sometimes, so I know you're at least an early riser. I slept about 2.5 hours last night. Just, you know, sometimes you just got things going on, and it wasn't even in a row. And I was like, and I feel great. I'm talking about, so I don't know if I'm like Donald Trump and I only need a couple of hours of sleep if I have that rare condition, or if it's going to be big tree fall hard later on. It's going to be one of the two.
Yeah. It could be just a temporary thing. You know, I found that, I don't know what the weather's been like in Tennessee. When the weather has dramatic changes, I know a lot of my friends have that issue, what you were just saying. You know, it disrupts their sleep. It disrupts their sort of daytime hours awake. Well, excuse me. You know, and so, again, that could be it. I don't know just what else is going on in your life. You know, you would know that better than anyone
Tom,
else.
Let's talk about it all fair. There's some things I need to talk about. Tom's like, no, I'm not going to get paid enough for this, Chuck. I'm not being your therapist. Well, what have we got going on in the world? Because I have seen, we talked about Sudan, and I thought, okay, and you know, it's funny, even Bob Ney talked about it. We talk about, you know, I know you guys aren't on together, but you're on, you know, back-to-back days, and so sometimes you'll talk, and even Bob yesterday got into Sudan a little bit. I said, this is cool. Bob, I said, I like this because, you know, on Tuesday, Bob kind of got into politics a little bit, just talking about, you know, DeSantis's visit to Japan and stuff like that. I said, so it's good when you guys kind of cross paths because we can see the thought, but this Sudan thing is something else. It's turning into more than I thought it was going to be. How about that?
Well, yeah, you know, my concern about this is Sudan is a big country geographic in size, and its geographic location in Eastern Africa borders on a lot of nations that have very tentative leadership. I mean that in the sense that the leaders are good, but it's a fragile hold on the government. You know, there's a lot of Islamic terrorism is rising in Africa. It's the hottest place for those increases in anywhere in the world. You have a lot of other rebel groups or insurgent groups, however you want to call them, in a lot of these nations. Chad, which borders Sudan, is we talked about that, I think, briefly on Tuesday.
Right.
You know, how their government's stressed out, under stress from different things, and the fighting in Sudan can flow over with the Wagner Group, the Russian mercenary group, and others. So, you know, Africa often is not reported as thoroughly as it could be, especially now in the dynamics with China and Russia in Africa, the Islamic insurgencies that I just talked about. It's an area that the U.S. needs to pay more attention to. The Biden administration has been trying to pay more attention to it. We have a lot of we, the United States, has many ways several areas where we need to catch up in that. Now, the war in Sudan itself, we had negotiated a 3-day ceasefire, which ended on day 2. People are still being evacuated, although the evacuations are slowing down because most of the foreign nationals who seemingly want to get out have been gotten out by their respective nations. That's always good, you know, and we're talking about a lot of nations who are in there, from Saudi Arabia, Germany, you know, Italy, United Kingdom, Turkey, Japan. So, you know, you can name them on and on and on.
Right.
Have gotten their nationals out of there, evacuated those cities, as well as taking out people from other countries, too, other nationals. So there's been a pretty nice cooperation between the different nations who had individuals to leave with sharing what assets they could.
Right, and I think that's a good thing too. One of the things that there's one texter in particular, and he and I will communicate on social media when I'm off air, and then a lot on air, and he'll send a lot of questions in for you. And he sends this one in here too. He's like, Tom, have you heard about the story? I think I read it on Reuters the other day on the show. I found it about the biolab in Sudan being taken over. And they won't say which group took it over, if it's the rebel group or if it's the, I guess the governmental military.
Correct. That seems to be true. I don't know which group either. And I think the point being is that why was it taken over? And, of course, more importantly at this point, then, what could happen because of that? Mm-hmm. So that's the second part. The focus on that is any biolab. People shouldn't think when they hear the word biolab that it's necessarily a bad thing,
Well,
but we have biolab.
Just 3 short years ago.
No. Let me finish. I'm saying it depends on who's running it, however, and what's being made there. That's the point I was trying to make.
Right.
So I don't know the details of this biolab and what the intention is of the group that took it over. Nevertheless, even if they took it over just because it was in their path of advancement, let's say, when you have people who don't know how to handle things. Sorry, let me phrase that. When you have people who don't know how to have proper protocols in a biolab, what they keep, behind whatever, keep locked up.
Hazmat suits. Yeah.
Exactly. You get the idea. Then it becomes a problem, even without any nefarious intention. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So, without knowing who's in it and why they're in it, it really is being speculative as to what happened, but it has a lot of people concerned for good reason.
Yeah, I think so. And, I was a little upset with the French president earlier, a couple of weeks ago when he came, he had a 6-hour meeting with Premier Xi and came out of it and said, hey, all of Europe should get off the American dollar. I didn't like that. That made me upset. But he is being helpful, getting out, say the Special Forces, getting Americans out of the Sudan right now.
That's correct. French Special Forces have been very, very active in getting out their nationals as well as the nationals of other countries. They've been at an airport, not the main airport, which was damaged, but another airport, and individuals have gotten there. By the way, the Sudan militaries, both sides, have been good. I'm going to repeat this because it's very important, in that no one's really messed with the evacuation efforts. There's fighting going on. It's dangerous because there's fighting going on.
Right.
But it's not as if either side is targeting foreigners who are trying to leave. They're not bothering that airport where the French were using and other nations were using. In fact, some of them provided security around the perimeter of the airport. I'm not painting these guys as good guys. I'm just saying it makes it a lot easier to get your people out when the danger that exists or don't include the danger of being deliberately attacked.
And immediately our minds go to places like Afghanistan when we think about evacuations, and especially civilian evacuations and some of the things that we heard from that. So, I think that's a good point. Let me ask you, Tom, real quick, and then we'll move on to the Ukraine. What's our relationship with France? How upset
with who?
With
France.
With who? Yeah, with the
French.
Yeah. I mean, because when Macron said that, that seemed for me out of nowhere.
Well, the United States has a pretty good relationship with France, and other than that, what you just said, the whole thing with China, which did not go over well either with the Pentagon or the State Department or the White House or Congress. That's the whole. I think that covers everybody, right?
Right. The most of them, for sure.
Well, it didn't go over well with anybody I could find in Washington, let's put it that way, and I'm sure not with many Americans either. But and that's a big thing to put aside. But putting it aside, the relationship between the United States and France is pretty good. It's gotten better now that Macron's. It always was good. Macron won re-election, so he's back to not being too much of a politician. Although the China thing is very puzzling, and other European nations, by the way, barked at him about that as well. So he sort of tried to walk back at those comments a little bit. Look, I think that France is from what I can tell from the Pentagon perspective, they consider France a very reliable partner in NATO. A very reliable partner, as evidenced here in Sudan, where the United States helped supply the French with assets to help remove people. And the French are going in there on the ground where the Americans aren't after evacuating our personnel. So, no one in the Pentagon have ever heard anything bad about cooperation with the French military, and that's what I cover mostly. And therefore, their defense ministers who I've met over the last several years always seem to be very good to me. Not to me, but they seem to be very good, very on the ball, very informed, and very reasonable about how the world works.
Right. Well, and that's good, because at a time where diplomatic relations aren't probably at the peak for us, I mean, you got to keep every ally that you have, and they are I make fun of them for wearing those silly hats, but they are.
You mean those berets?
Those berets.
Berets?
Talking about berets. I mean, every now and again, and they gave us mimes. I mean, come on. I mean, are we this impressed with the French? But regardless, we need to keep our allies close. I don't want to do anything to weaken our relationship with French. I'm sure I'm huge there. All right, so let's talk about the Ukraine. And because we got this, according to what you sent me, about 98% of the combat vehicles are there, right?
Yeah, we had very interesting hearing in the House Armed Services Committee yesterday. Two people, Celeste Wallander, who's a Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, and she is one of the smartest people I know in Washington, really knows defense issues.
What's her name?
Celeste Wallander.
Okay.
And she's a civilian. Mm-hmm. And then they also had General Cavoli, Chris Cavoli. He's head of the U.S. European Command. He's also the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe. In other words, he's the military commander of NATO.
Right.
So he has two roles. So they were talking before the committee, the House Armed Services Committee, and it was General Cavoli who said 98% of the combat vehicles promised to Ukraine have arrived in Ukraine already. Now, the big thing, not arrived all full of tanks yet, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But Cavoli thinks that this is a good foundation for this much talked about counteroffensive that Ukraine's vowing to do any day now or any week now. Mm-hmm. He says that he's confident that we, meaning the West, has delivered the materials they need and will continue a pipeline to sustain their operation. We'll see. Now, the question is to me, they get the equipment, and then you and I have talked before about ammunition and things like that you have to have.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple other things that came overnight that I don't think I included in the note. One is that maybe I did, but the Russian casualty numbers have dramatically decreased in April, the current month, from the beginning of the year. And the Russians now, I was looking at some satellite photographs earlier this morning. That's how exciting life I have. And the satellite photos of the Russians in Ukraine show incredible, well-fortified positions, defensive positions to protect manpower as well as to thwart these machines we just talked about, these battlefield equipment. So I think the Russians have learned their lesson from the satellites, and apparently have learned their lesson about what happened when they got fooled by the Ukrainians earlier, and the Ukrainians had that very good offensive.
Mm-hmm.
They're anticipating this offensive. The ground is finally getting dry over there. It's different seasonal, the mud is going away. It means the tanks and other things can be used. A lot of anti-tank traps set up by the Russians. They are not a fluid situation like they were last year, where there was much easier ability to counterattack them by the Ukrainians. So, just sort of brace yourself for what may happen.
Do we believe these reports? And obviously you do, because I know how you are. You wouldn't say it otherwise. But we believe the validity of the reports of the Russian deaths, the Russian soldiers are down?
Yeah, comes from the British Defense Ministry.
Okay, so, and you get a lot of your stuff there, don't you?
Yeah, and they don't put anything out unless they're pretty sure about it. I don't know how they make the gauge, the numbers and stuff like that. And it does make a lot of sense, because the Russians had that idea they were going to have this offensive in the winter to throw everybody off,
mm-hmm.
and it failed, and they threw a lot of bodies and material into that in January, February, and March. Now, with the exception of that meat grinder known as Bakhmut, which both sides are just going through men and material, the Russians really haven't been doing much because they don't have a lot of ability to do much now. They're just pulling back and digging in. So that doesn't surprise me too much that the numbers are down, but it was down 30%, which that's a lot. It's a big drop, but again, they were going on very foolish offensive action that cost them a lot of men.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's get into this. And I know this isn't a huge highlight, but I think it's important for us to remember sometimes how these things work. This retired General Keith Alexander on here, because this is something we forget about. But he's a retired general. How long was he in the military? Do we know?
He was 30 plus years, because he was a general, and that was his career. Mm-hmm. He retires, and he headed the NS. He was a 4-star general. Okay, so there's not many of them. And by the way, listeners may not know this, but the number of 4-star officers, meaning generals and admirals, 4-star admirals, 4-star generals, is limited by Congress.
Really?
So you cannot. Yeah, it's limited by Congress, and so because of that, you cannot just be promoted to a 4-star admiral or general unless there's essentially a vacancy. So, like, what will happen is, like, if somebody is going to take over the U.S. European Command, for example, like General Cavoli, who was not a 4-star at the time, the person retiring is a 4-star, so that person retires. That opens up that slot for another 4-star, and then General Cavoli or whoever gets promoted by Congress. Congress has to approve it, from a 3-star to a 4-star. Yeah, that's just one of those little tidbits I picked up over that. But General Alexander, he was the director of the National Security Agency under both President Obama and George W. Bush. So that happened. Mm-hmm. He left. He retired. He goes to different institutes, and he was in the military for like 40 years. Something like that, 40 years, and he goes to a couple private institutes, what a lot of these guys do, makes some money for there, and starts lobbying. And then he winds up, one of the things is he had $2 million in consulting deals with foreign governments.
I don't know why that doesn't sit good with me.
It doesn't sit good with a lot of people, because, here he is in the military and then sharing information. He was in the NSA. Now, no one's suggesting that he's, broken the law. No one's suggesting he's giving away secrets or anything like that.
Sure.
But, he was responsible for foreign intelligence requirements, military support, protecting national security systems of the United States. Mm-hmm. He was the first head of the U.S. Cyber Command, which is very important now, of course. And so he has a very well-lauded career. But that's just like, wow. And he's not the only former general or admiral who does this. What really irks a lot of people in the media is that $2 million included a $700,000 contract with Saudi Arabia that happened after the 2018 murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi.
Yeah.
And so, that was like, what? To a lot of journalists.
Oh, of course. And that was one of them. I remember when that happened. And that's, if you're not familiar with that out there, do yourself a favor and don't familiarize yourself with it, because it'll make you absolutely sick to your stomach and upset. It's I can't imagine what that was like for all of you guys in the journalistic profession out there, and especially someone like you who's been in these war-torn areas, and you've brought voices and stuff to the people there, and just to see that's heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah. So he has his own company. He founded after he left the military in 2014. Mm-hmm. There's been some scrutiny of that as well. There's a lawsuit out there saying he took advantage of a stock craze to defraud investors. So there's a lot going on with the general.
Yeah. Well, all right. So something that I think we need to be paying attention to is this in Russia, what the Pentagon saying about them and their capabilities still in nuclear, cyber, and information operations. Yeah. Because I know this war in Ukraine is, it's kind of gone up and down, and who's winning, who's gaining ground. Is Russia the military power we thought they were? The Pentagon still feels that way.
They have felt that way since the beginning. There's been more, they're always cautioned on a somewhat regular basis that just because things aren't going easily for them in Ukraine, that might be an understatement. It doesn't mean that their whole military is devastated. And so the same two folks, Assistant Secretary Wallander, mm-hmm. and she's actually very good. She says Russia retains its capabilities in nuclear, cyber, information operations, counter space, that means outer space, and undersea warfare, okay? And, those are the parts that haven't really been involved in the war in Ukraine. So those assets really are not touched. And then Cavoli says that we, meaning European Command, has seen, regarding Russia's undersea assets, translated submarines and things like that, are, quote, more active than we've seen them in years. Their patrols into the Atlantic and throughout the Atlantic are at a high level most of the time. So, when you take the snapshot of Ukraine, that's the snapshot of Ukraine. It's not the album of Russia's military prowess. Or potential prowess, let me put it that way.
That's right. And let me ask you this, Tom, because when you were saying this, I was thinking this. There are many different ways and this is, the worst of the worst, but just so we know, there are a lot of different ways that we can, not we, but any country that has nuclear capabilities could fire off a nuclear weapon. Isn't that correct? I mean, they wouldn't. It's
That's correct.
And so,
yeah.
When you hear about these, you think submarines, and you just get nervous about this kind of stuff, just with the tensions in the world.
Here's another thing that gets nervous about submarines, which I always wonder about. We have undersea cables for financial, business, and communication, going underneath the Atlantic Ocean that really are not protected. There's nothing. No one guards those cables.
Right.
They could be cut easily, and the disruption would be incredible. Their communications are, just for banking, for national security, and for other things. And, no one protects those. And anybody who has the ability, and I don't know if the Russians do or not, I'm guessing they probably do, as well as other nations, could damage those cables or cut those cables. We saw that incident with the Nord Stream pipeline, which still is a mystery. some people say the United States actually was behind it. Some people say Russia was.
Right.
Who knows? But that was sabotage or destroyed in a deliberate attack. That's an example of things that can go on. The world's a big place. A lot of water covers a lot of these things, and you can't be everywhere. And, these are legitimate concerns.
They are. I didn't even know that was a thing. I'm so glad you brought that up. That gives me something else to talk about.
Something else to worry about.
The rest of the show, yeah. All right, so let's get on this, because this is what I was waiting for, and I know we're running out of time, but the other stuff was very interesting, too. South Korea, potentially a nuclear power?
No, not really, but kind of, okay?
Oh, good. So Pentagon answer.
It's the Pentagon answer, but it's actually probably the position of the United States. The United States does not want to have other nations, even if they're friendly nations, with nuclear weapons. The idea of non-proliferation is to limit nuclear weapons, not expand them. And so the United States and South Korea, the South Korean president is in town, state dinner last night. He's coming here at the Pentagon later this afternoon. It's been 40 years since the United States had nuclear submarines in South Korea, okay? And, the goal is to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. That's what the Trump administration was saying, Obama and Biden. That's the goal, okay? And, it's a far-off goal because of North Korea's nuclear program. So what the United States is going to do is return nuclear-capable, they call them, submarines to South Korea. That means this is meant to reassure the South Koreans that the United States has the political moxie to defend South Korea against North Korea's threats of nuclear weapons. And, Biden is he's not mealy-mouthed on these things. I'm not a Biden supporter or distractor. I'm just reporting here.
Right.
He said, this is pretty clear language, but you tell me, a nuclear attack by North Korea against the United States or its allies and partners is not acceptable and will result in the end of whatever regime would take such an action. Right. That's pretty clear.
That is very clear, yeah.
Yeah.
And, and Trump, for the people on the other side, Trump has well touted his conversation with Kim Jong-un and said that, I told him, look, I've got a nuclear button and it actually works. We want to come to some kind of peace. And sometimes
I remember that, right?
Yeah. Sometimes, you have to exert your power, I suppose.
Well, I think in the case of folks like that, both Trump and Biden wanted to make it clear, they didn't want to do the Pentagon mealy-mouthed response that,
right.
You and I laugh about sometimes. But I find it interesting, too. Here's the snide Pentagon reporter in me. When we ask questions about stuff like submarines, we can't tell you where they are for security reasons. Now, we'll never tell you, but they're telling us now that they're going to be in South Korea because they want to send that message.
Right. They want it to be out now. Yeah.
Yeah, they want it to be out. Yeah. Okay, I understand that. But don't tell us you can't say it for security. You just don't want to tell us.
Right, absolutely. Well, one more thing real quick before we run out of time. This conversation with Xi and Zelensky, anything come from this, you think?
No.
Okay.
I don't mean to.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Scuteri.
No, I don't think so. It's nice that he called and they had a nice chat. Let me just look. Who knows what'll come? China has a game plan that I don't have any idea what it is. I can guess. Zelensky's happy to talk to Xi, put him on the record his feelings. Now China can't say, well, we don't know what the Ukrainians want because he's talked to the president of Ukraine. How's that? Is that a nice answer?
Yeah, that's a good answer. The only thing I will think is China has kind of inserted themselves as the diplomatic leader. The Saudi Arabia, Iran, some things. People that you never thought would get together. They've been able to facilitate those getting togetherness or whatever. Maybe broker a peace here to see what that would look like. That was the only thing, and hopefully. I mean, even if it's China, who I'm not a fan of, but I am a fan of less war, and so I was a little hopeful that maybe somebody could do something.
Well, we were off cycle yesterday, but the Czech president was asked about this very thing about China trying to broker a peace deal, and he couldn't have been more adamant, saying don't trust them for a moment. They don't want to have a peace. They would love to see the war go on slowly. They, diminished Russia as a partner. Now Russia's a junior partner. They're getting cheap oil from Russia. They're seeing the West lose its military resources as well as understand West military tactics. He says they don't have a reason to have the war ended, at least right now.
Okay. Now that makes a lot of sense there. Yeah, you're right. We're showing our hand. We're using our stuff, our money. Russia is
right.
China Junior now, for lack of a better word. Yeah. So, yeah, they're in control. Tom Scuteri, Pentagon reporter, one of our favorite people on the show. Tom, we appreciate you so much, my friend.
Have a great weekend.
All
Bye-bye.
Right. You too, my man, Tom Scuteri. Look at that guy. What a rock star. What a rock star. I think yesterday when we were talking to Bob, we were hopeful that maybe, because there's a lot of innocent people dying, can't get, simple things, electricity. I don't know that their News Talk West Tennessee app would work in Ukraine, right? There's lots of things that are happening. Hospital services. Grocery stores in war-torn areas probably don't restock their shelves like they used to. There's a lot of bad things going on. And so even if it's China, who I'm not a fan of, and none of you should be a fan of out there either, but if they could slow this thing down, get a ceasefire, that'd be good. Tom doesn't think anything's going to come of that. That's unfortunate. Couple of messages that came in. This one says, clearly, Tom is cool. Yes, Tom is very cool. You people tried to step on my relationship with Tom. It did not work. We are friends. Get used to it. Well, send me in crazy text about Tom Scuteri. He's not playing those games. He has the peacoat, for the love of God. He's not playing those games. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. It says 59 labs around the world handle the deadliest pathogens in 23 countries. That's crazy. I believe every word of that, though. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. Says, could you imagine doing DoorDash in Ukraine? No. No, we brought you an awful story yesterday about a DoorDasher in Florida and his horrific murder. But no, I could not imagine DoorDashing in Ukraine. That would not be what I wanted to do. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line. It's a link to a USA News article. I'll pull it up in the break. It says, cite your sources for kids getting killed in other wealthy nations by cars, bombs, knives, etc. I will. And where their parents are very worried about this threat. I'm very interested. Please cite legitimate sources if you can. Absolutely. I'll look that up during the break. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line. Yeah, Tom talked a little bit about this. The Sudan coup is lit. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad. I feel terrible for those people there. Not being able to get, the most basic of needs, right? Now, the French, believe it, we're leaning on the French to get us out of there, but the French are helping a lot of Americans get out. But the everyday Sudanese person who a month ago was just living their life, they can't get to hospitals. Imagine if you were, 8 months pregnant. Like, what's your life look like now? CWA Development phone line numbers, 731-265-6496. If you want to call in, 731-265-6496. Our Advanced Rehab text line is 731-800-8398. I want to tell you something about CWA Development. They've got a combined 80 years experience in restoration, renovation. They do commercial and residential maintenance, restoration and renovation, fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, gutter, roof, and window cleaning, wood repairs on fences and decks. They're open Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. That's 13 hours, people. Sundays, they're available for emergencies. Their number at CWA Development, not our phone number, but their number is 731-503-9598. One more message here on the Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. This says Sudan is a huge country. They don't like to brag, but it's huge.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson-Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Thursday brings a chance of thunderstorms and showers. Highs in the upper 60s. Winds gusting near 20 at times. Tonight brings more rain and a chance of thunderstorms, lows in the mid-50s. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Hey, y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks. Looking like it's going to be a rainy day out there for us. We're expecting a high of 63. We're currently at 58, overcast. Rain is on its way, coming this afternoon. Not my favorite. I'm going to be honest with you. Not my favorite, but what are you going to do? This comes in on our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It says, read it and weep. And it is another link from wisevoter.com. School shootings by country. Yes, the United States leads that. We know that. We know they lead in school shootings. It's horrific, and it's awful. I just don't know that taking the guns is going to get rid of it. What does taking the guns even look like? I'll play your game. How do we take the guns? Who's turning their guns in? How many of the guns are being turned in? Or are we creating a huge black market for guns at that point? People who have the intent set out to kill soft targets? These people that do these mass shootings, are we convinced that they're no longer going to do these things? How do we take the guns? Everybody gets one of those postcards in the mail that says, turn your gun in to the police department. What does that look like? How many people actually turn them in? I wouldn't. I don't even have a lot of guns. I wouldn't feel comfortable turning them in. What does that look like? Or maybe we just stop gun sales going forward. Is that what you'd like? Stop gun sales going forward. We still have more guns in this country than people. You know, we've had prohibition before of alcohol. That didn't turn out well. Sometimes you send me in text about prohibition of like things like drugs. I know people can still get drugs, right? Those things still happen. Hard conversation. I want it to get fixed. I do. I don't know that that's how you do it. I am a believer that a lot of the toothpaste is already out of the tube. This comes in our advanced rehab text line. That number is 731-800-8398. The CWA development phone line number is 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496. Couple of messages to catch up on here. This says, when's the last time Sudan had a government that wasn't controlled by a European or U.S. puppet? It's been a hot minute. Yeah. I think that, you know, there's been a lot of European and American influence in a lot of African countries for a long time. Sometimes in those countries, when they no longer feel like they need our influence, we go in there and unalive them. Gaddafi, he found a way to get himself unalived. You guys remember that, right? We remember that. This comes in. Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. All right, I'm going to read this here. These are two messages. Take me a second to pull them up here. This looks like it's a screenshot from the Tennessee Firearms Association dated April 27th, 2023. This says Governor Bill Lee's demand for a red flag law must be stopped. We talked to Representative Chris Todd on Julie's show. Julie said it this morning. I asked him about this. He's like, look, we had 3 days to make a decision on this. Couldn't do it. That's what he said. I'm going to read you what the Tennessee Firearms Association, what it looks like a screenshot from an email they sent out. It says, Governor Bill Lee has proposed an unconstitutional red flag law. Most would have never expected such from any Republican elected official, but he has clearly called for a red flag law. When the Tennessee legislature adjourned without voting on his proposal, he announced that he is calling a special legislative session to force the legislature to consider his red flag law. But there are other proposals, including one that bases the red flag law on whether individuals are taking certain prescription drugs. Bill Lee's proposal is wrong. If the person is such a mental health risk to himself or the public that suicide or homicide is likely, then the person should be evaluated and treated by inpatient experts. It is foolishness to just go as Bill Lee demands and seize the person's guns, but leave them at large with access to all kinds of other means of harm. All right, well, that's an interesting perspective there. This says, we urgently need your help to show Governor Bill Lee and the legislature that the Tennesseans do not want or need unconstitutional knee-jerk red flag laws. I don't know that we can call it knee-jerk. We've had 13 school shootings that I know of this year. We're in April. But regardless, I'll keep reading. It says, we have a short time to spread the word through all available means of advertising, social media, podcast, videocast, and interviews in order to reach the voters. We need the voters to put pressure on the legislators. Please take action now and help the TFALAC, a state political action committee, raise funds for radio spots, social media campaigns, and other get-out-the-word measures to stop Bill Lee's insistence that the state of Tennessee should be taking guns away from lawful gun owners in violation of the Constitution. And there's a link. Looks like you can make a donation there on that link. You have to click it. I can't click it because this is a screenshot. And that's from John Harris, who's the executive director of Tennessee Firearms. So there you go. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. This says, when the government says turn in your guns, that's when it's time to buy more guns. Yeah, I know. See, and that's all right. So I'll even play this game. I will play this game with you out there. What does it look like? What does this look like? All right, the government says, all right, give me all your guns. All right, cool. How many people do that? What happens to the people that don't? Which is going to be a large majority of. I kid around and say you'll get 12 guns nationally, but you're not going to get all the guns. You know that. Are you creating a huge black market for all these people who own multiple guns? Kind of the way, people were still getting drunk in the street during Prohibition. The only thing that did was make a lot of families wealthy. I've seen Boardwalk Empire. I'm familiar with Nucky Thompson. I know the history of the Kennedys, right? I just don't think it works. This comes in and says types of guns. Are you saying ban certain types of guns? That may be what you said. I need a little bit more information on that. This comes in our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. This comes in and says red flag laws are dangerous for citizens. The government will eventually expand that red flag law to where almost no one can buy a gun unless you're law enforcement. That's dangerous government overreach. Bill Monkey Shine Lee is a rhino. Are we now calling Bill Lee Monkey Shine too? This comes in and says liquor prohibition made American liquor barons super rich. They are still living off that wealth. Yes. Yes, they are. This comes in and says, do you mind reading the school shooting numbers for the countries listed? No, I do not. This is what you sent me in, and it says the 10 countries with the most school shootings are the United States of America coming in at number 1 at 288. Mexico comes in at 2 at 8. South Africa comes in at 3 with 6. India at 4 with 5. Nigeria with 4. Pakistan with 4. Afghanistan with 3. Brazil with 2. Canada with 2. And France with 2. So it's a 280 more school shootings than the next closest, according to this information, which is on wisevoter.com. This comes in our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says, I heard the story Bull told about his magnificent body and how the guy prayed that he died. He told the man, I could kill you. Well, they're quite a man with initials AB. Bull hit him with a pee-filled diaper. That day, Bull was praying old AB would get off of him. Old AB never mentioned his magnificent body. He just whipped him like a stepchild. What is this about? Who is this AB person? And how do you get your hands on a pee-filled diaper? You just carry that around with you? I don't know about the validity of that. I've never heard that story from Bull about getting hit with a pee-soaked diaper. I don't think Bull has children. I don't know where he would get access to it. This comes in on our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. It says, types of guns. Also, you need to be against all prohibition. You seem to be against all prohibition, but one. Which one would I not be against? The prohibition of guns? What do I want prohibited? I don't know that prohibition inherently works. People still have access to things that are prohibited, like drugs, right? There's still access to that. In this, the 1917s, 1920s, whenever that exchange was with when alcohol was, there was prohibition of alcohol. They still got it. Weed. I've told you a million times, I have no problem with them legalizing weed. I think it would be a great thing, a huge moneymaker for the state. The only person standing in the way of that is Pothead, who gets high as a kite and calls radio stations making no sense. Because every day walking around, people out there who really don't care about weed one way or the next hear Super Pothead calling in to the radio station, and then they're like, oh yeah, no, we definitely need to prohibit that. Yeah, that's my only point with it. I don't care if they legalize weed. I don't drink it. Or drink it. I don't smoke it. Right? Just like there are certain liquors out there, certain beers out there that I don't drink. That's fine. That's no problem. You're not going to see me at 42 years old get down with PGA Punch. Now, when I was younger, did I go to a party at a Super 8 where they filled the bathtub up with PGA Punch and Hawaiian Punch and stirred it with a boat oar and served us drinks from it? Yes, I did. That's really gross. I can't believe I did that. I would not do that again. I don't care if weed is legal or not. Matter of fact, as we're talking about ways to protect our schools, we could possibly legalize weed and then fund it through that. It seems to make a lot of states a lot of money. I don't care. I've just said weed's not for me. I'm also not a big fan of proponents of people who get high as a kite, call in and say, look, man, there's no such thing as debt. Money's not real. We just need to barter weed plants for tomatoes. I don't want to live that life. I don't want to go backwards. You see, I don't want to smoke weed and end up on a bartering system. That's fair, right? This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. It says, bogus answer from Representative Todd. It would have taken most people 5 seconds to make that decision. Pathetic of him. Now, I will say this. Everything that I've read about the bill, which I think I found it on the Tennessean the day that Bill Lee released it, seemed like it could make sense. He said there wasn't enough time. He said unintended consequences, things like that. I get it. You know, he and I don't agree on everything. I don't know that this proposed legislation by Governor Lee is as scary as everyone thinks. I like the idea of there being a central agency that could run this, could speed up some of these things that are often missed in background checks. This comes in our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says, guns liberate citizens, especially the Black Panthers in Oakland, the American Revolution, the citizens of Athens, Tennessee, Bacon's Rebellion, Haitian Revolution, First and Second American Seminole Wars. I could go on and on.
The guitar's coming through to soothe me. Thanks for the joy that you're giving me. The joy that you're giving me. I want you to know.
CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
My name is Steven, and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596. Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
And number 45 steps on the plate. So far, he's batting 1,000. The pitcher delivers. But wait, that's not the ball. It's the taxes. 45 Automart takes a swing, and they're gone.
At 45 Automart, we're making your taxes go dark with Grand Slam savings out of the park. That's right. For a short time, we're going to whack your tax up to $1,500 on anything you choose, so there's no way to lose at 45 Automart. Go to 45automart.com. Check out our bullpen that's stacked with more clean Carfax Southern rides than you can shake a bat at. Mustangs, Silverados, Wranglers, Altimas, F-150s, Camrys, Tacomas, Rogues, 4Runners, Avalanches, Cadillacs, Equinoxes, Cobalts, Caravans, Grand Cherokees, Lexus, Mercedes, Sierras, CRV. You get the picture. We're ready to whack the tax on all.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. A closely watched gauge of the U.S. economy has slowed significantly. The gross domestic product grew at a disappointing rate of 1.1% in the first 3 months of the year. Now, part of the slowing could be attributed to repeated Fed interest rate hikes aimed at slowing the economy in order to fight inflation. By a slim margin, the House gives a thumbs up to a Republican bill raising the federal debt ceiling while also cutting federal spending, but President Biden is already threatening to veto the bill if it reaches his desk. Over in the Senate, Republican John Cornyn says the president's refusal to negotiate with Republicans puts the country at risk.
Cornyn says overspending is not a victimless policy.
Future generations are going to have to pay that money back.
He says lawmakers and the White House should do all they can to help.
If there are things we can do, at least to mitigate it.
But he also says the national debt is the single biggest threat to U.S. security.
This is really unbelievable to me. The President of the United States, the leader of the free world, and he said, not my problem.
Cornyn calling on President Biden to negotiate with Republicans on spending cuts in talks on raising the debt limit. Bob Agnew, Capitol Hill.
Let me run with you tonight. I'll take you on a moonlight ride. There's someone I used to see, but she don't give a damn for me. roll another joint, turn the radio loud. I'm too alone to be proud, and you don't know how it feels. You don't know how it feels to be me.
Welcome back into Walker Talks. Just a little bit at the top of the hour news there. I do think this debt ceiling talk is interesting, right? We're going to raise the debt ceiling, cut some spending, but we're not talking about balancing the budget. You know, Bob's in India right now. He's told us that nobody, Republicans, Democrats, combinations of, have attempted to balance the budget in 15 years. 15 years. It's not that we haven't had one. They haven't even attempted to. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. This comes in on our advanced rehab text line. That number is 731-800-8398. Break me off a phone call. Let's talk. 731-265-6496. That's our CWA Development call-in phone number, 731-265-6496. This says, I want to just remind everybody that Reboot Camp Charity and the Deuce Bar and Grill are having an event this Saturday to raise money for veteran suicide. The Hunt Pearson Band, who's amazing, will be headlining with music all day long from various artists, including the Derek Brantley and Brian Moffitt. It's a free event. It's going to be kid-friendly. Check it out on the Deuce Bar and Hunt Pearson music page on Facebook to find out all the details.
Another joint, let's head on down the road to somewhere. I gotta go, and you don't know how it feels. You don't know how it feels.
This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line. It says, didn't Julie say that Canada has many school children being killed by knives, bombs, etc.? I think she was talking about England there, but I don't want to speak for her. Since I thought you were going to cite some sources of homicide. Yeah, I've been a little busy. But I will. You're right, I will. In Canadian schools and other countries, please don't cite war zone stats. We're talking about civilian peacetime countries, you know, the wealthy nations. Again, I'll play your game. Tell me what it looks like. All right, so let's say today the guns are outlawed, right? There's an executive order. You got to turn your guns in. You're like England, right? You can't own guns unless, you keep them at a gun club to go hunting and stuff like that. All right, boom. Let's just say we wake up tomorrow and we're England in that respect. With the marmalade and the funny accent. Right? Say we wake up and we're them. How do we get the guns back? How do you get 400 million plus guns back? What does that look like? Do you think people are going to willfully turn them back in? Do you think in states like Tennessee, Mississippi, Florida, South Carolina, Texas, Oklahoma, even third world countries like Arkansas, you think it's going to go easy there? You think people are just going to hand their guns back in? I don't think so. I don't know what it looks like. I don't even know the feasibility of it. I would suggest that it's almost impossibility. I think it would drive up the cost of guns. I think if there were ever real talk about it, every time that there is talk about it, like you remember years ago when the AR-15, which does seem to be the selected gun of a lot of school shooters, we can say that out loud. Okay, now I understand you're going to send me in information about the caliber of bullet and stuff like that. To me, doesn't matter. You know, if it does harm, it does harm. But it's inarguable that seems to be the weapon of choice by most people. Years ago, I can remember I have a buddy who bought one. He had a couple of other guns. He bought an AR-15 just because he knew they were going to be banned, is what he said. He said, they're going to ban. I think it was during the Obama administration. He said, Obama's going to ban these guns. So he bought one. Spent like, $1,200 on it or what. I don't know. I don't know what it cost. I don't own one. Do you think he's turning that in? Do you think the gun enthusiast is turning that in? No, they're going to want to keep their family safe. I don't think it's going to. I don't even know what it would look like. You tell me what you think it would look like. I said, okay, we're going to turn these guns in. What does that look like? I don't think it's doable. I don't think it's going to be well received, especially in lots of the red states, for example. Criminals, people who operate outside the law that may have purchased their guns legally. Do you think they're going to say, well, I was going to do some nefarious things with this gun, but now that it's illegal, I better not? No, they're going to keep them as well. I think that the majority of gun owners are responsible. They use them for things like hunting, protection, things like that. I think they are responsible. I think there are people who aren't responsible with guns out there, but I'm not convinced that us outlawing guns is going to take it away. These people are going to say, well, there's nothing for me to do. That part I don't agree with. Now, Governor Lee's proposed bill, I don't find a ton of flaws in that. See, to me, that looks like okay, we can meet in the middle. This seems reasonable thing. Not everybody agrees with that, obviously. So I get it. I'm not going to go to the extreme to say that we don't need better, more in-depth, and a quicker sharing of information on our background checks to buy a firearm. I think you do. But I'm also not going to go to the extreme to say we have to outlaw all guns. Because number one, I don't. And number two, I don't even think we could. I don't think it would work. This comes in our advanced rehab text line. That number is 731-800-8398. It says, American citizens are the most armed population on earth. If Americans wanted to overthrow every government agency in the U.S., they could. Quite easily, actually. That's why the powers that be work hard to keep us divided. Okay, I don't believe that either, though. What does that look like? All right, so all the Americans with guns, we get on Elon Musk's Twitter, and we're like, hey, guys, we're going to meet at the Jackson City Hall. We're going to meet at City Hall in Jackson, and we're going to overtake what? How do we do that? You understand the military, they have things out there, right? They have drones. They can bomb us from the sky. There's lots of stuff that can happen. I just don't know. Sorry, I'm replying to a text from our office manager here on the show. 731-800-8398 is our advanced rehab text line number, 731-800-8398. It says the military defects to the population in scenarios like this. Okay, now I've heard that argument. If the military is like, look, we're not going to fight our own citizens, they're overthrowing the government with the weapons and we won't fight. Okay, yes, that makes a difference. But if the military fights us with all of the military equipment, they have F-16s. How many 410s and 22s does it take to bring down an F-16? A stealth bomber, a drone that it's above the clouds that can drop a bomb and hit you in the face? See, those are the questions I have. Now, if you're telling me, okay, well, the military's not going to fight us, okay, that part I could agree with. 731-800-8398, Advanced Rehab text line, CWA Development call-in phone number, 731-265-6496, 731-265-6496. This says, why are drugs illegal? They're everywhere. Any city, USA, no matter how small the population, in constant supply. That's true. That's true. They are everywhere. That's kind of my thought with the gun thing, because I'll allow you to do it, and because I'd love to have this conversation. I just don't even know what it would look like, because we know that there are going to be large groups of people out there who would not turn their guns in. You would drive up the price of guns. You're going to make people who own multiple firearms very rich, very wealthy. People who have stockpiled ammunition, all of a sudden, instead of having weirdos like Mark Zuckerberg is a billionaire, those people who buy those grain silos and put them in the ground, the preppers, that TV show Doomsday Preppers, they're the new Bill Gates because they have 9,000 rounds, 10 million shotgun shells, a couple of sawed-offs and a Glock. All of a sudden, that's the new Bill Gates. That's what that looks like. Coming to these phone calls here, a couple more texts. This says, I was going to tell you, I don't expect you to look stuff up on the spur of the moment during the show. Hey, you do good, but you're going to have a hard time coming up with much to evidence to counter what I've sent you. No, I agree. I don't think I can refute it, but I do want to know, what would it look like? All right, if we did give up our guns, right? If we did, how would that even happen? Because I'm telling you, I would not willingly give and I have two. What am I going to do with two guns? This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line. Yeah, I got that. The military defects. We'll go ahead and say good morning to you. Welcome in.
Hi, good morning.
What's up, my man? How are you?
Well, little fella, let me say something real quick.
All right.
You and Bobo Lee,
yeah.
See, this is what happens when reality comes home. This is his second little jaunt of being a bonehead. So
what was his first?
He needs to go. He needs to go.
Yeah, I don't think he can run for re-election. But what was his first? I can't.
Well,
remember.
around here, who knows? Who knows? Because you want marijuana legalized.
I said I didn't mind if it was.
I don't. No. You said you wanted it.
Yeah, we could tax it. We could make revenue for it. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we can.
See, that's where
we can.
You and that.
It's Mississippi, Illinois, Arkansas. They're all making money for it. This is like when we were the last state to legalize the lottery system. I don't buy scratch-offs either. Okay. I think I bathe too regularly to buy scratch-offs, but I don't have a problem with the people that do. It funds the Hope Scholarship that we have for kids to go to junior college for 2 years for free or to go to a trade school for free. I don't see that's inherently bad.
Well, you don't ever see anything bad, see, because you all are always on the surface of the issue. You never understand the financial woes, because revenue versus calamity of society and the society woes that we end up having to pay for because of little-minded folks believing they can go out and sell dope. There's no doubt in Tennessee, Chuck, that you can sell dope by the truckload.
You can sell it where can you sell dope by the truckload?
In Tennessee.
Where? Like at Walmart? Where are we talking?
You never mentioned the fact of the calamity that has occurred in all these states that have approved marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
See, because you're talking about profitability, no. Only 25% of the dope smokers buy legal pot. Yeah, only 25%.
That's not
See,
true.
Just because
I'm going to tell you something right now. I don't think that's true. I bet it's higher than that because you can go into Arkansas and buy it legally there. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump from Memphis, and you can go buy your weed.
75% of your
where are you getting these
weed
numbers from?
Where are you getting your information on a daily basis?
I know people who go to Arkansas to buy their weed. I know them. I know their friends. They're like, yes, this is better. You don't have to worry about all the crap being in it that people are putting it on the street now. This is a much better way to do it. I actually know people who drive to Arkansas. Why anybody would go to Arkansas blows my mind. It's the worst state in the union, but regardless, they do to buy their weed. So tell me your source.
Well, if they come back to Tennessee with that weed, hopefully the popo is going to jack them up.
Well, the popo has not jacked them up yet.
But you're not.
But tell me your source.
We've already listened.
Tell me your source.
We've already listened to you. We know that you love to do illegal things. You're not a law follower.
I'm not a law follower. Which laws do I break?
You are all into breaking the law.
Which laws do I break? I do speed every now and again.
There are numerous
Right.
laws that you have promoted to break.
Mm-hmm.
You've even gotten the Tennessee legislature to respin law to prevent you from being lawless again. See, so, I mean, who in the world wants to eat barbecue with pubic hair flying in the air?
Barbecue
kind of
with pubic hair flying in the air? This is what we're doing on a rainy Thursday? Barbecue with pubic hair? This is what we're doing on a Thursday?
You are. I'm not. I don't go.
I'm encouraging people to eat barbecue with pubic hairs?
I don't. Hey, man, eat on. All I can tell you is eat on, boy. 'Cause, us common folk, we stay away from your little two-town block square that's been in existence since like 1835.
I don't know what they served you in Paris at the fish fry, but if there was pubic hair in your barbecue, I apologize on behalf of Henry County. I'm sorry that happened to you. That does not seem pleasant. I don't even know that pubic hair is even a thing anymore, right? This is 2023. They make manscapers. They have clippers. I don't know that that's still a thing. The only thing I'm questioning at this point is everything I've ever known in my entire life. I thought, Chuck, how fun would it be to do your own talk radio show? You love hearing different opinions and lots of ideas out there. How interesting would it be? You do want to tell the world that Canada is full of a bunch of sissies that weren't tough enough to make it in France. You want to let people know that. You want to have positive, open discussion, hearing well thought out and researched ideas, but never, ever did I think that there'd be a time on my radio program where we'd be discussing pubic hair and barbecue. Call that naivete on my part. I had no idea this is where we would end up. I hope to God Tom Scutteri's not listening because he's not going to be happy with this, Rick. He's not. He's a Pentagon reporter, for the love of God.
So let's get back to this marijuana push that you and your little bumpkins are all wanting to happen.
Okay.
You don't need any more dope in Tennessee. Y'all have plenty that you have constantly abused. Okay, to the extent that we've thrown doctors into prison. You remember the Rock Doc? You went in there with a hangnail or ingrown toenail, and God only knows what you got in your pocket when you left there.
Is that how that played out? You went in with a hangnail and you got a handful of pain pills?
No, I didn't. I didn't go see the Rock Doc, but now a couple of your business partners loved the Rock Doc.
Yeah,
loved him for some reason. I don't know. Maybe one of these days when he's jabbering, he will explain.
He was
advertising. Now
I'd met Jeff Young a few times. Now I do think that what he did on social media was crazy for a business owner in this town. I do. I thought it was pretty. You know, he had a lot of patience, right? He had a lot of patience. Not the way I would choose to go to market, but every interaction I had with him, he was kind, professional, nice. Never had a negative interaction with him. But I'm also not gonna put my head in the sand. Obviously, there's a lot there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten convicted. They wouldn't have arrested him the way that they did. So, I mean, I'm with you on that. You're not getting a ton of argument here.
No, he's a dope dealer. He was a dope dealer.
He sold marijuana?
No, he sold dope.
Dope, okay.
Yeah. Y'all into dope now. I ain't lying. I've never been. Apparently, you got a gene from your
Have you ever
tried
marijuana,
level.
Rick? Have you ever tried the devil's lettuce? I mean, the time you
know,
grew up, it's fine if you did. I will not judge you.
Bottom line is, Chuckles, I've been around you dope heads for a quarter of my life.
Us dope heads.
A good portion of you dopers went to prison. Okay, so I know all about your dope.
About your dopers, you know,
and your little business.
I wish I liked marijuana. I really do. I've tried the CBD stuff, like on my shoulder, the creams and stuff. It doesn't work that great for me. It really doesn't. I think in the beginning I thought it did. It was a placebo effect. It's not for me. I just don't hate that people do it. And honestly, how did you feel about Tennessee getting lottery tickets, a scratch off and Powerball and things like that? Were you upset with that?
Y'all are stupid enough to buy them.
Yeah, but were you upset when that law was passed in Tennessee?
The only people.
Were you upset when that law was passed in Tennessee?
The only people that buy lottery tickets are those that fell asleep while math class was going on.
Right. How did you feel about it, though, in Tennessee?
Bottom line.
No, bottom line. There's a question. There's a question here. This is called a conversation. You say some things, I say some things. I have the advantage of having a slide to slide you down. But how did you feel about it? That's my question.
Well, essentially, what benefit has the lottery done? It's a tax on the poorest of the poor and the stupid of the stupid, because you've got a better chance to get a rocket ride to Mars than you do to win in the lottery. And more importantly, all you've done is water down free education where the kids that can't read to the third grade reading level go to college, use up the lottery money, and come home at Christmas time and never go back to college. See, that's what that crap accomplishes.
Well, and I'm sure in some cases it does, but there's also a lot of kids, my son being one of them, who went. Didn't cost him a penny. Now, he had a full ride at Memphis, but he wanted to try to play baseball. But again, still didn't cost him a penny. Went to Jackson State. Is transferring to Alabama next year, which I'm not a big fan of that, but that's a story for another day. But yeah, there's a ton of kids. Yeah, I'm sure. A lot of kids go to college and realize, this is not for me. I don't want to do this. But there's also a ton of kids it's opening opportunities from. They're able to get 2 years of free education before they finish their 4-year degree, transfer somewhere, save up money, hopefully, during those 2 years, either get grades good enough where they receive an academic scholarship, which is my son has done, or work and save up their money, which my son has done that too. He's not on an island. He's not the only person to ever do it. It's not a bad thing because, again, people were driving to Mississippi, to Arkansas, to Kentucky. They were already buying these scratch-off tickets. That was already happening in Tennessee. Tennessee just said, okay, we can't be the only ones missing out on this revenue. That's how. I mean, that's
you
the
are
truth.
so hilarious. Yeah, you're funny. Hey, what's happened to Julie girl?
She's on 8 to 10 every day. You've called her before on her show. I've heard you on there.
Oh, she gonna be up that early?
Yes, every day she's been up that early. She was sick one day this week.
Oh.
Allergies and stuff are going crazy. But yes, it's her name of her show
Yeah,
is Julie Said It on every morning here, 8 to 10.
So getting back to you wanting to legalize more poison because you and Brother Lee are on this conquest about how you're going to invade Tennessee in violation of the Second Amendment.
Invade Tennessee in violation of the Second Amendment. What for extending background checks? You don't think you don't think background checks should be extended for people buying firearms?
There are already background checks.
There are background checks. That is true. But you know this because you were in the military. You know that governmental bodies don't talk to one another the way that they should. Bill Lee's proposal would make the TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, the one central body where everything would head through, right? You would put all that stuff to them. You would send it to them, and they would approve the background check. Tell me where that doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Why?
Because the TBI, well, I'm going to explain it to you.
All right.
The TBI is not an independent investigative agency. The TBI only gets to investigate at the direction of the governor or when requested by all the little crooked district attorneys across the state of Tennessee that are all politically connected, because if they weren't, they wouldn't have a job. See? So, again, you don't understand the deviancy that's going in where they pick and choose people to target in this little red flag law business. So, essentially, Chuckles, let me explain life to you. We, the people, will have our firearms till the day we die. And if you take, this is how redundantly stupid this is. You're going to continue to put legislation against law-abiding citizens so that the dumb jackasses that can't read and go in and out of your little jailhouses and your prisons like clockwork are going to follow some stupid law. No. They're going to not follow the law. They have no intention of following the law. And they're...
Right, but the shooter, just using this Covenant school shooter in Nashville, did legally purchase a firearm. Legally, right? So this was an illegal thing. Now, the actions that she took were very illegal. Obviously very illegal. If this new proposed legislation would have been enacted, this person, under the psychiatric care that she was receiving, would not have been able to legally buy a firearm. Now, am I ridiculous enough to say that there's no way she could have got one? No. People illegally buy firearms every single day in this country, and I get that, but it would make it harder. This is what's known as a reasonable deterrent, right? Because I'm going to be able to go out and still buy a gun. Presumably, you are going to be able to go out and still buy a gun. This would only affect people who are in psychiatric care, taking some kind of medications until they're off. Like, again, I don't know where the big reach is here. If it saves just a handful of lives, what's the issue? This isn't taking, from anything that I've seen, unless you're seeing different reports than I am, this is not taking guns from people who don't have mental illness, unless you're reading something I'm not.
Well, what I'm reading is the fact. One more time.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to put restraint on law-abiding citizens.
Okay. What about citizens that are receiving mental illnesses and they're receiving psychiatric medicines? Are you good with them buying firearms?
The background
No, I'm asking.
check.
No, that's a question. That's a yes or a no. And I don't care what your answer is. It's your opinion. You get to have it. Are you comfortable with people who are on psychiatric medications, have mental illnesses, who are going to therapists, okay? Thoughts of harm. Are you good with them being able to legally purchase firearms?
It's their right.
Okay.
Who tells?
Okay.
Yeah.
And you know what? Here's what I'm going to give you a lot of credit here. That at least shows consistency. That shows consistency, and that's really hard to find nowadays. So I appreciate you being consistent with that, because that's a big thing to say, and that's probably a hard thing to say. I think that we have enough data out there now. We have enough data to know that not everybody who is mentally ill and receiving psychiatric drugs should own a firearm. I'm okay with them not owning a firearm. Okay?
How many people in Chicago are toting around illegal firearms and killing people in masses over every day?
I bet a lot are. I bet a lot are.
Again, you're playing, all that Lee's trying to do is ride the fence, okay? He's just about ending. So now all of a sudden he's got to go back and rub elbows with the leftists like Haslam boy. He wants to step in line with Haslam, the thief. The thief Haslam that we had as governor.
We did, yeah. I do know him. What did he steal? I don't know about the thief
him
part.
and his brother and Pilot.
Yeah,
still buy
the gas stuff. Yeah, I
Pilot.
do remember that. Yeah, they did. Yeah, there's some weirdos.
Yeah, you still buy gasoline at Pilot?
I don't. I can find it cheaper at other places.
Oh, that's got nothing to do with it.
That makes a difference to me.
Yeah. See, our silly people, they go around and they still do go to Pilot, for God's sakes, and buy their gasoline. Darndest thing I've ever seen in my life. They're the Haslam boys, major crooks, okay? Major, on the highest level. They should be thrown into the dungeon, but in this crooked state, because I already told you now, boy, Tennessee's number 3rd in the nation for being corrupt.
Yeah.
So, again, you're wanting your governor to be able to pass some kind of red state. Look, he needs to go on and move into a blue or purple state is what he needs to do.
Yeah.
Because, you boys and girls tickle the fire out of me when you're always wanting the leftist part of the government, and I'm talking about the rightist part of Tennessee's government, because a lot of them dimwits, they belong on the other side of the fence to begin with. See, if they could win as a Democrat, they would be a Democrat, but they know better. So they hide behind the flag of the Rhino Party. But they're all about, this is another level of another dollar bill or $10 bill or whatever that you'll have to pay in order to run a, quote, proper background check when you go to buy a firearm. Yeah. While the criminals of this state, Chuckles, go to the street corner after guns have been stolen and get them a gun, and they don't have to go through background check.
And that's right.
See?
So we've had a lot of conversations. I don't know how you would get guns off of the street because people aren't going to willingly turn in their guns. I would not. I would be. I told Representative Todd when he was in on Julie's show this morning in the 9:30 hour, I told him, I was like, I would not willingly turn in my guns. The only thing we would do is we would waste every police officer's time in the world because immediately people would be reporting, my gun was stolen. Or like Representative Todd said, I lost my gun in a boating accident, right? It fell off the boat. That's what would happen.
Yeah.
People wouldn't turn them in. I'm with you there. I don't think it's a feasible thing to even think about, to even talk about, because I don't think it's going to happen. We've seen that it didn't work with alcohol, right? People still got drunk.
The TBI, okay, once again, everybody thinks they're the equivalent of the federal.
The FBI, that's
FBI.
right.
But they're not. They're not. Actually, I worked with FBI agents, Chuck, when FBI agents were honorable people and were not swayed by political stupid folks.
Mm-hmm.
But now we find out that the FBI, the leadership, is totally in bed with your non-thinking movement of woke people in this country. And they're targeting people that are churchgoers. They're targeting people that are upstanding citizens.
Mm-hmm.
They're targeting people because we don't want no stupid communist Joe Biden. Never should have had him. But now, one more note, and I'll let you go this morning.
All right.
Do you have any business that you do with First Republic Bank, do you know who they are?
No, I don't have any of my accounts there. I've never even heard of them. I mean, there's a million banks out there. They keep buying up other banks. I'm not familiar with a lot of them.
Well, First Republic Bank is now closed. It failed after losing $100 billion.
I'm telling you, this bank scare stuff. Were they lending to the
I want you to do your homework. I just gave you a lead now.
First
Don't ask
Republican
for anything
Bank.
more.
All right. I appreciate the homework.
You're not paying me. You're not paying me for my knowledge.
But I feel like I'm paying. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm paying. Good conversation, my friend. We actually found some stuff we agree on tonight. Have a good day, my man.
Later.
There he is. See, look at me. Handle that with masterful skill. I have been blessed with the art of diplomacy. That's not true, actually. This comes in. Got a handful of songs. This is Jason Isbell, by the way. Cover Me Up. He actually wrote this song when he was in rehab. Great song. Little text rating music, if you will. This comes in and says, Advanced Rehab text line, that number is 731-800-8398, says the AR is now the weapon of choice for suicide shooters. It is light, fast, and easy to reload. All are facts. But the reason it is now the weapon of choice is the price. Law of supply and demand. Everyone wanted one, so more and more manufacturers popped up. So your buddy who gave $1,200 for his is like me. He's upside down. You can buy a decent AR for $400 to $500. Back when they were pricey, not everybody owned one. I had no idea. I haven't researched into getting one, but I don't have a problem with people. I will still say this. The vast majority of people out there who own a gun own it responsibly. 99%, right? But gosh, that 1% screws us up. This comes in and says, so Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398 says, a drug user does not kill you against your will. Not true. People get high and drive. But regardless, I'll keep reading. But a shooter can and does. Prohibition goes beyond the bounds of reason in that it attempts to control a man's appetite by legislation and makes crimes out of things that aren't crimes. But owning a gun is not a crime. It's the act that one could potentially do with the gun that's the crime. This comes in our Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says, hey, I wanted to let everyone know this Friday, April 28th, Relay for Life has their biggest fundraiser fighting for cancer. It's a free community event. It'll be a fun night of coming together. It's at the Jackson Amp Farmers Market from 6 to 9, filled with food truck vendors, music, activities for the kids, and giveaways. For more information, email Nicole.Russell. That's Nicole.Russell@cancer.org. Nicole.Russell@cancer.org. Thanks, Brian Seach, cancer survivor. Congratulations, Brian. Brian's actually worked with me for years and years. He is a cancer survivor, which is amazing. Very proud and happy for him. This comes in and says, it used to be illegal to drink in the United States. Big Rick loves big government. Rick is the real rhino. Oh, I'm glad he's still not on here. You call him a rhino, you have found yourself in a fist fight. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says Rick has eaten too much fried fish and hush puppies cooked in oil made by Monsanto. Surely not in Paris. Surely the good people of Paris don't cook their oil from the Monsanto manufacturers. It says most of the dope heads Rick met were in the military with him. This comes in, Rick, on the Advanced Rehab text line. You'll like this one. This says, Rick, Haslam's are next level crooks. They stole $500 million in field points from their customers. They threw their CFO under the bus. Yeah, they did. Yeah, fuel points. Yeah, they threw the CFO under the bus for that. He went ahead and got unhired. Hey, congratulations on your new title. It's called Unhired. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. It says, whatever, Rick, the FBI has always been a criminal organization. One more from my man here on the way to the break. I mean, at some point I have to take breaks, right? I love talking to you guys. So, this says on our Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398, it says, Rick has done everything. Secretly, he may be 007. Don't you have to be British to be 007? I think you do. Have we had a non-British 007 person? Maybe. You're listening to Walker Talks. NewsTalk965.com, NewsTalk965.com, 96.5 FM, News Talk of West Tennessee.
Carries this house on the stones like a piece of drift.
Attention football fans, don't miss out on the NFL Draft Kickoff Party this Thursday at Bourbon and Barley's. Come enjoy great food and drinks while we bring you all the latest updates and insights on the draft. Whether you're a diehard fan or just getting in the spirit for the football season, Bourbon and Barley's is the perfect spot to catch all the action. Join News Talk 96.5 for the NFL Draft Kickoff Party this Thursday at Bourbon and Barley's, 3 to 7. Bourbon and Barley's, where Jackson loves to lunch.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson. Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club presents the 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser. Join us for an enjoyable evening with dinner, music, and conversation featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. A.J. is a former Harlem Globetrotter and CEO of A.J. Merriweather Construction, LLC. The 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser is April 17th. The tour is at 5:30 and dinner at 6. Reserve your spot now. For more information, visit myboysgirls.club. Reserve your spot now. Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club at 1503 Osborne Street in Humboldt. The 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. Presented by United Way of West Tennessee and Taco Bell. Along with News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn and Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Line 'em up and knock 'em down. 2 more, let's go. 'Cause I ain't never heard like this before. Don't wanna think about her or wear a ring without her. Don't wanna hit the karaoke bar, can't sing without her. So make them drinks strong, 'cause brother, she's gone. And if I'm ever gonna move on, I'ma need some whiskey glasses. 'Cause I don't wanna see the truth.
Welcome back in to Walker Talk. Here on what's been a very busy, especially on the text line. You guys know I love that. Very busy morning. I was very excited to be here at 9 o'clock. Hanging out with my partner, Julie Holt. You can listen to her every day, 8 to 10 on 96.5. 96.5. Good Lord. There's a point in there. NewsTalk965.com. You can download our apps and listen. But guys, if you're not listening to Daybreak with Greg and G-Unit, I really wanted to have the very best show on this station, the very best show in this town, the very best show in this area. I wanted to have the very best show in the state. If I'm being honest with you, I wanted the very best show in the history of shows. Unfortunately for me, Greg Wood and G-Unit are ridiculously good together. I've asked Dan to split them up. I'm tired of them having a better show than me. They are so stinking good in the morning. If you're not listening 6 to 8 every morning, you're missing out on a ton of laughs. They do a phenomenal job every morning. I do appreciate you listening to me. I'm no Greg or G-Unit. Got a couple of messages that came in our advanced rehab text line. Then I'm going to get to a story, begrudgingly, from the JacksonPost.News. It's my favorite part.
Knock 'em back, fill 'em up, fill 'em up, fill 'em up, fill 'em up. 'Cause if she ain't ever coming back, line 'em up, line 'em up, line 'em up, line 'em up. Knock 'em back, knock 'em back, knock 'em back, knock 'em back. Fill 'em up, fill 'em up, fill 'em up, fill 'em up. 'Cause if she ain't ever coming back, I'ma need some whiskey glasses.
right, Morgan. You big quitter. Look at me. I only slept 2.5 hours last night. I showed up here. Couldn't make it on Sunday in Oxford. Actually, I do feel sorry for the man. He's canceled the next couple of shows. He wasn't out partying with the co-eds. He got sick. That sucks. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Oh, again, you better be glad that Rick is not on the line. He would crawl through the phone to the soundboard, to the computer. He would find your number and he would crawl out of your cell phone and fight you if I read this out loud where it says Rick's teeth are yellow enough for him to be British. See, that's a shot at British people. And that's a shot at Rick. I will not allow that kind of tomfoolery and or chicanery to take place on the program. I don't know if you heard me earlier. I said I'm trying to have a better show than Greg Wood and G-Unit, Daybreak, which is the best show in the area right now. They absolutely kill it. And you send me text in saying Rick's teeth are yellow enough for him to be British? You think this is how? You think this is how I can compete? See, I don't have a co-host. My co-host left me. She's not the first woman to leave me, so I was not impressed. My co-host left me. She has her own show now. Julie said it, 8 to 10. She does amazing work. See, there's two of them. I depend on you, all of you out there, to be my co-host here at Walker Talks. I depend on you, and if together we are going to take over the number one spot, which is Daybreak, it's probably the best show I've heard in a long time. It's so good. If we're going to take that over, you can't be sending me messages that say Rick's teeth are yellow enough for him to be British. See, now you've alienated an entire country of Brits. And I understand that they're weird over there a little bit. I understand the royal family's kind of weird. I'm with you. We just don't say things like this out loud. That's why I'm not going to read it. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. This says a death from an intoxicated driver is a false equivalent. An intoxicated person does not have a mens rea, guilty mind with bad intent. You can't say the same for a shooter. Yeah, but I mean, again, how about end result? If I'm a parent and God forbid I lose my child because of an intoxicated driver or, God forbid, a shooting, intent is not what's going to make me feel any better, right? Result. That's what matters. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Give us a phone call, 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496. This says, I heard the reason G-Unit won't bring his smoking hot centerfold to the radio station is because, oh no. He said, but I did. It's one of Greg's exes was the suggestion here, but I did hear that from Big Rick, so it could be baloney. Here we go. See? Now we've got a station ruffle. But this is what we need. If I am going to be the number one host on this station, we are going to have to separate G-Unit and Greg. And this is how we do it. This man or woman gets it. You must attack them internally. Divide them. Their show is too good. There are two of them. That's why I depend on you guys. Collectively, we can do it. I do my part. I don't know if you've heard this, but I turn the microphone on every day. I play you kicking music every day. You want me to turn this up right here? You know who this is? That's Tyler Childers. You're not getting him on a lot of talk radio stations. This song is called Feather Indians. I know how to work the phone system. I can read the text messages. A lot of times I read them correctly. Sometimes you guys use big words, but I do my part. I'm leaning on you guys to do the rest. We're going to overtake the formidable opponent that is known as Daybreak. All kidding aside, they're doing a really good job. I'm so happy for both of them, and I'm happy for G-Unit. You know, this station's got a lot of young, new talent. People who haven't been in that radio business before. Obviously, you guys know Dan Reeves. He's been doing talk radio for like 40, 50 years now, right? You know him. A lot of these people are new. Greg Wood, he is a very seasoned veteran. But you got people like me, Julie, G-Unit, Larry Newman. I don't know that I would call that good, but he's here. He's here. That counts. Gina Langley, she does a great job when she's on. I like it when she goes, "Hey, Daddy. Hey, Daddy." I like that. See, you're not going to get that just anywhere. A lot of young talent here. Collectively, we're going to have to take over the success of Daybreak. I did not come here to be in second place or third place or fourth place or probably fifth. That's not what I came here to do. I turn the music on. I turn the microphones on. I answer the phones. I read the text. Everything else is up to you guys. You're just going to let them keep pistol whipping me like this, I see. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line. We do have to go to the top of the hour. I'm going to let the news play for a minute or two. I'm going to come back about 12:05, 12:06. We're going to be fine. Don't get nervous. We're going to have a lot of time next hour. We're going to talk about some local stuff. We're voting on potentially getting a charter school here in Jackson. There is an article that I'm going to quote from on jacksonpost.news. You can find it there yourself. That says, "We can't live in a perfect world. We only live once. We can only hope to minimize the pain and loss." Do you agree? Yes. We only live once. I do. We can't live in a perfect world. I agree with that. We can only hope to minimize the pain and loss. Do you agree? Yes. I agree with all that. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line. It says, "Chuck, you and Bass need each other." I love some Bass. Talked to him this morning. Talked to him last night. I'll talk to him today. I'll be hanging out together. Yes, I love doing radio with Bass. It was a lot of fun. I like doing radio by myself, and he does too. He's really happy too, right? Everybody's happy. This is not a bad breakup. Believe me, I've had those. This was not what that is. But no, I wish him all the success in the world. I know he does me. That's very important to maintain that relationship. When I made this transition, that was my number one concern, was to maintain that relationship. And I have. See, that one didn't end poorly. You're listening to Walker Talks here on newstalk965.com, 96.5 FM, News Talk of West Tennessee.
Like a little feathered engine calling out the clouds for rain. I go running through the thicket. I go careless through the thorns just to hold her for a minute, though it leave me wanting more. Hold me close by.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. The U.S. economy slowed in the first quarter of the year.
The latest GDP number is a good news, bad news story. PNC Financial Services Group Chief Economist Gus Fauché breaks down the numbers.
We continue to see consumers buying goods, buying services. And although that's good for the near term, that does spell problems for the Fed because they want consumer demand growth to cool off, and that doesn't appear to be happening.
So he expects the Fed to raise rates again next week and keep the R word in play. I'm Shelley Adler.
And applications for unemployment benefits in the U.S. fell last week as the labor market continues to show strength, despite some weakness in other parts of the economy. The Labor Department says the number of Americans filing for jobless claims for the week ending April 22nd fell by 16,000 to 230,000. The weekly claims numbers continue to show that American workers are experiencing unusual job security. Also at townhall.com, President Biden facing new challenges from members of his own party who are opposing his agenda as they fight for re-election in their mostly red home states. Bob Agnew has more.
Senators Joe Manchin of West Virginia and John Tester of Montana have been drawing lines in the sand for Biden, vowing to oppose his agenda unless he addresses concerns for voters from their red states. For Manchin, it's the pursuit of more liberal fossil fuel development in his energy-producing state. For Tester, a demand the president include at least one Western state member to his board of directors for Amtrak. Republicans are expected to target him and Manchin as they seek to flip vulnerable Democrats and reclaim the Senate majority in 2024. Bob Agnew reporting.
And on Wall Street, stocks higher today. The Dow is up 301 points and the NASDAQ leading 199. More at townhall.com.
People ask me sometimes, Lance, I'm worried about my finances and I feel bad because I should be worried, right? I realize that inflation is going to be eating up money. I've got to do something to get around this crazy stock market and Biden's spending spree. Gold has, since the beginning of time, been the resource that God's people have relied on. The silver is mine and the gold is mine, is what the prophet Haggai said during a time of great shaking. To protect your retirement, I recommend that you diversify your 401k or IRA right out of paper assets and into physical gold. And the best way to do that is with Gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group. I want you to text the words FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold IRAs. There's no strings attached to this, so just text FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 and see what I've discovered here about gold and its ability to stabilize your investment and create a storage of wealth for you in unsteady times.
China accusing the U.S. of provoking confrontation by promising to strengthen its nuclear weapons commitment to South Korea.
In South Korea, there's growing support for the country to acquire nuclear weapons, partly because North Korea continues to develop its own military, but also because there's been some doubt about America's commitment to Seoul. President Biden has sought to remove that doubt by promising an overwhelming response if North Korea launches a nuclear attack on the South. But a Chinese Foreign Ministry spokeswoman said President Biden's commitments risked stirring up tension even further on the peninsula.
BBC correspondent Michael Bristow. Spain's National Weather Service says temperatures are set to reach values.
Step one, you say we need to talk. He walks, you say sit down, it's just talk. He smiles politely back at you. You stare politely right on through some sort of window to your right. As he goes left and you stay right between the lines of fear and blame. You begin to wonder why you came. Where did I go wrong? I lost a friend somewhere.
Welcome back into Walker Talk here on a rainy night in Georgia. No, it's a rainy day in Tennessee. That's not right. It's fake news. It's a rainy day in Tennessee, unfortunately. Let's see here. Trying to... There we go. Now I've got it set up. Now I've got my next break set up. This is the article I was telling you about. Tonight, I'm assuming tonight, sometime today. By the way, it's draft day, guys. How about that? The Dan Reeves Show is going to be at Bourbon and Barley from 3 to 7, breaking down the draft country style for you. Or as good as Dan can. I think G-Unit will be there to help him out a little bit. It's going to be a fun night at Bourbon and Barley's. It's a great place to have a drink, watch the draft. Get those drink specials. Get those food specials at Bourbon and Barley. Right across from the Starbucks on Union University Drive. It's the old Mulligan's building. Can't miss it. Really fun place. Really fun atmosphere. A lot of good people that work there. All right. This is, and I told him I was not going to read his name because he has big-timed me 2 days in a row now on coming on the show. So I told Brandon Shields, I will not say your name on the show until you come back on. So I'm not going to tell you that Brandon Shields wrote this article. You can find it yourself on the JacksonPost.news. The title of the article is JMCSS Board to Vote on Charter Schools. As the Jackson-Madison County School Board prepares to vote on whether or not to accept the application for a charter school from American Classical Education, that's going to be referred to as ACE, on Thursday in a special called meeting. Proponents of ACE and opposition have been vocal to the school board, urging them to vote one way or the other. We had on Monday, I believe, Commissioner Abernathy on with us, and she told you, and you could find this article on the JacksonPost.news as well, she told you about some of her concerns that she had just with the application. Not the idea of a charter school, just the application from ACE. Some inconsistencies in there, some misreportings in there, but it was a 508-page application. Article goes on to read, Board Chairman Pete Johnson said he's been asked repeatedly last year and this year, as the discussion has become more and more imminent, what his thoughts are on charter schools in JMCSS. But he says his opinion on charter schools in JMCSS shouldn't have much influence in this week's vote. Well, that's an interesting take. Here's his quote. Our vote is basically around the application process, Johnson said. Whether I am for or against charter schools doesn't matter in this vote as much as it does this charter's application suggest that it meets or exceeds the level of services we offer all our children in the school system. Okay, interesting quote there from school board member Johnson. Madison County Commissioner Olivia Abernathy released a guest column for the Post last week, speaking from her position as the chair of the Ad Hoc Charter Review Committee, saying the application doesn't need to be accepted at this time. The column can be read on the Post opinion page in this edition. That is correct. It can. Look here. What a very pleasant surprise. I'm finally getting my mentions. This says during an appearance on Walker Talks, a midday local talk show hosted by Chuck Walker on WBFG-FM 96.5, on Monday, Abernathy further clarified some of her statements. Abernathy said, in my job at United Way, I'm part of a network of education professionals across the state, and some of them are from districts that do have charter schools. Abernathy goes on to say, as I asked them some of what are their markers we need to be looking for when looking for a quality application, she said there was one thing that troubled her. Yes, there were errors that appear to be failures to make changes when ACE applied for the charter schools in 5 counties, Abernathy said. But they stated in their application that they'd make contact with a couple of local groups here who are involved with students because community engagement was another positive marker of an application. The first troubling issue with this part of the application is it referenced a boys and girls club in another state. Yeah, it did. And it apparently misidentified a local nonprofit whose objective is helping students have somewhere to belong and to go after school. That's Keep My Hood Good. Those are spelled out in the column. But another issue regarding Keep My Hood Good is even more troubling, according to Commissioner Abernathy. They said they'd made contact and engaged in discussions with them, Abernathy said. But when I checked with Keep My Hood Good and the Boys and Girls Club, neither of them recalled any conversations with anyone from ACE. ACE CEO Phil Schwenk said in an interview last week that a conversation with JMCSS Superintendent Marlon King in February led to King driving Schwenk to Jackson Careers and Technology Elementary School. He said King didn't give him an official offer to allow ACE into the JCT building to put a charter school there, but it was more of a conversation seeing what his options might be if the board were to approve an application. Schwenk, who's been involved in leading charter schools in public school districts for most of his career, said an elementary school in East Jackson would be a perfect spot for ACE to operate a school, and they would welcome the opportunity. I've been told people are concerned we'd want to put a school in the northern part of the town, but it's not needed there, Schwenk said during the interview with the Post on April 17th, coming to these phone calls. Well, if it's not needed there, we don't want it to be there, Schwenk said. We want to be in partnership with the district, and if the district tells us they're willing to let us use a certain facility in a certain area of town for a specific list of reasons, then we're more than willing to work with them in that way. School board member Harvey Walden was also on the ad hoc committee. He said he called he called to the top 5 performing districts in the state to find out what they have that JMCSS doesn't. And he said ACE offers a key part of what JMCSS isn't currently offering. Hendersonville schools are ranked number 1. And I called to their director, Walden said. Their second graders could pass the third grade test the state mandates to ensure reading proficiency in their school system. And I asked, what do they have that helps their students perform so well? And the one key word I got was phonics. And then it was taught in all 5 of those districts that have more than 90% of students at or above reading proficiency levels. Walden said JMCSS dropped phonics in primary education in early grades in 2008 and 9 as they switched to teaching sight words. If you go back and look at our test scores, our third grade test scores began to plummet 2 or 3 years after that, Walden said. Our high school scores plummeted about 8 or 9 years after that, once students who didn't learn phonics got to the level of this testing. At the February board meeting, Walden made a pitch for phonics and asked questions about what it would take to bring phonics back to JMCSS elementary schools. He said Monday he hasn't received any answers. ACE teaches phonics. Almost done with the article here. ACE teaches phonics. That's a big reason their students are successful, Walden said. From the research I've done, ACE appears to be a quality charter option for us, and in the ad hoc committee's evaluations, we could evaluate the application with one of 3 classifications: satisfactory, partly satisfactory, or unsatisfactory. They got unsatisfactory in one area, facilities and location, and they can't really discuss that with us until we vote to approve them. Abernathy and the rest of the ad hoc committee heard from Schwenk during one of their meetings in March. They also heard from Donna Wright, a former district superintendent in Knox and Wilson counties, who's retired now and is a leader of a group who opposes charter schools. In a third meeting, they also heard from a leader of charter school in Memphis. We wanted to hear from both sides and even a different perspective from inside a charter school that has worked. And there are some that work well, Abernathy said. Based on our information, the committee gave its recommendation that I wrote up based on the thoughts and notes I received from other committee members. But the decision is ultimately up to the school board. So there you go. Very nice article by Brandon Shields of the Jackson Post. Call back. I'm sorry I left you holding there. I wanted to finish that article. Our CWA phone line number is 731-265-6496. That's our call-in phone number, 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text line is 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. This does come in our Advanced Rehab text line. It says, Mr. Walden is on the school board and doesn't even know that JMCSS already teaches phonics. The curriculum in every elementary school is phonics-based. Oh, I didn't know that. Because when I first thought that, I was like, well, yeah, we probably still teach phonics, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't have a child in elementary school at Jackson-Madison County school system, but I've always thought that's how you did it, right? It makes a lot of sense. Sight words are important, too, because there are some words you can't sound out phonetically. We know that. Like honor looks like honor, right? There's some words that have to be like sight words. I get that. But, yeah, I think a lot of school systems do phonics and sight words. I know my kids did. They do both. Really good article. Good piece of Big J journalism from my former friend, Brandon Shields. He has big time me a couple times on the show. I don't like to discuss it because it makes me upset. If you want to get in with us, our CWA development phone line number is 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text line is 731-800-8398. We've had some interesting discussions today. Today is also, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about this, today is also the last day of early voting. If you're going to early vote, you got to do it today. I think, is it by 2 o'clock? Is that right? Somebody help me there. Is it 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock? When does early voting end today? I don't know. I do know this. As of yesterday, we had 3,700 people had voted so far. 3,700 people had voted so far in early voting. I don't know how that stacks up to other years, if that's about right or not. I have talked to people, and they're anticipating around 6,500 to 7,000 votes, which is still a low turnout, but it's better than it could be. I hope you inform yourself out there if you haven't voted yet and you plan to. Hope you take time to learn about all the candidates. You can go to our page, newstalk965.com, newstalk965.com. You can watch the debate that we did. Internally Sound did the production of that debate. It's top-notch, top of the line. You can go to the jacksonpost.news, to the website. You can see the forum that they did. I'm not sure if the debate is still on We the People or not. I don't know about that. You can go to WBBJTV.com. You can look at the questions that they ask all the candidates and their answers. You can, I'm not sure if the NAACP, if you can, we'll go back and rewatch that debate. I'm not sure if you can do that. And I'm not sure about the Thomas Media Kicks 96 debate. I'm not sure if you can go back and rewatch that, but you do have a lot of rewatching options. And you may have all of them, may be able to be reviewed. I'm not sure. But I do know a handful of them are. So, yeah, you can inform yourselves about the candidates. You can see where the candidate stands, mayoral candidates at least, and how they line up. Only 2 contested city council races. District 5, Larry Lawrence and Byron Elam. That's contested. And then I believe it's District 2, but I may be making that up. I think it's District 2, Frank McMean and Tara Skinner. So there you go. That is your update on what's going on around locally. We've had some interesting discussion today about guns and firearms. Senator, that's not true. Not yet, at least. Governor Bill Lee's potential red flag bill proposed that the Tennessee state legislators are going to have to go vote on. After talking with Representative Todd today, just going with the old gut here, I don't think it's going to pass, right? I don't think that the supermajority of Republicans are going to pass this bill in the state of Tennessee. So back to the drawing board? I don't know. Representative Todd did tell us that Governor Lee put the bill to 2 Democratic sponsors in the House, which I thought was odd. That was weird because he's a Republican, but Representative Todd didn't have an answer to that and why he did it. Only speculation. I don't know. I don't know why he would do that. Do you? If you want to get in with us, our CWA Development phone line number, 731-265-6496, 731-265-6496. Our Advanced Rehab text line. Shannon Bone ranked top 10 of chiropractors in all of the U.S. Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398.
But all the miles that separate you disappear now when I'm dreaming of your face.
Will Mayor Conger retain his position as mayor of the city? Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langley, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. With locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stonebridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at NewsTalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps that fit Apple and Android products. Presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. Tuesday, May 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
They say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Thursday brings a chance of thunderstorms and showers. Highs in the upper 60s. Winds gusting near 20 at times. Tonight brings more rain and a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid-50s. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking, or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
set aside that the things that I tried were in my life just to get high on. When I sit alone, come get a little known, but I need more than myself this time. Step from the road to the sea to the sky, and I do believe that we rely on. When I lay it on, come get to play it on, all my life to sacrifice. Hey, oh, listen what I say, oh, I got your hey, oh, now listen what I say, oh, when will I know that I really can go to the well once more? Time to decide on when it's killing me. When will I really see all that I need to look inside? Come to believe that I better not leave before I get my chance to ride. When it's killing me, what do I really need? All that I need to look inside. Hey, oh, listen what I say.
Welcome back to Walker Talks here on NewsTalk965.com. News Talk of West Tennessee. 96.5 FM.
Less I know, the more I like to let it go. Hey, oh, whoa,
You know, honestly, I wanted to do this talk radio thing. That was kind of my jam. I was like, I love talk radio. Maybe I should have just been one of those DJs. But like Weather on the Tins. Here's a song. Snow, Red Hot Chili Peppers. And just done that. Play some bangers. Hope you guys appreciate that out there. It's very hard work selecting these amazing songs. Intro music and outro music. You know how lucky you are to have me? Barry's the answer. If you want to get in with us, our CWA development phone line number is 731-265-6496, 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. That's how you send me a text. This is something that was sent in on the aforementioned Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says, Chuck, what do you think about this? This is a link to an article on NBCnews.com. The title of the article is Nikki Haley says Biden will likely die in the next 5 years. Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley said Wednesday that President Joe Biden, who's 80, will likely die within 5 years, and that his supporters would have to count on Vice President Kamala Harris if he were to win re-election next year. He announced that he's running in 2024, and I think we can all be very clear and say with a matter of fact that if you vote for Joe Biden, you are really counting on a President Harris, because the idea that he would make it until 86 years old is not something that I think is likely. Haley, who's 51, said in an interview on Fox, well, maybe she didn't mean dying. Maybe she meant that, he just, wouldn't do the job till he was 86. Maybe she meant that. Biden officially announced his re-election campaign Tuesday with a video that took aim at MAGA Republicans, referring to Trump's 2016 campaign slogan, Make America Great Again. Haley has framed her presidential bid around a new generation of leadership. In a speech launching her campaign, she suggested that politicians over 75 be required to take a mental competency test. Yeah, that makes sense. A proposal that First Lady Jill Biden slammed as ridiculous. Her latest remarks come as Biden, the oldest president in U.S. history, works to combat concerns about his age heading into 2024. Republicans are weighing how far to push the issue in the campaign without alienating older Americans who do tend to be dependable voters. I've never thought about that. That's a really good point, right? You could say he's too old to do it, but older people are usually a big voting base. Would they be offended by that? I know I'm 42. I would not want to be president at all. I can certainly say I probably would not want to be president at 80, much less 86. I don't have a desire to do it now. I don't see what would change between now and then. White House aides have also made efforts to demonstrate that the president is active and fit. The video announcing Biden's re-election campaign shows him jogging in his suit jacket. The White House has also produced a spreadsheet showing Biden's rigorous travel schedule through the first 4 months of the year, which surpasses that of then President Barack Obama at a comparable period in the 2012 campaign. And with regard to age, I can't even say, I guess, how old I am. I can't even say the number, Biden said Wednesday at a joint news conference with his South Korean counterpart, Yoon Suk Yeol. It doesn't register with me. I took a hard look at it before I decided to run, and I feel good. Biden had previously dismissed concerns about his age, responding, "Watch me," when asked about his fitness for office. So thank you for sending that article over. 86 years old, being 86 years old as the president. I don't know. That seems old. We've talked with Bob Ney multiple times. Bob has known Joe Biden for 30 years, right? He's known him for a long time. And he's like, look, this is hard to look at because I know Joe Biden. Something has changed. This is not the same person that I knew when I was a U.S. congressman from the state of Ohio. He said there's a definite difference, a palpable difference between Joe Biden now and Joe Biden back then. We have a minimum requirement to be 35 years old. You got to be 35 years old to run for president. Seems okay. I'm good with that. Should there be a maximum too, though? Would, 75? That seems like a good number. Maybe 72? I could live in that world. But if it were that, we wouldn't have gotten President Trump. Now, I know some of you out there probably don't like President Trump, but a lot of you do. You remember his peace and prosperity. You remember the economy. Now, we do like to forget that he spent like $8 trillion during COVID. That part sucks. That's not good. Not good news. But we thought the whole world was going away, right? Can't take it with you. That's what you hear. And what's $8 trillion between friends anyway, honestly? I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if there should be a maximum age requirement. I know that right now, I don't think it's working. Who we have in office, I don't think that's working very well. But if you're for that, most of those age requirements would disqualify Donald Trump from running too. Would you want that out there? Phone lines are 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398.
I've come to understand you're a certain kind of woman. I'm a different kind of man. I've tried to make you love me. You've tried to find a spark. Oh, the flame that burned but somehow turned to smoke rings in the dark.
Are you tired of the stresses of everyday life? Do you need a break? Indulge yourself at Bogey's Dream Studio. Experience the very best massage therapy. Shane specializes in hot oil stone massage, which will melt away your tension and leave you feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Self-care is important. Regular massage will strengthen your immune system, decrease joint inflammation, and help you enjoy better quality of sleep. Bogey's Dream Studio will help you achieve a relaxed mind and body body. Why wait? Call now. 731-402-0172. That's 731-402-0172 for the very best massage experience you'll ever have. Let Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage take you to a dreamy state of relaxation. Call 731-402-0172. That's Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage, 401 Federal Drive, Jackson.
My name is Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Ms. Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings, West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson. Will Mayor Conger retain his position as mayor of the city? Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langley, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired, with locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stonebridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at NewsTalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps that fit Apple and Android products. Presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. Tuesday, May 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. only on News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Thursday brings a chance of thunderstorms and showers. Highs in the upper 60s. Winds gusting near 20 at times. Tonight brings more rain and a chance of thunderstorms, lows in the mid-50s. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and News Talk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Don't know how much time has passed. Oh God, it feels like forever. But no one ever tells you that forever feels like home. Sitting all alone inside your head. 'Cause I'm looking at you through the glass. Don't know how much time has passed. All I know is that it feels like forever. But no one ever tells you that forever feels like home. Sitting all alone inside your head. How do you feel? That is the question. But I forget you don't expect an easy answer. When something like a soul becomes initialized and folded up like paper dolls and little notes, you can't expect a bit of folks. So while you're outside looking in, describing what you see, remember what you're staring at is me. 'Cause I'm looking at you through the glass. Don't know how much time has passed. All I know is that it feels like forever. No one ever tells you that forever feels like home. Sitting all alone inside your head. How much is real? So much to question. An epidemic of the mannequin.
Welcome back into Walker Talks here on News Talk West Tennessee. News Talk 965.com. Go to our website, download our apps. 96.5 FM. Just a little bit of time left in the show today. But don't worry, Dave Ramsey will guide you through, is it Riyadh? It's raining out there now, through your rainy Thursday 1 to 3 Dan Reeves Show tonight, live from Bourbon and Barley. Bourbon and Barley's live tonight, Dan Reeves Show, breaking down the NFL draft. Come hang out. You don't have to get on the radio, but you can. If you're so inclined, and you got $20 in your pocket, you can get on the radio. That's what I have to do. It's $20 a day. Feel like it's a deal for me. I am a Colts fan. I wish I were not. I'm a Colts fan. A lot of you out there are probably Titans fans. I just started watching football before Tennessee had a team. The Titans were the Oilers, and they were in Houston. First game I watched, Jim Harbaugh was leading a drive down the field for a very rare Colts win. And that's when I said, I'm going to start liking these guys. So that's my team. But you don't care what my team's going to do tonight. You care what your team, the Tennessee Titans, are doing tonight. And there's a lot of speculation out there that Ran Carthon, the new general manager from San Francisco, probably a very good hire, by the way, because San Francisco was run amazingly well. I mean, they had the last pick in the draft last year, and he looks like an absolute stud. Maybe the quarterback of the future if they move off of Trey Lance. But a lot of people are out there, they're thinking, are the Titans going to move up from 12 all the way to number 3 to trade with the Arizona Cardinals? I'm sorry, they have the 11th pick, not the 12. So moving from 11 to 12. Are they going to move up and take C.J. Stroud? See, a lot of people think this. that Bryce Young's going to be the first pick going to the Carolina Panthers, which is probably the right pick. I think it's the safest quarterback pick in this draft. Then they think Will Levis will jump C.J. Stroud, and he'll be taken number 2 by the Texans. Now the Colts will be licking their chops at number 4 to take C.J. Stroud then. They'd love to have him at 4 without having to trade up with the Cardinals to get him, just to move up one spot. But there's a ton of smoke here. This is on the Tennessean. Ton of smoke with the Titans wanting to move from 11 to 3 to get C.J. Stroud. Take him from the Colts. That means we'd end up with Anthony Richardson, and nobody wants that guy, right? You don't want Anthony Richardson. He's like 52% completion, passer completion for Florida. I mean, come on. Come on. I know he's a physical freak, but get me out of here with that. The Titans have the number 11 pick in Thursday's first round, and early reports have Tennessee as the darling candidate to move up when the draft begins at 7 o'clock tonight. Possibly to number 3 to take Ohio State quarterback C.J. Stroud. Indeed, the Titans seem to be working the phones, but what will they ultimately do when Ran Carthon is on the clock for the first time? Some people think that Zay Flowers, very talented receiver from Boston College, he's drawn some comparisons to Antonio Brown, Greg and Dan's receiver from the Pittsburgh Steelers that was so good before he went crazy. And on Thursday, he was generating some mild buzz as a fit for the Titans at 11. NFL.com draft guru Daniel Jeremiah was among the people mocking in his mock drafts. That doesn't mean making fun of. He means mocking, like his mock drafts. Flowers to the Titans. Mel Kiper, in his final mock draft, he has the Titans trading all the way up to number 3 and drafting C.J. Stroud. ESPN draft analyst Mel Kiper is predicting the Titans will trade for the number 3 pick and select Ohio State quarterback C.J. Stroud with the number 3 pick. While I like Will Levis just a little bit more, Stroud is my 5th ranked prospect overall. He's a stellar downfield passer with pinpoint accuracy and anticipation. Now, here's the only wrench in the Titans' plans. There are multiple teams trying to trade up to number 3 besides the Titans. Diana Rossini, who's an ESPN reporter, said Thursday that the Arizona Cardinals are mulling trade offers from multiple teams interested in moving to the 3rd slot in the first round. Rossini reported Wednesday that the Titans were among those teams. The Titans board was set Wednesday, Rossini said, on Thursday. What do you think's going to happen tonight? The draft is one of the very best sports days of the year because everybody's team's got a shot. You got a shot to still be relevant again, right? Start anew. Somebody's going to be bad. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be your team, though.
Attention football fans.
Not yet. There's no attention yet. I wasn't ready for that. Got one more quick break to catch up, and then we'll be right back here on Walker Talks.
Attention football fans, don't miss out on the NFL Draft Kickoff Party this Thursday at Bourbon and Barley's. Come enjoy great food and drinks while we bring you all the latest updates and insights on the draft. Whether you're a diehard fan or just getting in the spirit for the football season, Bourbon and Barley's is the perfect spot to catch all the action. Join News Talk 96.5 for the NFL Draft Kickoff Party this Thursday at Bourbon and Barley's, 3 to 7. Bourbon and Barley's, where Jackson loves to lunch.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the happy-faced truck today.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson. Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club presents the 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser. Join us for an enjoyable evening with dinner, music, and conversation featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. A.J. is a former Harlem Globetrotter and CEO of A.J. Merriweather Construction, LLC. The 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser is April 17th. The tour is at 5:30 and dinner at 6. Reserve your spot now. For more information, visit myboysgirls.club. Reserve your spot now. Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club at 1503 Osborne Street in Humboldt. The 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. Presented by United Way of West Tennessee and Taco Bell. Along with News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an
exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596. Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday 6.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Attention.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again, because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone, neath the halo of a street lamp. I turned my collar to the cold and damp when my eyes were stabbed.
Welcome back into Walker Talks. Just a couple of minutes to say goodbye to one another. Would like to remind you that tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., live from India, former U.S. Congressman and an author of the book Sideswipe, Bob Ney, good Lord, combine their names, Bob Ney, will be with us. Very excited to talk to Bob. Tell you what's going on around the world. Dan Reeves show tonight, 3 to 7, extended hour at Bourbon and Barley, across from Starbucks on University Drive, the former Mulligan's building, completely renovated in there. Doesn't even look like it was ever a Mulligan's. It's crazy. If you haven't been there, make plans to go tonight to watch the draft watch party. NFL draft is tonight. I say it all the time and I mean it. You got a lot of choices out there on who to listen to, where to find out your information, where to have fun, where to be entertained, informed on things local, statewide, and national. Every time you pick us, we want you to know we appreciate it. We pick you too. You can listen to us at 96.5 FM. You can listen to us online. It's a lot easier there sometimes till the tower gets moved. Newstalk965.com, newstalk965.com. You can do that. Download our apps. Take us with you anywhere. I listen all the time on the app. I'll be back with you guys tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock for another edition of Walker Talks.
Very informative.
This is WBFG.